jump back and forward to the mic, but you can all hear me like this, okay, right? This is a pretty good room for this. Oh, you want the microphone for the webcast? Okay. In that case, I will be like this. Okay. Does that work? Actually, you know what? What about giving me one of these? Okay, I can't stand still. Okay, perfect. So what I want to get over today is 2.5 hours of real value where everybody is walking away with a very specific plan about what you're going to get in 2017 and 2018. And I don't mean something up in the air. I mean really quantitative numbers. I'll give a very brief introduction to me, a very brief introduction to Expert Dojo and what we do, and then we're going to kick straight in. So firstly, me, I see a lot of faces in here that I know. For those of you who don't know me, I've had 4 companies, kind of 5 if you count a shitty one, but over about 35 countries. So I've got a very good, and the reason I normally start with that is I've got a very good relevance to the rest of the world. So like if we're starting a company here, if we're starting a service company, I've done that. If we're starting a tech company, I've done that. If we're trying to see, is it easier in LA than it is in New York or than it is in San Francisco, or maybe in Israel, or maybe over in South America or in China or wherever else it is, I have a very good perspective on those different places. So those of you who are kind of thinking to yourself, how can I use Brian in the future? Then those types of things, such as different countries, different perspectives, I'm very useful for. After being in all of these different countries and having all of these different companies of my own, I arrived down here in LA and I was kind of horrified by the amount of startup failure. And even more so by the fact that nobody really talks about it. We have probably in entertainment, it's about 70, mid-70s% failure over a 5-year period. If you look at technology, our failure rate is up at 95%. And I don't want to start on a negative space. I want to start on a very positive space, which is that we wanted, and when I say we, it was me initially, but I wanted to do something about it. I wanted to try and find out and understand what was causing such a high level of failure, and are there specific easy steps that we could do to change it? And then I compared it with other countries that had low failure rates in perspective to what we had. I mean, countries like Israel, who, although I have no affiliations with, I have like unbelievable respect for their startup community, because they have accelerators that have up to 73% of all companies going into their accelerators still being worth over a couple of $1 million and plus 5 years later. Our ratios over here are like 2%. So I recognized we had a huge problem. We set up a place on top of the Santa Monica Mall, which was a 10,000 square foot facility, and it was really a lab. So we studied people, we studied entrepreneurs, we brought entrepreneurs in, and for the first 6 months, all we did was try to see, like, what is it? What's causing the problems? What are people doing? And we would just watch people. We didn't have a prospectus, we didn't have a course, we didn't have anything. We just said, look, you can come in here for free, but we just want to study you, and we want to watch you, and we want to see what you're going to do. And we noticed that there was a couple of commonalities on what people were doing. And this was across the board, by the way. So we didn't just have entertainment companies. We had lots of other companies in there. Some pure tech, some social, some dating apps, some, great e-commerce companies. But every one of them were approaching it the same way. Most of them had read Lean Startup, the book, and most were approaching companies in a very similar way, which is, hey, you know what we're going to do? We are going to come up with a great idea. We're going to then put that idea out there. We're going to get a great developer. We're going to hire a really good marketing company, and we're just going to do it. And then they all failed. And I don't want to blame Lean Startup entirely, but I do want to put a lot of blame on the door of the philosophy that's behind it, which is that starting a business is not hard work. Starting a business is just about scaling really fast. Starting a business is not about having a great brand. Starting a business is not about having really strong milestones or really strong business plans. It's just about building a quick prototype and see how quickly that prototype goes out there. It's just the most awful, crazy philosophy I've ever heard in my life. And my belief is the only reason that it's popular in any way. And by the way, I'm the only person who thinks this. Outside Expert Dojo, everybody loves Lean Startup. But we just watched all these failures, one after another after another. Nobody was milestoning their business. Everybody would meet a marketing company, and the marketing company would say, we're going to blow you guys up. We're going to put you on the first page of Google. And they would say, awesome. And then they'd meet a development company. The development company would say, well, it's going to cost you $100,000 for an app, but wait till you see the prototype we built for you. It's going to be brilliant. And then 9 months down the line, they're realizing that they have their app and then they've got a 92 or a 93% fall off of any of the signups that they got at the beginning, or they have their website and all of the free stuff that they're doing is not converting into paid, or they have their service company and because they haven't done the groundwork, they have a problem. So I wanted to put this context out there because the whole philosophy of what I'm going to go through today is how to do the opposite of that. Is how to really milestone your way to a great marketing plan that you look at every single day. Like, I am so anal retentive when it comes to numbers. Like, every day, every question, everything for me, the answer to every question is a number. So even when I go home in the evening and my wife says to me, "How was your day today?" I'll say it was 227. And if I'm smiling, it means that they were the specific amount of activities that were required for me to hit the milestones that I knew was going to help me achieve what had to be done that day. Or maybe I would say it's 4, because 4 was the amount of startups that we had in our program that we had activities behind to try and help them to try and do. And I want to move that mindset over to you in the context of how incredibly difficult it is to start up a business. So after 6 or 9 months, I decided we've got something here and we can put together a great program, and there were lots of great people around us who we realized could help. And we had a lot of investors who would come in and say, look, we recognize that the environment right now between startups and investors is extremely toxic. So startups generally go to investors when you or we are not prepared. The investors will take almost a rock star status in the equation, which is not the way it's supposed to be. The startups are the ones who are the brave souls going out and creating this new world. We should be the ones retaining the equity in our companies, retaining the power in our companies, the control in our companies, and then the investors can come in afterwards and get a piece if they help us scale. But it's all messed up right now. What happens is we wake up in the morning and say we need an investor. And that investor will give us $1 million, and with $1 million, we can do anything we want with our company. But because we have no foundation, we have no milestones, it doesn't. And then we lead to a place where the failure rate with venture invested companies is no better than the failure rate with non-venture invested companies. And even worse than that, and I'll give you a statistic that I just like to put out there because it's important and it puts into perspective the entire equation on investment. If you are a startup founder and you raise $500,000 or above through an investor for generally a company that has a tech component, so I don't mean like if you raise money to get a movie done, that's different. But if you raise money to get a company which has a tech component and the investor is putting money into that to try and get rewards in the future, the chances are, with a probability of 65%, that you will be fired from your own company within the first 3 years. Okay, so all I'm saying is, like, I'm not saying startup is bad. Startup is awesome. Like, I actually feel sorry for people who are not in startup. I feel that this incredible, creative, unbelievable flair that we have has been wasted for our whole lives by giving it to somebody else. So I love startup, but I want us to realize that if we're going into this, if we want to blow up our marketing, if we want to blow up our campaigns, if we want to get loads of users, then we have to get this foundational portion correct first. So we put together an academy which was really focused on making sure the milestones were in place, making sure that we had all of the branding was there, the product fit was there, the market validation was there, like all of the boring stuff before we got to development. And then we don't get to investment until we get to actually the last step. We then thought, okay, this is going really well. So now we created a venture studio. And the venture studio was when we would work with companies and say, look, we're going to give you all these services. You give us like a 2% stake in your company. We'll support you for a 3-year period, and we'll be your guardians, protectors. We'll give you the connections, work with the investors, do everything else. And then that went really well. And we got approached by a bunch of investors who said, we want to invest money into the Expert Dojo accelerator, companies coming through. So we raised a fund of $1 million, which we're allocating out to 14 companies in tranches of about $50,000 a piece over the coming year. And we've just opened up in New York and San Francisco and a bunch of other places as well. And just this is the last piece that we've put in place. And I'll spell why the pieces we've put in place are exactly important for the pieces that you need for your business to be correct. We're about to move from, for those of you who don't know where we are, we have the old Redmond Grill on top of the Santa Monica Mall. So the Redmond Grill was an old restaurant. It's right beside the Cheesecake Factory, and we took over that whole old restaurant. Whenever anybody comes in there, they're thoroughly confused because they're thinking, what the hell is going on in here? Shouldn't I eat something? And we go, no, we've got no food. And we had that for 24 months. And in those 24 months, we did 4 components that we knew were really important for startups. Number one, we made sure that the connections were there. So we started bringing in private companies within the sectors. So we would go for the Maker Studios, we'd go for the Kaiser Permanentes, we would go for the Cornerstone on Demands, the American Airlines, the Apples, everybody who's in the private sector who currently, and not these companies, but currently do not support the startups in the way that they should do. We brought them in and said, we want you to help our startups, in the form of getting contracts and everything else, including the local city. We also made sure that we brought in investors and we said, look, there's only one rule when you're working with expert dojo people, just don't be a dick. That's all. Like, don't come in here feeling that you're judging. You're not Simon Cowell on whatever the show is. Like, you're here to support and to help people who have an amazing vision for what they want to create in the future. Like, don't judge them, help them. And if you don't have anything positive to say, and by the way, positive could also mean close down your company, but not if there's 40 other people standing beside that person. It's something that's said afterwards in the right context. So we say, we want you to come in, even if you don't invest in this area, come in. So we have a very large investor festival, probably 80, 100 investors come from San Francisco, from New York, from Boston, everywhere. And those people come down, many of which invest in companies, and then many others don't invest, but they're here to give. So we have like Goldman Sachs come, but they don't start investing till $5 million. None of our companies are raising $5 million, but they come because they say, we want to help the companies at the stage so they can get to the level of $5 million. So it's a good feel for it all. But our next stage, the piece that we had missing, which is the piece that most of us of startups have missing, is the showcasing. So most of us, as our companies start to grow, we're hidden away in our little office space, or we're hidden away in a Starbucks, or we're hidden away somewhere else, and then nobody knows we exist until we blow up. But a lot of the time for startups, it's too late at that stage because we didn't make it. So we're taking on, do you remember the old market space in the mall? Anyone ever been there? It was like a year and a half since that place has been opened. They had this beautiful market where they had bread and cheeses and little wines and ice creams and everything. And it was an absolute failure, which is really sad because obviously nobody goes to a market space on top of a mall, right? But it was a nice idea. Anyway, they closed it down. It's been closed for a year and a half. We're now taking it over and we're going to turn it into a Willy Wonka's for entrepreneurs. So we're going to have a place where we can start taking everything that's within entrepreneurship and kind of add all of that wonderment into it, have the public that they can come in and they can see it on very select times. You know, we'll like play around with little, I don't know, golden tickets and stuff. We'll play with it as much as we can until we get sued for trademark infringement. And then but the idea is that our entrepreneurs get to showcase their great products and that we kind of subtly brainwash the public that rather than supporting the large corporations in your area who are not really even from your area, maybe you should be supporting like amazing apps that are here. Maybe you should be supporting great products that are coming out and great new innovations. So that's going to be happening. We're opening on the 15th of June. So that just gives you a context to where we are. Now, in those first 6 months when we were training people, we were thinking, what is the main reason? Yeah, we know a reason for failure is because there's a terrible relationship with investors. Yeah, we know a reason is because there are so many parasites within the local market who just surround startups, and whenever any startup comes in with their $50,000 from Detroit and they arrive in and they say, I'm going to change the world, there's like 400 people who are all surrounding them ready to take like $10, $50, $1,000, 5% of their company, 7% of their company, until there's nothing left. So we knew all of those were important. We also knew that a lot of the time things like branding is just not, our brand is everything. And we don't have time to do it today, but we do a lot of branding sessions, many of which we do for free because we believe it's so important. But your personal brand becomes your business brand. Like, you have to absolutely live what you do. And I'll give you an example. Like, when we I would say I believe that our whole business infrastructure is messed up. I believe that our middle America is being destroyed, and I don't mean like in some kind of stupid Donald Trump way. I mean in a really fundamental way that if you're a large company like Uber, you will destroy every single company in the car share ride, not because you're a great company, because you're not. You're led by some sexist, egotistical 12-year-old. So it's not because you're a great company. It's not even that you expand well. No, you lost $2 billion in China, $1 billion in India. I mean, seriously, if it was like a competition for failure, you'd be way up there. But because you have unlimited resources to destroy the local competition. And that was not what we were based on. On some levels, you could argue the same for Amazon. Not about the people are great, but about the fact that if you've got $5 billion to lose, yeah, sure, you're going to do pretty good. I think I could do okay with $5 billion to lose. But so we're in an environment whereby it's just a very difficult environment to be in. So your personal brand has to be very cognizant with your business brand. So because I felt this, and I had a challenge, right? So my one challenge is I know that without the investors, we can't provide the startups with what starves them from most once we get them ready. But I also know that the investment environment is destroying local business. So what do? Do I go in there and am I nice and I do the same thing? I can't do that because my personal brand is congruent with my business brand. So I did a TEDx talk, which was about how institutional investment are destroying the American dream and more importantly, destroying startups. You know what happened as soon as I did that with investors? I had twice as many investors come to our next event. And the investors said, look, we get it. It's easy for us to be perceived as sexist and racist and all of the ists that are in there, but we don't necessarily want to be like that. Just make it easier for us to find cool companies and we will invest in those companies. So my one thing, if you take notes and you're looking for just some real nuggets for today, it's not where we're going to focus here, but your brand, your personal brand is everything. And your personal brand and your business brand have to be out there on the platforms that are going to make a difference to you and your company. So branding is huge. We also knew that another area which is huge is product fit and market validation. So we have Jeff over at Priceline, the founder of Priceline. He comes into our place a lot and he'll teach our entrepreneurs and help them with individual areas. And he will always say, don't just market validate everything, but market validate it and then speak to your customers and find out what they're saying. A lot of the time we're tied into our own bubble on what it is that makes our product great. Like we wake up, I say there's like the 3 phases of entrepreneurship, right? The first phase is the first 4 months. We've just become CEOs and it's so awesome. And we get like business cards and t-shirts and like all kinds of stuff. We tell all of our friends and like we're like CEO and founder as if one isn't enough. So we're just gonna go for it all. And then everybody else gets to be assistant for a little while until we can kind of measure up our ego. And that's the first 4 months. And then the next, from month 5 to maybe month 14, 15, it's full of frustration. Because everything that we thought was going to be easy is super hard. Like the website that was supposed to be easy is a nightmare because the developer is an architect, not an artist. So we've got like some big clunky building that looks awful, which is our website. Or it was an artist and not a thing. But it's hard. It's not our speciality. So we're stuck with it. And then afterwards, like the marketing people end up lying to us and not telling us quite the truth that we were expecting. And then everybody else who's around us and the people that were going to work for us, who were going to support us until our dying day, like disappeared the first time that they missed a bus. And then this happens all the way through to month 14, but it's okay because we're still entrepreneurs. Then we get to month 15 or 16. And now we got a problem because the people in our lives start to question. Right? They start to look at what we're doing and think, Jesus, did I marry the right person? You know, I've got this like obsessed, egotistical, just one direction, not going to do anything else, and actually he's earning no money. And I always used to joke, I got a little boy of 10, and he said to my wife the other day, he's like, he's gone, you know, it's not about making money, Mommy, it's about the journey. And she said to him, how many times have I told you not to listen to your father? Right? That's what we turn into, right? We turn into these journey people, but it's hard because before we had like 10, 15, 20 people, and they all believed in us, especially those first 4 months. But then we get to this last period, and now we have all these people who are starting to think, geez, I wonder how long this journey is going to last. And the 14 months and the 15 months isn't the impossible piece. Where it starts to get to impossible is 22, 23, 24 months. That's when you start getting to the stage where you start saying to yourself, God, I wonder, did I get it right? And the hard thing with that question at that time is it's too late. because you've already invested way too much into the company, yourself, your health, your time, your money, your people, everything. So it's too late. So where this big long monologue takes me to is the one area that we believe is the absolute most fundamental part of being successful in business, and whether it's growing users or anything else, and that is milestoning. And making sure that you take your journey from 22 months out and you bring it all the way back in. Now, what do I mean when I'm talking about milestoning? So, actually, just before I go there, let me just talk to you about the things that are involved when you are going to milestone as well. So, a milestone is a Waze map, by the way. It's a Waze map for business. So think of how you got here. When I was coming over here, even though I've been to the Skirball a bunch of times, I always go into Waze because I don't know what's going to happen on the freeway or on the motorway or anywhere else. So I just go Waze, I'll put in the address, and then after that time, how many times after that do I look at the final destination on Waze? Right, 0, right? I don't look at it. I just look at the next street, though. You look at the next street. I don't mean like I turn it off and I go away. I mean that if I just plug in Skirball Centre, after I've plugged it in for the first time, it doesn't show me the Skirball Centre again until I've arrived. It just says, go straight up here. Go straight up this road. This road is blue. Take Santa Monica Boulevard. Go up to the 405. I hit the 405. It says stay on the 405 for a mile and a half. Waze Map is the most beautiful milestoning tool that has ever existed. Because if it was telling us to go on the 405, what it does is, as soon as it sees the 405 is busy or there's a crash or there's something, it tells us to move off the 405 and take a side street. And we don't even have to think about the side street, it shows it to us. So I'm going to help you build a perfect, this is why I wanted to do the first hour at the beginning, because without these milestones, all you're going to do is you're going to walk away with great people that I have who are going to present, and then those people are going to show you how to blow up Facebook and how to do great PR and how to do stuff. But if you don't have the milestones, it's like saying I'm going to go to the Skirball Centre and I'm just going to drive what I think is going to be the quickest way, but I'm not 100% sure, but it's kind of up there, and I know if I go up there I'm going to be okay, right? It's like going from the West Coast to the East Coast without someone to tell you the direction you're going to. Here are the 4 components for us that really affect how you build your milestone map. So the first one is going to be the cash flow. So when we milestone, I'm going to get to the stage where we're going to talk about marketing channels. And you have about 14, 15 decent marketing channels to go after, of which a third of those marketing channels you paid for, a third of those marketing channels are absolutely free, and a third of those marketing channels require you to be pretty awesome. But all 13, 15 will work. If you don't have any cash at the beginning, it kind of rules out the ones which you're going to pay for, at least at the start. And then what that may do is that may bring in a component of investment afterwards. What's really important as a business is not to start with any of these things. Where we have to start with is how much revenue do we need to get in month 22, our month 12, our month 15. Like, how much money do we need? And then we're going to work our way backwards, exactly the same way that we do on a Waze map. But based on that, if we find out that we need more revenue that we can possibly generate from say, paid advertising methods, then investment may be an area that comes in that we need to do. The other area is competition. So let's say you are a car sharing company that you're trying to do something on. Like in our case, for example, we have no restrictions on investment, none. We've never taken any investment for ourselves. We've always been cash flow positive. We don't believe in investment. We believe it's generally only good if you're actually doing something special with the company. So the only investment we took in was the investment to give to the startup companies that are actually coming through the program. But investment itself, you just want to make sure that it's within the bucket. But if, for example, we were in the same space as Uber and we were trying to compete in car riding, we wouldn't have a choice. Like, our entire milestoning would have to be based on investment, because we would know that Uber, our Match.com, our whatever, our Amazon, if we were going to be a marketplace for goods and services, like if we were one of those spaces, we wouldn't have a choice. So you have to be really honest with yourself about the opportunity. Firstly, the inherent unfairness of the market. Like, I think I have 12 pairs of sneakers at home, and I got 6 in Sports Chalet and 6 in Sports Authority. And I think all 12 cost me maybe $200. Why? Because they got destroyed by Amazon, because they weren't able to get the right investment in the right place to be able to scale as they need to. So just be really aware of your market, really aware of your customer, and really aware of how can I scale and what are my inherent challenges within the competition itself. Team size is really important too. You have a bunch of options when it comes to team. And again, we're going to start with the revenue and what revenue we need to get in, but we have to make sure that we have the team who are properly allocated to do it. So I know what I'm good at, and you should know what you're good at. This is what I'm good at. This is my space. I'm very comfortable with people. I'm very comfortable speaking about topics that I feel are important. I have a good passion that go with it. But don't make me creatively build a flyer, because I will build something terrible. Like, it will be awful. You walk in. I actually did one. We had to do one for the mall, and I said to Dustin, who's my partner, and he does a lot of our creative over there, and I said, I got this. I'm going to do it. And the mall said, like, this is the most bizarre thing I've ever seen. The brand on the front and on the back and on everything around it, it's like there are 5 different companies. And I said, I know, isn't that cool? And she's like, no, it's terrible. You're awful. And so it just reinforced like how important it is to make sure that you allocate the tasks that particular people are good at. And if you're bad at a task, so if cold calling, outreach, building new contacts is not something that you're strong at, but we work out within our milestone plan that it's really important, then we have to make sure that we build that into it. Now, maybe that means taking on a partner. So I'm not against giving away equity. I'm very much for building up a rock star team where people are absolutely in there to make sure they get equity. You should be really careful about it. And if you're going to bring in partners or people who've got different skills at equity stakes, make sure you get a lot of advice. Don't walk away here and say, Brian said I should give equity to partners. Like, you want to make sure you give the right amount away for the right currency, and you want to make sure it's vested over a period of time. I had one of our founders yesterday over at the dojo was talking about how do they get rid of an advisor who's got 1% of their company and has done nothing, and if anything, they're toxic in the company right now. So just be really careful, it's all tied in. And actually, let me give you a quick example of that just so you have it clear, because the team thing is important. Most tech companies on day one are valued at about $2 million. Now, that doesn't mean that anybody will pay $2 million. And if you're an entertainment tech company, it's the same. If you're a service company or if you're a product company, most of the time it's the same. And the reason that you get a valuation of that level is because investors need to make sure that they can invest a certain amount of money into your product that will allow you to stay in the company and actually want to keep it going, and at the same time give you enough money to grow the company. And what they want is, if it's a beauty product, they want L'Oreal to buy it for $300 million. So they're happy valuing you at $2 million as long as you can show a road that will actually take you, that you're going up to that type of level. So if the valuation of my company on month 1 is $2 million, and I'm going to give away 1% of that company, that's 20 grand. Like, I want someone to justify exactly what they're going to do for 20 grand, okay? But team is really important. So as you're going through it, make sure that you have the right team doing exactly the right things. So here's how you put together your milestone map. By the way, is this useful? Is it? Okay, cool. So here's how you put together your milestone map. Start with your revenue. So I would say different companies will have different things. Don't do it all in the first month. Start about 22 to 36 months out and say, for this to be, I had a friend who would say, which I think is too extreme, by the way, but I have a friend who would say, if I can't bring in revenue, now I don't mean profitability, it doesn't even matter actually if your expenses are the same as your revenue, as long as you're growing it and as long as you can reduce expenses in the future. But he says, if I don't have revenue of $1 million, then I am not going to, within 3 years, then it's not worth me starting that company. Like, I don't personally think that's necessarily the case. I think if you can get a company that you can build up in many cases, which is a lifestyle company that can bring in $300,000 and your expenses are $100,000, you're doing okay. Like, you can bring kids through school and have a pretty good life on that. But decide what your number is. Decide it based on the amount of work you're putting into the company, based on what the market's able to do, and based on realistically the activities that you're going to be able to do on a daily basis, what your number is. And then push it out by like 36 months. Then take a number. So let's say the number, I'm going to show you an example in a second, but if in 36 months, let's say it was $1 million, which is my friend's example, and we say within a year, we want to make sure that we're bringing in $50,000. Now you might say, oh, well, $50,000 is like nothing. It's not even on the road. But actually, it's almost harder to get from zero to $50,000 than it is to get from $50,000 to $250,000. So you want to make sure that you're just really careful with your number. There's one thing you can't do. Like I left this morning at 8:03 or at 7:53. I'm sorry, and I arrived here at 8:32. The only thing that I can't do is arrive here at 9:02. Because I have to be here for this event. The only thing you can't do is miss your milestones. None of them. You don't want to miss a single one. You want to set them up so you hit your objective, you get your milestone. Now, you're going to say, I've got 4 numbers up there on the top, or 4 words. Revenue, users, prospects, and universe. Build it down on a very basic level. So we're going to say we want to bring in $50,000. $50,000 equals how many users? Maybe it's 10 users or 20 or 30 users, or buyers or clients or whatever you call them in your particular space. And then you break it down into how many prospects are you going to need to get that. So what's your conversion ratio? And here's the funny thing about this methodology is I'm not saying to you, do something new and different that's never been invented before. I'm saying to you, get back to the most important part of running a business. Like for everyone, when our moms and dads and everybody started their restaurants and shops, they said, okay, here's what my expenses are going to be this month. Here's what I'm going to bring in. Here's the activity I'm going to have to do. Joey, you need to stand outside the shop for the next 4 hours and hand out flyers because it's the only way we're going to get 14 people to come into the shop. That's what this is. Your revenue, your users, your prospects, and your universe. And as we then break it down, I'll give you an example on the next slide, but we're then going to say, what are the specific channels that we have? And I'm going to give you a good long list of channels, and then I'm going to give you a really good feel as to how I use those channels myself. And then your plan becomes daily. It's like from when I leave my house, what happens for the next 100 yards and the next 100 yards and the next 100 yards. I can't just judge it based on when I get here and like a minute beforehand say, oh, we're going to arrive at 9:04. No. It has to be from when I leave. And I have to plan it out. So yesterday evening, even though I've been here a bunch of times, I still plugged it into Waze and I still plugged it in to see based on where it was going to be like at 7:52 this morning. So you're planning to make sure everything's ready. And then you execute it daily to make sure that that's done. Now, here's an example for you. So let's say we're trying to get $100,000 in August. Let's say we know that our average spend per customer is $1,000. Well, then we know that we need 100 clients, right? So it's nice and easy. And then we say, but I can't market to 100 clients because I don't know what that looks like yet. But I can start marketing to 2,000 prospects. They are 2,000 individual people that I have to have one-on-one interactions with. This is not a tweet to a following of 2,000 people of which one person actually looks at what she says. That one person fits into the 2,000 people who are actually in your prospects. But then we go back to the universe because let's take the tweet as an example. The tweet doesn't even fit into your prospects. It fits into your universe because prospects are people who have a specific need and a desire for your type of product. Right? They don't necessarily have to buy from you, but they have a specific need and a desire. They're not. And within here, maybe 10% or 15% if you have a specific need and a desire for our type of product. But I can't get to those 10 or 15 people without going through the 100 people first. You're exactly the same. So you have to go to your universe. So then you will say, okay, based on my universe, I have to pick out, I normally suggest 4 channels. It's very hard as a solopreneur or maybe 2 founders in a company to work on more than 2 channels at any one particular time. But if you have 4 channels, but on 4 channels because you need to be religious about how you do this every single day. So in this case, I've said, right, direct mail, we're going to mail out to 5,000 people. Now remember, these are not prospects. This is to my universe. And my universe are just people who are likely to be prospects. So if I was going to my universe, it would look like any entrepreneur. If I'm going to my prospects, they are early stage entrepreneurs between a certain age, of a certain gender, who have a higher likelihood of requiring the type of scale that we can give. But the universe is way wider than that. So we're saying direct mail 5,000 people. So I need 5,000 emails to arrive in that month. This is not my yearly plan. This is just what I'm doing that month. Now, I don't just want 5,000 emails to go through. I want 30 emails to go through on one day. Because I'm not just going to do like 4 days work and say, okay, we're done. I want to do it. I want to monitor it. I want to see who's replying. I want to A/B test it. I want to give that channel every opportunity of being successful. Maybe social are included as well. And again, when I say social, it's not just about putting a tweet out. Those people have to see what I send. So if I have Facebook and I know I've got, say, 15,000 likes, and I know that Facebook will only put it out to 1,500 people, then I know 1,500 people have had it sent to them, but probably only 200-300 people will have actually viewed it. So I'm looking at the views on my Facebook videos. I'm looking at who's seen what photos and who's seen what messages gone out. It has to get to 5,000 people. And then I'm looking at how is that broken down for today for actually what we're going to go for. Here's the beauty of all of this. When I do my activities on a daily basis, I'm driven by my activities, by the way. Donnie's over there. He'll be talking later on about direct mailing and how you do great direct mailing. But he'll say to me, like, I'll walk into my place some days and he'll say to me, geez, Brian, would you ever check the cleaners? Would you ever check it's done? But I'm so focused on business development. Every minute of the day is focused on development for our companies, or development for us, every single moment. And you have to get obsessive like that. And I don't mean like be as bad as I am about making sure that stuff is working all the time. You should make sure that's okay. But I'm saying move it to your primary focus. Biggest challenge that we all have as entrepreneurs is that we are creatives. So we create these amazing, artistic, phenomenal stuff, and then we stay in that place. And I want you to move from that place into a place where you're directly outreaching to people, and this becomes your number one task. And that way, you don't need to get to 22 months and have to deal with that stage of entrepreneurship. You're dealing with it at like month 10, 11, and 12. Whereby you're saying, okay, we haven't got enough users in. How do we get more in? Like you save. That's the whole objective here. We're dying as entrepreneurs because we can't make our runway. We can't make it to the place we wanted to make it to in enough time. This is nothing more than some steroids to get you really focused on getting to that space 6 to 12 months quicker. Nothing more, right? So these are the types of areas we're going through. I've kind of grouped them in certain areas. I'm gonna flow over them, because you're going to have a great panel here and they're going to answer questions, but I'll try and tell you the things that are really important to us and what works for us. So partnerships and affiliates. I normally, by the way, when I'm talking about paid, we spent last year in Expert Dojo around maybe $200 on paid advertising in the entire year, maybe. We put it as the channel that we didn't want to touch. And we did that because it's the easiest channel. It's the channel that if we want to do nothing and not commit to a great marketing plan, we can just go to an agency, give them $5,000, and then be fed back with like a bunch of reasons why we're going to have this great company, it's going to do okay. And then afterwards, we find out a bunch of reasons why that we had lots of impressions and lots of people interested, but we didn't sell anything or enough, but it's okay because we got our name out there. So I'm never saying don't do paid advertising. I'm saying don't use it as a crutch. Make sure it is last on your list on top of building everything up, because the people you get from paid advertising are not your loyal users. They're not the people who love what you do. Those are the ones that you get from the other areas. So running through them, partners and affiliates. The difference between partners and affiliates are people who want money for selling your product and people who don't want money for selling your product. We probably have 400 to 500 partners in LA. Now, a partner is somebody who has a currency that is valuable for you, and you have a currency that is valuable for them. That currency that you have may be one contact which is valuable for this person, and the currency that they have for you is generally them increasing your awareness within a space. So for us, our partners are people who do events. Our partners are people who care about entrepreneurship. Our partners are people who are thought leaders within the space, who have similar perspectives to what I have. Our partners are people who are looking at what we're doing in the mall and saying, oh, this could be good for us. We're not quite sure why, but it could be good for us. We have people all day, every day, reaching out to potential partners and saying, you're in this space, we're in this space, we want to have a conversation. We're not quite sure where it's going to lay out, but we do know that we're close enough that we can partner and help each other in the future. And at a minimum, we should know each other. Now, those partners, when we go further down to influencers and industry leaders, those partners can be leaders in the industry as well. Sometimes these different channels flow into each other, right? But when we're looking at, you just have to be obsessive with a number. You can't say, we have this great marketing plan and we're going to reach out to a bunch of partners today, or I'm going to go to an event tonight and I'm going to try and meet some people. It has to be 5 or 7 or 12 or 2 or something, which is the amount that you're going to reach out to every single day. And you have to allocate these tasks to first thing in the morning. And if you can't do them because you don't have time, then you need to have other people doing them. What do those other people look like? They could be co-founders or people in your business. They could be interns. Like where's Oscar? There's Oscar down there, right? So Oscar just came over to us from university. He's going to intern with us over the summer. He's going to get phenomenal training. And this is the thing when you work with interns. So there's a few things that are really important. One, you have to make sure you comply with your part of the agreement. So they have to be trained not just as well as they're going to be trained elsewhere, but better, to a level that they become your biggest fan. Secondly, you've got to find a way to pay them money. You either pay them money in salaries or you pay them money in commission, but you make sure they're financially incentivized to be part of your company. But Oscar's reaching out to journalists, right, and podcasters and all kinds of people, which are things that I don't have time to, my team don't have time to do. It's not a full-time year job, but it is something that needs to be done. Where can you get interns? Like Santa Monica College, you've got great people. We've got a fair there this morning. You've got like all of the other universities, LMU, UCLA, USC, all of those places have got great programs that you can get phenomenal people from. But build up your team. Some people you pay. I would rather you allocate $15 an hour to pay a part-time person rather than put it into Facebook advertising at the start, because you'll build up a greater loyalty. Use people over in the Philippines. Like we have 2 or 3 people on tap all of the time in the Philippines, $3, $4, $5 an hour, and you'll get people to do very specific tasks. Again, there are skills required with hiring these people and having them on board that I don't want to move us off topic today, but happy to share with you. But you have to have a team to make sure that these activities are hit. There is no point in having good intentions. It's the wasteland of entrepreneurship. You cannot miss a single day, because it's going to take you to an important place. So influencers and affiliates, by the way, are a very easy sell. You're reaching out to people who are already selling other people's products in your space, and you're saying to them, listen, buddy, if you've got a course, you're saying, hey, I'm going to give you 40, 50% commission. No, who cares, right? You're going to build up your thing. If you've got a product, maybe you're giving them 10 or 15%. You're allowing for the margins that you have within your product, but you're working with all those people there. Industry leaders. We reached out to Elon Musk, I think 3 years ago. And Elon Musk didn't reply. Shock and horror, right? But now we're painting a mural of him over in the mall in our new space. We're going to have Oprah on one side and we're going to have him on the other side. And we're putting them up there because they're great entrepreneurs who in the initial stages did it on their own, right? And they're thought leaders and creatives and good for the future. But there's another reason why we're doing it as well, because it would be cool if we got Oprah and if we got him to come to the mall. So I'm just saying, be obsessive about every factor. Don't leave it up. Like I got one of our startups really wants Arnold Schwarzenegger to invest in their company, and they have cooked a schnitzel every day for 157 days, and they have videotaped that schnitzel that they made every single day, and then they send it over to Arnold Schwarzenegger. And I swear, and now Len Lanzi, who's the head of Lava, who knows Arnold Schwarzenegger, says, look, I'm going to meet him in like 2-3 weeks time, and I'm going to make sure that he knows that you're doing this stuff for him, because this is just way too insane not to bring it over. So just have your very specific goals and objectives, and then just don't let up on them. Paid Facebook, paid Google, paid review. I don't need to tell you anything about that. Jason will share all that with you today. There's lots of tips and tricks to make sure that you get better returns back. But I have it there in the middle, not in the top, not on the bottom, but as an important area. TV, radio, podcasts, Facebook Live, conferences. You should be doing stuff like this. The first conference I ever spoke at was this conference right here, Digital Hollywood. And Victor Harwood, who's the guy who runs this conference, who's a beautiful human being, I shouldn't have been on stage. It was like, I don't know, 5-6 years ago. I'm not sure I had even anything to say. I was just like this angry, radical, repressed Catholic Irish guy. And I said, maybe I'll be entertaining. That's about all I have. But then as soon as I got my first conference, then 4 other conferences came up the next year because we reached out to them. Hey, I'm a speaker at Digital Hollywood, Very, very well-known guy. You should definitely get me over at your space. And then some other conference guy who just doesn't have the time to check and find out that I'm really quite random and not that good says, okay, cool, yeah, we'll put you over here. And then you get a second and a third and a fourth. And then what happens is you start to create a subject matter expertise, which is what your brand is. I cannot emphasize enough how important that space is. Conference, Facebook Live, podcast, TV, and radio. You're making sure that absolutely everybody knows about your brand and what you're doing. These are where your loyal customers are. Your loyal customers are not the ones you're getting on Facebook. They're the ones that you're building here because they believe in a purpose or a mission that you're putting together. Okay? Then go down to content marketing. I love content marketing. There's a guy called Joe Paluzzi, who I highly recommend you look at his podcasts. He's over at the Content Marketing Institute. He set it up. He's recognized. We have one of his podcasts. I interviewed him on Expert Dojo. We have one of his podcasts on Expert Dojo. But there are about 4 or 5 people that if you really understand how content marketing works, you realize it's way more than this. So if I was going to do a real content marketing on all of you, which is, we don't go deep into it because it's not our way, it's not our methodology, but if we wanted to go all the way in, what would happen is this. I would say to you, we're having a conference over in Digital Hollywood and it's absolutely free and we want you to join and come along. And then I would add you to our lead pages. And our lead pages would have 5 or 6 predetermined actions which are tied into it, which will make you, like me, more. Okay, and those actions will be things like, if you come to the conference, you'll then get another email afterwards, maybe 2 weeks later, to say, hey, I hope you really enjoyed the conference. And if you really enjoyed it, you should definitely join our podcast. And then the next one might say, I really hope, and now what's happening is you're building up a loyalty and an affinity to what we're doing. So now we're going to say, hey, now that I hope you really like the podcast, we have this great course. It's a free course that we built in place for you, which is like an 8-segment course, which gets sent out. It's all automated. It's put in place. Like, you don't need to do anything about it yourself. Now, these days, there's no hard facts on it, but before it used to be 6 or 7 touches that a potential customer needed to have to buy your product. These days, it's about 15 touches, they say. And the reason it's 15 touches is because you get about 50,000 competing messages every single day. Like 50,000. It's so hard. So for brands to get through to you, like it's even today, like you'll come to this and then you'll probably go to 1 or 2 other conferences and you'll do some other stuff there as well. And then you'll remember some of it and you won't remember more. So you need those extra touches. So by building a content marketing funnel, what you do is you're building a loyalty funnel for all of your clients all the way through until they're able to buy something. And then the end of the funnel is, hey, now that you've gone through the course, we have this other course which will absolutely blow up your business. Now you feel like you're my friend, that we know each other, we've been doing stuff for a long time, even though they're automated stuff that you've had through. And you go, oh my God, yeah, that value is so good. We definitely want to pay $1,500 or $3,000 or whatever it is. Content marketing really for your business is gold. Really understand it, get behind it, and then look at the different attributes of it and how you can use email marketing especially to tie into it as well. And PR, I love, like I said, one of the things Oscar is doing is he'll look at every article from every major writer, and then he'll write to all of those writers and says, hey guys, you messed up. You talked about great incubators. You didn't mention Expert Dojo. Now, 80% of those people won't write back and won't get engaged, but all of them will see it. And all of them will hear the name Expert Dojo. And it's the same with whatever widget you have, whatever movie that you're promoting, whatever that you're putting out there. You want to make sure that as efficiently as you possibly can, you're making sure that the word is being spread in as many different places. And the beauty about using all these channels is what starts to happen is people start to hear from people. That's the gold. Like when somebody else hears Expert Dojo or Radical, you got to go over there, then you don't need to say anything to those people. They're already bought into what your product is. Now, going on from content marketing, obviously builds in review marketing and SEO. For those, again, of you who are not really forcing reviews, you should. I remember when we started off, we pushed out, I think we had like 40 reviews. Anybody who would say something nice, we would say, please go onto our Yelp site and put a review saying what your experience was. And we would very carefully choose the people. So we wouldn't take people who would say, you guys suck. We wouldn't say, hey, you know what? Please go to Yelp and stick a review out there. We'd be very focused on someone would say, oh my God, this is like the best thing in the whole world. I can't believe my whole business has changed. We'd say, great. The only thing we ask is just go on a Yelp, put a review about Expert Dojo. We've never had anything less than a 5-star review, but you want to build that same methodology. And again, have it added in as an activity every single day that you're going to do. And then finally, I have, and by the way, on questions, the entire marketing panel is going to be questions. So I've allowed for the whole last hour, everybody will give a brief intro, and then you're going to take everything I've given you here, and then you're just going to fire it back at everybody who's on the panel, and we'll answer every question you have. So if you're just thinking, oh my God, he just talks a lot, it's because I want you to get this, and then afterwards just line up your questions and pummel us with them. Okay, so then the final one down here is direct mail, outreach, LinkedIn outreach. I have 9,500 LinkedIn contacts. There are 5 people who have my LinkedIn contact information. And when I say contact, I mean login information. I don't think, maybe I've sent out 3 LinkedIn invitations, but at least 50 to 100 get sent out from my LinkedIn profile every single day. And they get sent out to people who are relevant. So I don't think we did this year, but years gone by, we would have written to every single person who's speaking at Digital Hollywood. And we would have said, hey, you're a speaker, a very important person. I'm a speaker, I'm a very important person. Us very important person, we should know each other. And I know that I can't have meetings with every single one of those people, but I do know that they're in a space which is very important to me, and they're at a level of influence which is very important to me. So might they be partners? Might they be influencers? Might they be another conference that I go to? Any of them, right? That's the beauty of building the channels and building everything around the channel. Right, now, so to take you from here, how are we doing for time? We're doing okay, I got like a few minutes left. So this is what it gives you. It brings you to the truth. The only thing we want is the truth. Sometimes our product sucks. Like I've had sucky products before. And it took me a while to realize it, but I had sucky products. And the products could be that it's a sucky product, or it could be a sucky process. Like sometimes we have an awesome product, which is a really good idea, but we just built a terrible UX, a terrible customer experience, like just a really poor way of getting through. Or maybe the colors weren't attractive, or maybe we didn't do our brand properly. So maybe just our process, somewhere on that customer journey, that process broke. But that's okay, because we're finding out. Or maybe it's us. Maybe I started off a business which is a tech business and I know nothing about technology, and it's blatantly obvious whenever anyone gets past all of the nice filters I put up. But we want to know this, and I don't want to know this in month 22. I want to know this in month 2. So because my target's not just 100,000 or 50,000 for 1 year's time or 6 months' time. My target now is 5,000 for June. You're targeting every month in your milestoning, every single month. And I want to know on the first month if my Waze map is not taking me to where it's going to go to. Okay, it's super important. And if it hasn't taken me, there is a fourth possibility in here as well, and that's that either we haven't fully committed to the channels or the channels were wrong. Okay, it may be that direct mail was just a poor option for it. But it leads us to a very important conclusion and a very important realization. And the realization is, at the end of June, in our 4-month honey period, if it's the beginning of your business, which I know for most of you it's not, but at the end of June, in month 2, we've now known that we have to fix something, that something is broken, not the end of month 22. So you become the obsessive entrepreneur. So I've already told you about us. If anybody needs to contact me afterwards, by the way, that's my email there. It's brian@expertdojo.com. If you forget, you can just shoot one to Dustin or shoot one over to info as well. That's just where you can find us. We've got spaces up in Vancouver and places. You got that? Brian@expertdojo? Okay, I'll just leave it for 1 sec. Okay, perfect. Okay. And this is kind of what we always want to make sure that we connect people with over at the dojo. Look, for us, we work with people one-to-one. We work with people in mastermind groups and put them into it. We work with people on one-to-many, or I think our pre-accelerator, of which there's a couple of people here today from. We have about 70 companies. You sit in a class. You're in that class for 4 hours. We focus on everything from brand, product fit, all the way up and all the way through it. But and within our ecosystem, this is what we try and get. And within your ecosystem, whether it's part of it or away from it, it's what you should want as well. You should make sure that you're continually introducing yourself to investors. If you feel that investment is something that's going to be coming in the future, then you're reaching out. You are not reaching out to get money, especially at the start. You are reaching out for advice. Ask for money, you'll get advice. Ask for advice, you'll get money. You want to know what makes you investable to investors. And by the way, because investors is not going to be the thing that's going to drive your revenue, you're just going to build it in as like maybe 2 people a day. Like we have within the dojo, we just have a target, which is 40 people a week that we reach out to who are new investors we haven't done, but it's a number. Everything is a number. And then down to clients that we have, you want to make sure that you're continually contacting new clients. And I will say, like everything I've spoken about, a lot of what we do and a lot of what people have kind of forgotten to do, I think maybe it's the age we're in, is this direct outreach that has just kind of stopped. So it's about being able to get those, when you're looking at, actually I didn't put cold calls up there, I put cold emails, but I meant to put cold calls too. That direct outreach every single day, not just to your partners and to your affiliates, but to your potential clients. And a lot of the time, I don't believe in faking it till you make it, I believe in just making it. And if you're in a certain position with a client, you tell them the position you're in. Every single person in this room has got the same human emotions that I have. We just view it slightly differently. And if you bring us down to a space of emotions where you say, look, we're a startup company, we have a great product, it would be really good, I'll take up no more than 15 minutes of your time. I am sure you would have wanted somebody else to do this for you when you were a startup. It's hard for people to turn you down. And especially if you have a great product. And then down here, become a student of all of these. You have to own and just have total ownership of the entire marketing space that you're in. And I've covered up there in the space. Now, so I want to bring up Christopher. Christopher, can you come up, buddy? Thanks, mate. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about Christopher and why this is important. We focused, at the beginning in Expert Dojo, we focused very much on brand. And then we moved our brand, and you're going to stay up for the panel, by the way. Christopher's going to talk for about 15 minutes about some really interesting parts of e-commerce. And sorry, as I was saying, like we started looking at products, and then we moved it into entertainment because I started getting involved in like a lot of entertainment companies here in just with digital Hollywood. And then we moved it onto technology. And then Christopher came into our lives and has got this phenomenal product which he was bringing through, which I'll let him explain how that works himself. But what I realized is, wow, we have this whole area of e-commerce, which nobody really knows about. There's kind of a few people who are in the space, but nobody knows about it. And I thought, number one, like there's a methodology to drop shipping, to being able to sell other people's products, to creating a good e-commerce business if you want to set that up. But number two, many of us as entrepreneurs, we've decided what our route is going to be. But we don't have the revenue that can possibly come through from that path straight away. We need to build the revenue from other areas. And having an e-commerce site that you can build and you can make money from is really cool. So Christopher's been doing this for 20 years. He's one of the most successful e-marketers I know. I asked him to come up here for 15, and he does courses over at the dojo on how to start your e-commerce business and everything else, which I'm sure he'll tell you about. But I asked him to come up here and just give you the best marketing tactics that he has within e-commerce within 15 minutes. And then, like I said, he'll be on the panel, so you'll be able to ask him questions as well, but just within 15 minutes, and then also tie that into why is e-commerce as a platform to make money a good business. Okay, so can we just have a big round of applause, please, for Christopher? I'll pass it to you.
Good morning, everybody. How many you guys know what dropshipping is about? Have you guys heard the dropshipping? Perfect. Whoever didn't raise their hands, dropshipping, it means you utilize different suppliers, different vendors' products for them to ship products on behalf of you. So you're the retailer. Let's say you go on Amazon and you buy, let's say, a specific pen. This pen not necessarily is coming from an Amazon warehouse. It means it's coming from a different third-party supplier, and they're shipping on behalf of Amazon. What the e-commerce stands in the world, in the industry? E-commerce currently, everybody knows, is the fastest growing industry in the world. Right now, it's almost tapping to $3 trillion industry worldwide. Why we know that the e-commerce is the future of the retail, is the future of the commerce. Everybody heard about Warren Buffett dumping his all Walmart shares a couple months ago, investing more in Amazon. The other news is Alibaba, promised President Trump he's going to be adding 1 million plus sellers on his platform in the next coming years. So all these events, you see that all the big players on the marketplace, they believe in the e-commerce, they believe in the online retail, and that's where the market is shifting. Now, whether you're selling services, whether you're selling your own product, whether you're selling, your talent online, the e-commerce is the platform that you're selling something, right? Everybody, at the end of the day, you're selling something. Whether you're a lawyer, whether you're a doctor, at the end of the day, you're selling your talent. So being online, and whatever Brian was talking about, how he puts a plan together to all the milestone, it's all about commerce. How you can do the platform, how you can structure that platform for it to work for you without you putting more effort into it. Now, it's not like a quick money-making type of a business, but you have to plan it right so it works for you. That's what we work. That's what we do with Expert Dojo. Quickly, who I am. My name is Christopher Krikori. Brian told a little bit about me. I've been doing drop shipping and the e-commerce for the past 20 years. I own a brand called Plutus Brands that not only we do drop shipping, but also we have our own brand. We sell to Home Depots, Walmarts, Target, all the major online retailers, Bed Bath & Beyond. What I have discovered, me personally, I had a manufacturing facility too in China for many, many years. I used to do my own manufacturing. I owned the factory in Shanghai. What I realized that when you concentrate on type of an e-commerce, an online business, it gives you a lifestyle. Now, maybe being in the manufacturing, I made a couple $1 million more sales, but being in the e-commerce, it gave me the platform to increase my revenue without putting so much effort into it, and then it gave me a lifestyle of freedom. I have 3 kids. I can spend more time with them. I can spend more time with my wife traveling. So that's what we teach at the drop shipping. What we teach is creating a platform that you put the hard work behind it, but it will work for you as long as you maintain it. What the teaching is about, not only building a website, not only going on Shopify and creating an account and putting some products on it, it's the whole system behind it, that how you can source product. You can start without having any single product. You don't need to manufacture your own product. You don't need to carry your own brand for you to have a website. You can start with no product at all. You can build a site. You can start marketing it correctly. Now, Brian clearly said that don't go and throw money on just paid advertising. Let's just not go on Google and start saying that let's spend $100 a day on Google, because those are not your prospect clients. Those are not people that they're going to convert every single day. And especially when you're a startup, I don't think you can afford $100 or $1,000 a day to waste it on Google. What we teach at the e-commerce course is start the site, put some products on it, and generate social media links. I can give you an example. It's part of the course. Let's say this pen, for me to bid on Google, each click I'm going to be paying probably $1.50 or $1.75 because it's a high demand keyword. Versus, let's say I go on Pinterest and bid on the same item and I get clicks and better conversion and better leads for just 10 cents a click. Which one you want to go with? It's the same prospect, but less money, but better conversion. That's why when we built this site, and we start creating the structure, we look to the category and we look to the item and see which channel it gives you the best conversion for your money. And that's a part that it becomes more automation. All of a sudden, within a couple of weeks, you start receiving probably your first order, the second order, and as long as you maintain it and you increase your catalog size and you increase your vendor size, all you need to do is build items and sell items. We do have our first, we have a workshop coming up on June 3rd. It's a one-day workshop, and it's not a workshop that we talk about theories. We don't talk about, successful only stories. I mean, we do have successful students. We do have unsuccessful students. And I can share, I don't have my PowerPoint, but I can easily share, maybe I can put it later on, but I can share one of our students that started with us in October 2015. He built a Shopify site, and he's in the home category products. He started selling some items. He was doing probably $500 or $1,000 sale per month. The first 3 months he started with us, he increased his sales from $1,000 to $3,000 per month. Last year, the whole annual sales, it was $224,000 in sales annually, 2016. And as of today is 2017, as of today, his sales are $180,000 in sales. And he decided that, you know what, I like the home the category, I like the furniture, but I want to be more concentrated on electronics. So he put his business up on sale, and he got valuated for $500,000. He has 2 buyers interested in the business right now. He listed it probably over a month ago. Maybe he will not get $500,000, but he will get $450,000 for the business. So now, do you think that this guy would dream about creating a business that can be valuated? Now he decides to sell it or not sell it, that's his decision. But do you think any business is scalable enough for you to create without having a massive workforce or without having a massive investment, for you to create $500,000 in less than 20 months? Yes? No? Well, that's what we teach at the courses. It's June 3rd. I'm going to be on the panel discussion with Brian. Anything you would need is the drop shipping. You can, and that one-day course, you will walk out with the course, or from the course, having a business, not just theory. You're going to have your website live with some products on it, with scripts, how to do, where to do, and what vendors to contact. Even you're going to have a list of vendors that you can contact them right away. Thank you, and if you have any questions, yes, sure.
Before we bring, and can I get Don and Sam and everybody up here on stage? We're ready. Okay, they've gone outside. Okay, so can we get maybe the top 3 or 4 best marketing tips on which are relevant for every industry, not just drop shipping or e-commerce, that people can use for themselves and take away today?
Yes, retargeted marketing. Whoever has any kind of product selling on the site, or if you have a service selling on the site, retargeted marketing is the way to go. Why I do say that? Now, everybody knows Amazon.com, but nobody knows Christopher.com. So if somebody lands on Christopher.com, you know what? I'm going to target that guy or that individual until they get either, buy something, they contact me, or they say, you know what? I don't want to hear from this. I don't want to see this guy's face anymore. It's called retargeted marketing. As I mentioned, as a startup, as a new website, people don't know your brand or your site. So when they land on your site, you have to utilize, now, I gave you an example of Pinterest. Whoever comes from Pinterest, we keep retargeted marketing for them on Facebook and Instagram. Now, the clicks on those retargeted marketing is a little bit higher, but the conversion is much, much, much better. Now, whether you're selling a service, whether you're selling products, having those plugins on your website is essential. If you're not doing it, you're wasting every single penny that you're spending on marketing. Whether you're doing direct marketing or you're doing ad marketing, you are wasting every single penny if you don't have kind of a retargeted pixel on your website. So I highly recommend whoever has a website, go to your programmer, go to your site, and have them install it. You don't know how to do it, call Facebook directly and let them let them help you to do that.
Okay, good. Yeah, retargeting. Let me take, hey, Christopher, grab a seat. Could we liven up the mics, please, here, if that's okay? Yeah, it's vital, and this is what I want you to get now for this next part of it. So you see, we don't take any breaks. We just go straight through. Because I want you to you've made the trouble of coming here, so we want to make sure that by the time we get to 11:20, you have everything. Like you can just squeeze this juice full of actionable activities. So now you know how to put together your plan. We now want to find out what are the extra things. You just found out about retargeting. It's huge for all of you people who are just doing it. So if you still have questions in the back of your head, oh, hang on a second, how does this retargeting work? Then we're going to make sure that you can ask Christopher, because he's going to be here as well. Now, we're going to have Nicole, who's going to be joining us very soon as well. And Nicole is going to talk about branding. She's exceptional in that area. We're also going to get Jason Fishman from the DNA agency. He's going to be talking as well. He's good too. And I'm just going to kick it off at the beginning with I'd like to have people introduce themselves. Donnie, if you could kick us off, if you don't mind, Mr. Donnie Montoya.
Okay, what do you want to talk about? Can you hear me?
If you could introduce yourself a little bit, just in a minute or two, and then also talk about the importance of direct mailing, which is your particular specialty.
Okay, hi, can everyone hear me? Just make sure the level's here. Hi, I'm Don Montoya. I see a lot of familiar faces. I know a lot of you from the dojo. And I see a bunch of new faces. Glad you can make it. My background has been in tech. Since 1993, in December of 1993, I started with a little company called Earthlink. See, some of you still remember who they were. They were the first ISP, the largest privately owned ISP in the country. And I was their top sales producer there for 3.5 years, earned a bunch of stock options, and that was great. And then we went public, and I was done. Then there was DSL. I was one of the founders of a company called Internet Connect. It was a big business DSL company. We were in 34 markets across the country, raised over $64 million in VC, $15 million in seed, and we did fairly well, sold all our assets to Covad, which is a CLEC, and still doing DSL throughout the country. And ever since then, I've been an angel investor and a consultant, and I specialize in marketing of doing direct mail marketing and email marketing.
So what kind of numbers are we talking about in direct mail marketing? And how do you suggest people use direct mail marketing best?
Well, it depends. It all depends on your service and what your market is. You know, you always have to pinpoint who your audience is. Who you're trying, you don't want to just scatter and waste money and throw out a net and try to catch a fish. You want to drill down onto what your demographic is, what your service or your product is, and you want to try to get as much information, email, phone number, address that you can on that specific demographic, and that's where you target. And everything has got to be target marketed. You know, you got to point right at it, and that's where you put all your efforts.
So just on numbers, we're talking millions here. So what Don does is he has literally tens of millions of email addresses which work on broker exchanges that you can get these emails. So one of the things you're going to want to know is, am I better spending, if I have $3,000 to spend this month, am I better off spending, what kind of return would I get if I spent $500 on emails rather than on that as well? So we'll save the questions for Don.
Well, let me, I have over 350 million unique email addresses in an organic database. B2B, B2C. Everyone know what B2B versus B2, consumer or business. All the B2C are all opt-in, which you have to do, or else you get your domain blacklisted. So you have to have something attached, that coincides with that product or service where they opted into that particular specialty.
Yeah, 350 million.
That's a lot. Nice. Yeah,
that's a lot of emails,
and it's washed every day. It's not a list. Okay. Stay away from lists. Anyone trying to sell you lists, they could be a year old, 2 years old. People could have already been dead and buried. So lists are very scary, so stay away from them. If you get fresh data that companies will replace if you cannot deliver, if they bounce, I mean, how many people here have an email address?
Everybody.
How many people here have multiple email addresses? How many have, one for work, one for home, one for Ashley Madison and Tinder? And then I don't know anyone above the 5th grade level who doesn't have an email address.
Yeah, it never I'm just gonna let them introduce themselves, and then I'm gonna open it up to you. Sam, take us next. Sam over at the Notable Group. Tell us all about PR and why PR is so important for business.
You want to hear all about it?
30 seconds.
How much time do we have? No. Why PR is important for business. So, let's start. My name is Sam Rassani. I have been an entrepreneur since I was 18, so almost 20 years now. Found out that I was completely unemployable at the age of 18, so I figured, what the heck, I'll just start my own company, right? Started in the music industry, started doing a lot of concert promotion, artist management, tour management, got to travel the world with a bunch of cool bands. So I took more of a rock and roll route, I guess, than the traditional business route. Started doing a bunch of cool stuff for the bands. It was, other people thought it was cool. I just thought I needed some attention. I needed to make some noise, so I just went out and did whatever was needed. So labels started contacting me, and then brands started contacting me. Hey, you're doing all this cool stuff for labels and bands. Can't you do this for us? Yes, I can. So what we do now, this has all evolved over the years into I guess we call it a PR agency, but I really like to call it a gang of professional noisemakers. That's what we do. I think traditional PR is really boring. To kind of make a brief statement, I would say that PR is all about telling a good story. That's the most important thing. That's what people forget. Because as a PR agency, and we have some of the biggest and well-known artists in the world, we work with some of the biggest brands in the world, and we work with a ton of startups. We've never done a press release, ever.
That's interesting. Why have you never done? Let me just ask: how many people here have done a press release for their business? Like, I'll put my hand up first, right? So I think everybody would want to know why that's a problem.
That's great. Well, there are exceptions. If Apple is releasing iPhone 8 and they put out a press release, everybody's going to love it, right? Now, if Joe Schmo puts out a press release, do you think anybody's going to care? Probably not. Let me ask you this. Again, there will be exceptions to the rule, of course, but how many of you read a press release the last month?
Oh yeah, Tom.
Okay. The last 6 months? Okay, so about, 5%? How many of you engaged in that press release? Shared it, commented on it? Okay, so 3 people in the whole room. Do you see where I'm getting at? Nobody cares. Unfortunately, right? But there's a way around that, which is what has made us, I guess we could define successful, right? Is that we tell good stories. And that's what you should be doing. You need to tell a very good story. Not the story about your product, don't talk about, when you sell, I don't know if you heard about this, in sales there's features and benefits, right? The features of a product is the tech spec, right? The features of a car is the V8 is this many liters, the gas tank has this many horsepower, blah blah blah. Some people like to hear that, but the benefits, that's what really gets people. What can I use it for? Right? That's the same with telling a story about your product or your company or yourself. How can other people learn from it? What makes it engaging? Do you see what I mean? What makes me want to share your story? Why do all these companies that are on Upworthy or Viral Nova and BuzzFeed and that have their videos on there, why do they get shared so much? Because there's an interesting story. There's interesting videos, imagery, whatever it is, right? So that's one thing, tell a good story. And the second thing I usually always say is that, on the contrary to you, no, I'm just saying, mass emailing, don't mass email, right? Unless you're doing,
say to mass email, pinpoint.
Yes. Whenever you're pitching a platform, let's say it's business, right? You can do more industry specific, it doesn't matter. But if we do Forbes and Inc., Entrepreneur, HuffPo, BuzzFeed, Daily Mail, whatever it is, right? Find the writer, and this just sounds like common sense, I'm just baffled not everyone is doing this, but find the writer that writes about the stuff that you do, and then pitch that writer a specific angle that's tailored to that platform. Because if it's a platform selling clothes and you're pitching a car, they're not going to talk about it. But if that car has a connection to clothes somehow, right?
And you'd probably actually
Fashion
annoy
brand.
them because you've just filled up their inbox with something which is totally irrelevant.
Right, exactly. Yes, and then next time they won't open an email from you because they know you're just sending out crap to everyone. Make it a specific, tailored story to the reporter, contributor, writer, to that platform. Yes, it's a lot more work, but wouldn't you rather target 5 big publications and at least get on one of them than send out 100 and nobody's going to give it crap?
Yeah, that's fantastic. Huge. This stuff is so damn important. Jason from Digital Niche Agency. I've worked with Jason for years and years and years. Always been part of. Get up here. You're okay. We started early. Nicole's like, really? You're making me do this? No, we started early because we just thought, what the hell? Everybody loads of questions, but come on up. This is perfect timing. We're just doing the intros. Jason, you already know Christopher. Tell us all about Digital Niche Agency.
Yeah. How's everyone doing today?
They've had an hour and a half of me. How do you think they're doing?
Yeah. Always like to get a feel for
They're
the
dying.
room. But I'm Jason Fishman. I'm a marketer. I drive eyeballs and focus on conversions from those eyeballs. And at DNA, we start with digital strategy, and then focus on content marketing, advertising, and strategic outreach to find target audiences, carve out pockets of performance, and scale what's working. To give you a little history on me, I started at a creative agency, and I'd see these amazing videos, amazing websites, apps, with no one looking at them. And it was frustrating to see the amount of production hours, everything involved with the launch, and not, doing what it was designed to. As started, getting more into paid traffic, into different algorithms, into channels that can guarantee, very specific audiences showing up to these landing pages, and then being able to optimize those for conversions, it was, a breakthrough. I was able to then say, okay, there's a whole algorithm to determine how performance can be produced on this website, on this app, on this crowdfunding page, on this landing page. I come from the world of ad tech in between the agencies, led a product marketing team for a mobile and tablet advertising network. We were running these ads inside digital magazines on mobile tablets, mobile apps, full screen interstitials, interactive ads, a lot of movie studios, a lot of top 100 advertisers, everything from telecom to airlines, e-commerce, what have you. And I would see the full spectrum of different initiatives, the full spectrum of different budgets, different timelines. Got a good feeling for what worked and what didn't work, and that's the same thing we do here at DNA, but cross-channel, not just in advertising. And for startup to mid-stage businesses, which for me personally is more exciting, more fulfilling. When you're part of that momentum, when you're part of that growth, it's a whole different energy being on reporting calls. So we have a lot of fun doing it. The basis of the success of our campaigns determines, how much fun we're having at the time, and always looking for strategies to counter obstacles for clients. But we'll be able to answer questions about anything involving content marketing, advertising, or overall traffic funnels.
Beautiful. So you can see, the work for me today was not the first hour. That's just talking about stuff which should be basic. It's just not talked about enough. The work for me today was making sure that the people here who are my friends and who are really good supporters of the dojo can actually come here and make sure that we can cover every form of paid advertising, every form of PR, every form of direct emailing, and then all other tips and tricks that we can have built in here as well. But none of this matters if you don't have the right brand, if you don't have the right product fit, you don't have the right message out there, because every single other panelist will say, if you have a product that's not resonating with the public that it's intended for, forget all of this. Just save your money, go away on holidays, and enjoy it. And that always ties back to your brand, which is where, for me, your market validation meets your product fit and meets the emotion that you want to transmit to the audience. This is where Nicole comes in. We don't let anybody in the dojo go forward without going through very strong branding exercises. It's just vital. So I'm really pleased. It's not, you might think, oh, is it directly tied into marketing? It's all of marketing. If you don't have your brand, it's perfect. So Nicole, welcome to the panel. Maybe a brief introduction just about TK and yourself and expertise.
I don't know if this is working.
Is that working? Pull it towards you and give it a nose shout.
Is it working?
Bring it closer. Yeah, there you go. You're good.
So agency TK is actually a British-born agency with branding at the heart of it. And I relocated here 2 years ago to set up our West Coast office, and we're over in Santa Monica. And as I said, branding is absolutely at the heart of everything that we do, and we really, really, really recommend that, even at a startup level, when investments are tight and you're trying to make $1 work like $10, that you do focus on your branding and really take that time to understand your why and your purpose. It's really easy and clear to say this is what we do and this is how we do it. The fuzzy bit comes in the why, but people buy your why. And that's how you stand out and are different to your competitors and are way, way more than just a product. When we get into talking about user growth and social media and all these different digital channels, if your product doesn't stack up, people are going to talk about it. So that is really, really important. And more and more and more, in marketing, people aren't buying what you make anymore. They're buying your stories. So it's just really, really important to have a brand that is thought through, disruptive in its approach, maybe creatively in how you look and how you feel and how you talk about yourself. So that's really at the heart of what we do. We like to think of it like a house party. You got to get that house in order before you start sending out the flyers, and inviting people in. So
it's really powerful. And the really great thing about a brand is, again, it brings you to the truth. So you may feel we've got the most disruptive product in the entire world, but really it's just a button being moved from one side of the page to the other side. You might really struggle to find your story, but maybe that's because you don't have a great story yet. Maybe the problem we have is in the product itself, or maybe it's in you, or maybe it's in the process that we're putting across. But focusing on branding forces you to get a great story before you come out. And then you just have to make sure that story is congruent. So like if you take our story, I think I'm the only person in the US who's saying that lean startup is absolute BS and you have to be insane to follow it. Like I haven't heard anybody else say it. So on one side of it, it's a very dangerous thing to do. It's what I believe and what we believe, but it's a very dangerous thing to do. It could destroy us as a company because if enough people said, well, those guys are idiots, then we wouldn't be able to train people towards excellence, right? Because we would lose our credibility. However, by checking out your brand story, your real, personal, congruent brand story with other people, and then validating that actually you have a basis, and then building an education into that story, it can't be just a superficial story, oh, lean startup are rubbish. Like we have to give specific examples of where it's failing companies, and then specific companies that have failed because of it, and be able to tie it into a logical argument that then turns into a holistic brand. And then if you can do that, you now have a message that a reporter wants to hear, because they have another side to the story that they want to report on. Beautiful. Thank you, Nicole, for joining us. Now, we are about to begin where I'm going to shut up and I'm just going to let you ask questions. This is like the coolest panel in the world because it's an hour of questions, right? So you get to ask everything you want to do. Before I start on the questions, though, I do want to do something that's really important. I was going to wait for Victor to come in, but I haven't seen him. Like, we do this every 6 months, and we cover a really important product every 6 months. And Victor Harwood, who runs Digital Hollywood, says, we want to make sure that startups in entertainment and outside are able to come here, have the very best room that we have in the facility, without paying for this small portion of it, so that you can benefit from pushing yourselves forward. And it's Digital Hollywood's way of saying, we support the startup community. So I just want, like, a seriously, not like a, this is an Irish round of applause, right? I don't want a polite one or a nice one. I want you to show the respect for a conference that needs to earn a bunch of money so they can continue doing what they're doing, who step aside and say, we want to support the startup community and give you access to unbelievable stars, and just have it recorded here on the webcast and for Victor afterwards, like how much everybody appreciates it. So we just give like a massive round of applause for Victor. Awesome, thank you. Good Irish round of applause. Okay, hit me with the first question. What's our first question for the panel? What you got?
I'd like to talk to you about your direct mail.
Me? Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I'm just curious if you could give us an idea of how you have a list that you would target for people to cut through the spam, because I am on my website and my business website, I get so much, unsolicited mail that I don't even read it. I can't.
Well, they're not targeting you specifically.
They are. They're sending me scripts. They know who they are.
Are you in the entertainment business? What do you do?
Film producer.
You're a producer. Oh, so you're screwed. I mean, this is Hollywood. This is LA. Everyone who has a screenplay or a treatment is looking for you. So you're in an industry where, they're coming at you left and right with all this, that, and the other thing. That's tough. If you had a service, or you have a specific service or a specific product, then it's a different story.
Well, you got me thinking that actually we have all of this cool stuff for a film, an adaptation of a Philip K. Dick novel, which is very hot right now because the story mirrors what's happening in our government. And I'm thinking I have DVDs, posters that actually I could be selling. So I'm really listening closely to how I can best market or do that. But I'm just thinking, I love the idea of somebody and sending somebody a specific email that would tell them a little bit about this, but I really don't know how we get those people's eyes now, because we're all so.
Well, if you're going to sell individually, then it would be a B2C process, and you would look for people who have interest groups in entertainment, in theater,
right.
People who want to be entertained, and there are. Email people that have go to those sites and put in their name and their email, and they want to stay abreast of what's happening in the entertainment business. That would be your demographic, unless you're looking for a distributor. Then you would then go B2B, and you would use the SIC codes. Everyone know the industry codes, North American industry, and so you go to those codes and you find your specific industry code, and then you hit those people with, if you're looking for distributors or looking for people to manufacture or
So he breaks them down. So whenever a mailing company are going to do direct mails out to people, they don't want to send that out to everyone because people will get upset. Like we still think about all of the unsolicited mail you get, which is very relevant, right? And 70% of it may go in the trash, but what Don and people who are sending out mails through Don are hoping, like me, for example, we're doing an email. How many investors are we going to send it out to?
About 150 angels throughout the world right now.
Is
what I'm building. I'm building an angel investor.
Yeah, but the list that we're going to send out a list through, Don, like the list that we're going to send out to people who are accredited investors. What are we going to send it out to? Like 20,000, 30,000 people?
Oh, first we're going to do we'll do an A to B, and we'll do what you standard do when you do a campaign. What you want to get a reaction. You don't just throw everything against the wall. You put a few different messages together,
okay, cool.
And then you get your analytics back, and you go, hey, we're getting a response from this. We ain't getting nothing from this. So let's change over to this. So you have to do your little experimentation. They call it A to B marketing, analytical marketing. That all works. It's science. So you have to. It depends on your message and what makes people feel comfortable.
And I can tell you, look, for me personally, doing the mail out through Don, if I got 30, 40, 50 contacts of people who responded back and got engaged through sending it out to a list, the only thing that matters to me is that those 20, 30, 40, 50 contacts is a lower cost of acquisition than using something else, and that the channel works. Well, there will still be a lot of people who just go delete and they don't want to take it. I'm just hoping for 50 people that I would never have spoken to before.
And that's one of the points I wanted to make, is that people for years are saying in the marketing and sales, email is dead. It's been dying for the last 20 years. Right as we're talking right now, there's over 122 billion emails being sent right this minute.
Yeah.
Okay? So email marketing, first of all, the word marketing really disturbs me. I believe in sales. When you send an email, anything you do, if it does not have a call to action, if it does not have a time limit, to me, it's a waste of time. Marketing and sales are congruous. They are the same thing in my mind. I do not send anybody I consult with and I work on their copy. If there isn't a call to action, they just might as well just take that money and flush it down the toilet.
I don't know about you guys, but just there, I had this vision of Alex Baldwin in Glengarry Glen Ross, and he's holding
ABC, always be closing.
Okay, I love it. Next question, please. What else have we got? Who else has got? Hit us. Yep. And nice and loud if you can. Otherwise, I'll repeat it. Okay, so when you're drop shipping, how do you drive traffic to your site? Christopher.
Well, first of all, we know that when you build a new site, you have to spend some kind of a money on advertising. The people is not going to land. Now, people, they will say, do your SEO, do your stuff. Those are all important, but it takes time. So the minute you build the site, you have to find your channel. As I mentioned during the presentation, that when I build a new website, and I know what kind of niche or category it's selling the products into, I have to find the cheapest and the high prospect method for me to drive traffic. I gave you the example of like a pen or just a furniture piece. I wouldn't spend money on Google advertising in the beginning. I would go to Pinterest because I'm getting the same type of quality leads with the cheaper pricing. And then I'll keep bugging those prospects until they say, either I'm gonna buy it or just report me.
How would it work from Pinterest? So you'd put an advert on Pinterest, or you would just start posting on your own site?
The Pinterest developed an advertising platform almost a year ago. So you can start campaign by promoting your pins or promoting your boards, and it can even be pinnable, buyable. So your pins can be buyable. Let's say you're selling this cup. This cup, if you pin it on your board, it can be buyable directly from Pinterest, which is one way for you to close. And the second part, if they click on this specific picture and goes to your website, I would like to capture that person's IP address, email address. There's so many ways for us to capture that and retarget them on Facebook, Instagram, for us to close the sale. That's how it starts. Find your niche. Find where your prospects are, which is your target market. The best way to bring the prospect and keep retarget market them.
Yeah, beautiful. Okay, next question, please. And don't worry. And if you feel that anyone hasn't been fully answered, don't worry. Just wait like half an hour or so, and then just come back into it, and we'll get it clarified. Chili, I know you had something. Yeah, Chili wants to know. He's building a platform right now, which is he told me just before we started, but he's building a platform now, which is a tech platform where he wants to get loads of users. It's influencer driven. He'll probably have about 1 million users on the platform within the next year or so for a multiple of reasons. What he wants to know is how much can he make in advertising from advertisers to help monetize his platform. I'm going to pass this one to Jason. Maybe you can help with that. Is that right, Chili? Did I get that? Okay.
Absolutely. So, building up a publisher supply side advertising program. Used to sit with publishers and work on this. There's different approaches to how to monetize that traffic. Until the eyeballs really become valuable enough, it's tough to sell on a CPM, a cost per 1,000 impressions. That's the way premium publishers do it. They want to monetize everyone who comes through that site. Major publishers seeing billions of impressions want to know, hey, regardless of what the advertisers see in terms of performance, we want to see $1 value, more of a fraction of a penny, but $1 value for everyone who comes through the site.
How can he put together a budget at the start for how much he'd want to get through? Because he needs to show that for investors. Mm-hmm. And then secondly, how do you build up? Because I'm guessing it's not just you meet somebody and get married on the same day. It's that you have to go through a dating process.
Yeah. So that's why it's so important to build out a strategy and a program. That way, as you talk to potential advertisers, any question they have, anything they want to see is already developed. It's all ready to show to them. There's different ways to do some test campaigns and create case studies, so you're able to talk to them about what they can anticipate on running. I would start with flat fee or sponsorship style advertising programs, charging for time as opposed to impressions. As you get a better idea of how adverts are performing on your platform, you could start selling on a cost per click and then moving to a cost per 1,000 cost per CPM type of model. You want to start introducing traffic sources to spike up your numbers at that time as well. The game's arbitrage. You want to be able to bring traffic in at a cheaper rate than what you're selling it for. If you're able to buy traffic at $1 CPM and you have 5 advertising banners, really round numbers, running on a single page at a $2 CPM,
Hold on, so $2 so CPM. So just so he can do a budget. So if he's got $2, how many users? I suppose how many people would he need to have to get like 50 grand a month?
A lot of ways to skin that
That's
cat.
the hardest question ever. I know that, but
I think it's about what. I think it's about to the advertiser, what's the demographic worth to them? So if your demographic is going to be like, 18-year-olds to 22, and you think that they might be students, you're going to target certain advertisers who want to get into that persona, that audience bucket for them, to be able to tap into their behaviors and sell their products to them. So I think you might need to define who's going to be using that site to know which advertisers to sell them, to see the value and the worth in that demographic, to know what to charge.
Let's say it's 20 to 25.
Yeah.
Exactly.
The thing is,
yeah.
there's no magic formula. If there was, we would be millionaires on a yacht.
Yeah.
I suppose what he's looking for is a number that he can project in there. If he gets like 1 million users or 5 million, 10 million users, the platform is powerful because he has some of the top, what?
No, I was just going to say, to me, it's also a question of how much can you get. I've sold packages, not PR, but other stuff that we do is you can sell a package, an influencer package for $5,000 to one person and $45,000 to another person. It's the same package, but it's just how much is it worth to them?
Yeah.
You see what I mean? It's unless you want a complete automated platform where you can, like Jason says, the cost per click and the CPM and all that, that's great to have. But if it's influencer driven, now you have the opportunity to partner up with some big brands who will pay stupid money to be seen with influencers, is to have influencer-driven traffic. I mean, we've done deals where the brand didn't necessarily get a lot of clicks or a lot of sales through a campaign, but they still gladly paid $100K for it because they were seen with this, and this influencer. You see what I mean? So.
Yeah. The influencer pricing model.
Looking for,
the influencer pricing model is less defined. But at the end of the day, like as an agency, we're going to look at 3 opportunities after getting contacted by 10 vendors every day from emails and from things like that, and we're going to compare them. So when we look at the audiences, when we look at what it could potentially produce in terms of performance, we're going to weigh out what's best, and cost will be associated in that. There's data that can be added to Facebook, Pinterest, any of these platforms. That's an extra fee on the CPM. Influencers we buy on a CPM these days too, but because the flat fees, it's so variable. You don't know if that's what the actual worth is. But it's all of the audience, like's being said there. Whoever's buying it, as long as it makes sense for their buying model, that's what you'll be able to charge them.
It's interesting. I'm going to come back to it as well afterwards. Okay, more questions. What you got? And give me the next hand as well, just so I know who's coming afterwards. Okay, you're going to come next. What have you got? No, just the gentleman behind you. I'll come to you third. Okay, he's just there.
What do you guys think is the best way to build a subscriber base for like an ad-supported or subscriber VOD channel nowadays?
What's the best way to build a subscriber-based VOD channel these days?
In what niche? What's the vertical?
It could be multiple niches, or it could be targeted towards either factual or scripted or retro or
Like an indie Netflix kind of platform?
yeah.
Okay.
But ad supported.
On what budget?
I guess then it depend on what is the best way to grow it, fast or slow or organically or.
Okay. If I start, I mean, I think some of these guys are even better at this than me, of course, but direct response, absolutely. Email your target market, and this is the man to talk to. Ad supported, I'm sure Jason can help you with that. I think coming from a social and PR absolutely background, absolutely that too. It's just about getting a lot of eyeballs on it. So influencer driven, make sure people talk about it, make sure it's buzzing on the big platforms, get some clicks there, have a fantastic landing page, of course, that people sign up to. A lot of paid traffic, Facebook ads. I've never actually run much on Pinterest, but I'm sure it works there too. But Facebook is an extremely powerful platform where you can get cheap clicks if you do it right, you do the targeting right. So it's all depending on your budget, but as long as there's a demographic that's interested and that's engaged, because I think your goal is not only building subscribers, but also getting the subscribers to talk about your platform and share it to their friends, etc. Right? So you want
and
Netflix,
also,
for example. That's what they're doing.
Can I just clarify? Are we talking about building a Netflix, or are we talking about building some kind of tuition program, which is learn how to speak French in like 4 weeks?
I guess commercial entertainment. But what I'm saying is it doesn't have to be a subscriber VOD. It could be advertising. It's free. You just turn it on. It's fine. But you'll have to.
Still the same. The answer would be the same for me, at least.
Yeah.
I don't think there's one straight answer. I think it's a full strategy that touches your target audience everywhere they go online and stimulates peer-to-peer marketing, because most people go to these sites because a friend told them to. So to say, hey, run ads on a CPA for email subscriber acquisition, or just Facebook ads, it's really a matter of testing different touch points, seeing what creative is going to resonate with your audience is the best on each channel, and scaling what's working.
And this is also why what I was mentioning earlier on is so important to have those 14 or 15 channels. We have one chap over in the cohort, and he's got a program, like I mentioned, whereby he teaches math to kids. And the objective is to turn it into a very strong subscriber-based platform. But the hard thing about subscriber-based platforms is they require loyalty, and they require belief, and they require trust. And for those three areas, you need to build it in most cases unless you buy it. Like, you only have two options. So in his case, he's got a course on Teachable, which I don't know if you've ever seen Teachable as a platform. A few of you've maybe been on it, where it's just very low cost, almost free, but he has tens of thousands of subscribers, people watching him on it. And there's another one which totally escapes me, where it's $10 for every course. What's it called? Udemy, right? So he has 10,000 people who have paid $10 for every single course. So that course is not going to make him a huge amount of money. It's not going to make him poor. But what he's doing is he's building up this free content marketing with lesser content so that people can build into it. You can't do that specifically in your area, but it's the same type of thing. You look at your partnerships, you see what you can get. You look at what affiliates you have out there who already have a large platform, and then you layer it in with these. And I think Don mentioned at the start, you A/B test the hell out of it, and you watch it daily based on what you're actually getting back through. Okay, thanks. And you had did you have a question? No, it was you. So I'm sorry, it was you, yeah. What's your question?
I'm having trouble. People are visiting my site, and I'm paying for some advertising to get people to go there, but I'm having trouble getting them to actually fill out information on how I can contact them in the future.
What are you giving
site?
away?
Legal services.
But are you giving something away to them? Are you giving them something like, hey, win this, win a free consultation, 1 hour consultation, a half hour this, or a free pamphlet on we'll cover all this stuff? That's, and you're not getting any, no one's filling it out? Then I worry about your landing page. I would give away something. See, everyone wants to feel good about, you want to humanize it to them.
I
Okay.
think if you're advertising, it'd be about quantity versus quality. Maybe the quality of your traffic that they're landing there, is your bounce rate really high? Have a look at that in the analytics at the back, because maybe people have gone there and they've realised they're in the wrong place, so they're leaving straight away, and that's why they're not filling anything out. Or move around the button
What's your URL?
or the field.
Really?
Put in the hot chair now.
Yeah.
Yeah, play around with where that
Sorry.
field.
P-R-E, is it P-R-E-N-U-M?
NUPTA.
Is that it?
.com.
Okay, let's do it. Let's make it real.
Just don't get married until you, you get one of my packages.
Limited time offer. Okay.
These are ready to print kind of prenups, or
They're, so you can,
like a rocket lawyer kind of thing?
Legal Zoom.
it's kind of like that, but you can hire an attorney to work with you on the prenup on the phone. So it's like low price, affordable prenups for people who need them.
Like
So who's your-
Uber for prenups.
Who's your target here? Is it right? But is it both of them, or is it one? Are you doing like the happy yoo-hoo, let's get a prenup, or the if you don't get a prenup, you're going to be in trouble in case she finds your own
Are you selling from fear?
I think it would be either, so what we want to do is provide information for people who are interested in their prenup. So
Uh-huh.
you can give them, like how does a prenup work? Like, what does it protect? And then
Who's usually interested in a prenup?
a lot of entrepreneurs, people who have assets going into a marriage,
Okay.
people who have debt. If your partner has debt, you don't want to take that on.
Okay. I'm just kind of checking if you know who you're targeting, and that's good. You seem to know.
Are you targeting those audiences with Facebook data, running Facebook ads to people who are engaged, which you can target, and people who have high assets, which you could target?
So I ran Facebook ads and they weren't successful for me.
Mm.
I had a lot of impressions but no clicks.
Mm-hmm.
And then I've been running Google ads and they've actually been doing really well.
Yeah.
Because I can focus on the territory and
People searching those actual keywords. Yeah.
Have you targeted any wedding planners and set them up as partners?
That's what I was going to say. What I would do is, if you're running Google ads,
Get 200 an
run
hour.
10 different messages, right? This is when it comes back to brand. Your brand's the same, but your brand communications dial up, dial down. So try different buckets of themes. So go after protect your assets. Go after, is your partner in debt? Go after all these different themes across all these different ads. Analyze which one's getting the most traction, then do more on that one.
Yeah, I would dig into, I could be wrong here, but I would think fear-based would be more effective and really dig into it too. Don't just explain that, hey, this is what you need to do. Explain why they need to do it. Show the worst case scenarios of stuff that happens, and then you get them to click.
And can I just throw in a few things here as well? Firstly, how did you choose the demographic of your photos?
I went with stock imagery that I thought looked good. It was
Yeah, you don't want to do that stuff. Like, for example, there's whether it's Asians or whether it's, like, you're in a very difficult space. You've got to be super careful. This is, and the area that you're in is absolute trust. So they have to trust you. People are getting married. They're going through a really difficult conversation. For us, it's a social stigma that we don't want to. By the way, everybody should do one. Like, it's smart, right? It's like stupid we don't do them. But it should be like a contract. There should also be a contract to be nice to each other for longer periods of time. But anyway, prenup should definitely be there. But your site, here's my point with your site. From me looking at it, your user experience is very crowded. There's a lot of stock photography, which I despise more than anything that exists in the world. The messages don't put trust to me. Here's the good thing. I don't know if it's a WordPress or anything. I'm not saying like change the site, but change the messaging on it.
Yeah.
You need to get people in who would want to do prenups, people who are your absolute audience, and get them to look at this. You also have no traffic going to your sites. You saw me going to Alexa there and just checking it. You have to build up partnerships. If you just rely on Facebook ads, it's just going to be money in and money straight out again. This is an area where I think that the not just the messaging, but the content marketing,
And another
branding.
thing too
Yeah.
that
Yes.
I noticed, Oh, sorry.
Everybody wants to go
Yeah,
now.
just quick.
I want you to put a picture of a courtroom.
Another
on the
thing that I
homepage
noticed.
with two lawyers and two people standing on the side.
No.
I don't want to buy prenups with a discount lawyer.
Yes.
You see what I mean? That's put that. Well, you're
great point.
targeting high net individuals, is what you said, and people have assets or debts. I don't. This is not a service I want discounted. You're diluting your brand.
Yeah.
I
I want the
wouldn't put
Massey
that.
prenup. Who gets that?
No, but I want someone who knows what they're doing. I'd rather pay whatever they're charging.
I don't want to
me.
lose my Harley, dude.
Yeah, exactly. I rode my Harley. I don't want to lose.
Nick,
no.
what, Nicole, hang on, Nicole's
Another
got-
question, what is the time frame for somebody makes a decision saying that I
Yes.
need a prenup until they close the deal? What's the time frame usually?
There's legal requirements, you have to give your spouse 7 days to review the agreement. before
Okay.
they sign, and it has to be before the marriage, so they're not under duress. When they're signing, so those are those legal requirements, but we can turn it around and give you a
No, I'm not talking about what your turnout time. I'm talking about me as an individual. I say, you know what, I need a prenup. When I usually, based on your experience, I make a decision, it's the time, let me talk to my wife, and let's go out and, do the paperwork. Usually, what's the time frame usually?
done within 2 days.
But the sales cycle.
The sales cycle, yes.
So, the only way I'm making sales is when they call me,
Right.
Okay.
talk to them on the phone.
Right.
And then it sort of establishes this trust, because I know what I'm talking about. The site is really just a lead gen for them calling.
for attorneys. But you need to be. Can we get Nicole in as well?
Yeah.
Well, I was going to say, what you're saying that you can sell them on the phone. We need to get what you're saying as that brand message and that trust and credibility onto that site. If I were you, I would take a pause, take a step back, go back into your why, and explore the emotion behind your audience groups. Is it a female that wants the prenup? Is it the male that wants the prenup? What's the emotion of them, and what's the emotion of the spouse or fiance, partner? And define those audience groups, define the emotion, back to the why, and then clean that
This
up.
is so huge. By the way, this applies to everybody. The reason I want to bring this up here is because it makes it real about our business. Your lean startup is the fact that we used to die when we were 40. It was super easy. Hey, did you take this person to be with you for the rest of your life? Yeah, cool. It's 6 years and I'm going to be dead. Not anymore. Now you can do double homicide and you're getting out quicker than you are out of a marriage. So you want to make sure that this is less about protecting money and more about setting rules. So you're standing up and saying the fundamentals of the moral code and ethics of our system has been destroyed and decimated. Everything that we used to stand for and what we did has gone. I'm standing up to say we want to put more rules in place. And if there are things such as financial liabilities for somebody jumping into something they shouldn't jump into too quickly, then let's put financial liabilities. But actually, there should be more things as well. You should be speaking. You should be outreaching to conferences. You should be on podcasts. You should be loud.
You should be
and if
on
marriage,
your website.
You should be doing an intro video.
Yeah.
You say if
You
you
should
could
be
close
on
when
your
they're
website.
talking to you.
Okay.
The first thing they do would get to your website would be you speaking,
Yeah.
how you speak to the people on
That'd
the
be
phone.
great idea.
I have a client that has the most wonderful course on teaching servers how to be top-notch servers. This helps the owner of the restaurants because they sell more stuff, and it helps the server because they get more tips. And as soon as you click on his site, it's in saying, well,
okay.
my name is, he's from Italy, and he uses that, and he's one of the top maitre d's in the city.
This is good. So in summary, you just need to change everything to reflect the reason why you did it in the first place. Here's the interesting thing here, and I'm going straight on to you, sir. This is not about marketing. Your problem is not a marketing problem. Your problem is a brand and messaging problem as to the why. Because at the beginning, what you want to do is make me not feel dirty and greedy by getting a pre-nut signed. But actually, I should be your target audience, as should every female and male who's in here. You just need to build up a proper reasoning behind it. And then you need influencers who may be marriage counselors and people who are in the space who must be equally pissed off about the whole situation of what they're seeing, to actually step in and say, this is not necessarily a deterrent to a marriage, but it really speaks loudly to what's expected within a marriage, which is that you guys stay together. Okay, thanks. You, sir.
So, my question's about the emailing.
Oh, that's me.
The gentleman said he has very large email databases. How do you maintain, this that large?
Well, they're not lists. It's an organic
So
database.
the question was, how do you maintain large lists within the 135 million emails that Donnie has?
350 million. Because the people that participate in it, when people change jobs all the time, and sometimes their emails are thrown out by the carrier because they haven't been used for a certain amount of time. So this is constantly being washed. So it's organic. It's like a big bank vault, and
You can, obviously, one person can't.
He's saying, is it your email database, or is it an email database that you lock into?
it's an
and then
email
distribute?
database that I lock into that a lot of different people like me are part of, and we do campaigns, and we find one that bounces, we send it to the man who runs everything, and he kicks it out. So that's why it's fresh. It's organic. Like one day, if you specific market you're looking for, I'll have 75,000. 2 weeks later, I may have 85,000 because we've added, or I may have 62,000 because we washed it, because there was a bounce back, someone doing a campaign like that, and we get it replaced for free.
Yeah, so it's cloud-based email storage. That's what you don't want anybody, by the way, who has their own email list, because it just goes old. Okay, perfect. Next, what have you got?
Well, I am marketing to businesses. I provide a service where I follow people.
What's your website?
She empowers people.
If anybody doesn't want to put the website, just tell me, by the way. It's only if it helps. Would you like me to put...
Like Tony Robbins.
Okay, cool. What's your website?
Peakflowactivators.com.
Peak Flow.
Activators.
Yeah? Okay, ask your question, please.
Okay, so I am trying to figure out how to get companies to want my services for their employees. I'm putting their employees into the flow state, which is the optimal state of consciousness. It creates more productivity, creativity, all of that. I have a specific...
Could I just stop you for 1 second, because I just have to say this? Anybody who has stock photography anywhere in their websites, can you remove them tonight, please? Just take them out, honestly. Just anything where there is somebody doing this. We actually have one. Or like there's 5 people in a room where one is like the white middle-aged guy, and then the next thing is the black woman who's there, and then the really pretty Asian person who's there. Like
You're missing an Asian.
That could have really happened.
You are missing an Asian in that photograph.
So
yeah,
perfect.
You put an Indian in there, which is really good, but you missed an Asian. Yeah. I just want to point out, like, if you've got real photos yourself, like, use your real photos, like real people, a real meeting, like something like this is a great photo for us. I don't think we have any photos on our site that are not either events or talks or something else. You have them, or you can find them, but just change. That's all. That's all. Just please, but keep going.
Okay, so I guess there are 2 questions. One is what's the best method to get in front of these businesses? And secondly, what's something I can offer for free to a business if they come to my website?
Wow.
Can I ask a question? Yeah. Is the business just yourself, or is it a bit bigger than that?
It's myself.
Okay, so I would say that you need to work more, and I don't know what you're doing so far, so let me know, but more on your personal branding. So the brand needs to be you. So I would try and get some speaking events where you're in front of these brands and you're talking about these kind of wellness topics, wellness, health, psychology, all these different things. Lululemon do loads and loads, as I'm sure you know, of these kind of extracurricular style events where it is all about their employees. And I've got friends that do similar stuff in the industry, and how they've done it and how they're taking part in this kind of thing, going into businesses and doing this kind of, I don't know what you would call it, wellness, I'm not sure what the arena is, but is through their own personal branding, through doing speaking events, through becoming almost like an influencer themselves, so that these brands are actually seeking them out. So I would say, instead of that photo, put a photo of yourself there, like flip it around straight away, build it around you, your experience, your talents, what you can bring, and that authenticism, if that's even a word, I think will help enormously.
Where are you located?
Well, I'm based here in LA. I can travel.
Yeah, but this is where you start. This is where this is your
Locally,
demographic
yeah.
right now. This is where you'd put all your efforts to getting some success stories. So Chamber of Commerce's, they're always looking for speakers. HR, throw an event for HR people.
Small Business Administration.
Free wine and beer after hour, get together with other HR people. You do your presentation. Start where you're at. Build your business from where you're at, because you have more control, and then you can get the success stories, and you can also see what doesn't work, what does work, and then you monopolize on that.
And also, you got to explain this a bit more. The flow state, I have no idea what the flow state is. It just means I'm feeling good on myself, but I don't know where it's going to take me. Like, you have to send me. So it's the site itself. It explains what you do, but it doesn't explain your why. For anybody who any of you who haven't seen the Simon Sinek video of I think it's the Art of Why or Find Your Why, you got to look at it because it's very focused on, like, why do you exist for your customers? So I don't just want to be in the flow state because I'm in the flow state. I want to be in the flow state because it's going to do something for me that wouldn't ordinarily have happened between the hours of 9 to 4 o'clock today. And you have to paint what that picture is right at the start. I have one other piece of advice, and I'm going to pass it to Sam, and that is start with one-on-one. There's a terrible trend in just the US and the world in general to launch these courses and how to be brilliant in like 472 steps. But we haven't done the fundamentals, and this isn't you because I don't know you, but it's just everybody. Like, really impact on individual people first, because we have to hone our craft with people that we really touch, and then make those people your ambassadors so that you can change everything with them, and then you build that into the online. Then it's easy to get subscribers, it's easy to get online, it's easy to get all of those. Okay, so that's it. Sam, what did you have to add?
Just to remember that people don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. So this goes for everyone and their website questions, because I think I always get a ton of questions about websites. I'm sure everybody on the panel does, and you can sit for days and weeks to explain to people how to do their websites. First of all, I see no pictures of you.
Oh, I just took our website down. Yeah.
Oh.
But there
I
are
don't
no
see any
pictures.
testimonials.
Yeah.
I don't see anything establishing credibility. I don't see that you've been featured anywhere. I don't see anything that would make me think, wow, I got to talk to this gal and get her to reach my peak performance levels. You see what I mean? I'm just being very blunt now,
yeah.
So I hope you can kind of take it. But you were very right when you said you got to build a personal brand. Look, why is Tony Robbins the most successful coach in the world? He has a massive personal brand. It's him, right? And again, on your websites, there needs to be a great headline. It needs to pull me in. And then you need to establish credibility. Who the hell are you? Why should I listen to you? Why should I scroll down and waste another second of my life listening to what you have to say? And the third thing is that, I'm not saying you, I'm just, in general, people talk a lot about themselves on their website. This is what I do, this is what I do, this is what I do, this is what I do. There's nothing, hey, here's what I can do for you. Do you see what I mean? Again, establish credibility. Do you have any logos? Have you been featured anywhere? Get a feature on HuffPo or anything that's super simple to start with, right? If you don't have a PR budget, at least talk to any contributor to HuffPo. Anything you can put on there that kind of establishes credibility that, oh, other people are listening to you, right? I'm sure you have it. I didn't see the social media links. Needs to be above the fold. People need to be able to see who are you, Twitter, Instagram, blah, blah, blah. You know, we need to be able to connect with you real quick.
And let me riff on that.
Strong call to action. Why should I click?
You're just saying it's so friggin' huge because we have this amazing passion and energy about what we're building, and then we hand it off to a web developer who just builds something random and copy-based. Like, it's just, there's a total disconnect. That's what it is, Sam,
yeah.
Because if we look at why you did this and what makes you energized and how you want to do it is entirely different from what your website is saying. Your website is just focused on the functional capabilities of what your product does.
Yeah.
Really boring and reflects most of us.
If we put you on stage, would you think that the website reflects what you can do when you're on this stage? So why do you have that website?
Burn it.
Yeah. Burn it to the ground, redo it, make it represent you. Remember, authenticity is big. I think for coaches, etc., if there are anyone's out here, be authentic. Even on Instagram and Twitter and all that, people always see, what we see are the highlights. It's boring. You see what I mean? People don't want to know that even now, all those gurus and all that stuff, like we have some of them are our clients, some of the guys you always see with the Lambos and the Ferraris and all their mansions and crap. We don't get them on publications every time we pitch, because they always come to us and say, oh, I want to be seen with my Lambo and talk about all my millions, and all the publications say no. We're
He
tired
works
of
with
hearing
Ty
about your-
Lopez, to be fair.
I can't say anything bad about him, the client. But either way, the thing is that you have to tell a good story. How did you get to where you are? What triggered you? Why are you a coach? What did you find out that this system did for you? Also, again, testimonials. What has it done for others? Do you see? I mean, this panel could ramble and give you $45,000 worth of advice in the next couple of hours. But I'm just saying, in general, for everyone, this is what applies to every website out there.
Yeah, make it about you. Okay, I've got Christine asked me, she wants to get advice. She's launching this product right here, which is the Nessa Brush Spa. It is the first automated cleaner for makeup brushes, right? So most females that I've spoken to have said, wow, a automated brush cleaner for brushes is kind of crazy because it's not out there. But, so she has a product which doesn't exist anywhere, where there's a real need for. She's launching it in a month's time on Indiegogo. What should she do on top of that? I think her site, she built this herself, did a nice job, put a little video on it, put it onto Squarespace. The product itself is a really high-end product. You get the brush spa, which is like the cleans all the brushes with automated air dryers and all that kind of cool stuff and solution. Then you got the brushes, and then you get the cleaner too. And all for, what are you doing it at the beginning for?
Influencers.
Okay, so 120, starting at 129, then go to 149, then it's going to go to $200. Sam, what do you think?
Influencers. Absolutely. Yeah. You need influencers to just push the hell out of this.
Yeah.
Go, what kind of budget you have, I don't know. Go with Kylie Jenner if you can, but if you can't, any and everyone you can find. Some of these guys are really...
Why do you say Kylie Jenner?
No, but I mean, they just...
She doesn't clean her own makeup brushes.
No, I'm just saying, like, you know, for a big brand... the thing is also, even if Kylie Jenner's audience might not buy, there's going to be 1 million influencers posting about it because she posted about it.
Yeah.
But the thing, you need influencers.
And I think a bit of PR, like the whole
Heavy push.
glamour, Cosmo, that kind of thing, like featured in.
Okay.
She doesn't have time for that. You're doing an Indiegogo soon, right?
I am, yeah. We're going to start in July.
She's going to start in July, but so she might have time for it. Would she have time for it, Sam?
But it doesn't even matter if it takes 3, 4, 5, 6 months. Like, eventually
That's
she'll
the point,
have those
right?
logos.
This is a journey.
It's
the
a
reason
journey.
that many Shark Tank companies and Kickstarter companies that they fail afterwards is it feels like a one-time mission.
Yep.
It should be a journey, right? The journey is, hey, we start Indiegogo, then we go to Shark Tank maybe, then we go to QVC maybe, then we actually layer in a bunch of ads, then we get the Christmas shopping for the people to come through. Like, it should be a sprint for 2 years with everything built in at the start. That's awesome advice.
What's the best way to make noise in that?
How do you make noise in that space?
I mean,
Get as many as possible. You know.
Okay, what you got? Sorry, gentleman just behind you.
Yes, our website is gotspare.com. Essentially, in short, we
Just spell it for me. G-O-T?
SPARE.
S-P-A-R-E. Cool.
Whether it's the website or how we're interacting on social, which is more important? Do we go after and tell the story about the merchant base? Because without them, we can't serve our customers. We talk about the consumers because if those our users don't go into those locations, then our merchants.
Well, here's the thing, though. The merchants are consumers, too. If you have an article in Forbes, they're going to read it. Both of them. You see what I mean? I mean, you could do segmented marketing when you do sales and marketing, and again, I'll lead it over to these other experts here. But for storytelling, I would go broad first. Again, establish credibility. So once you have a feature in we work with a lot of businesses that do B2B, but still, once they have articles, and well, again, Forbes, because it's a well-known brand, right? But we could, any other platform out there are tons of them. Because when you're pitching your story to others, first of all, hey, I was in Forbes last week, you want to talk to me? Oh, okay. That's a little bit more interesting than, hey, I'm Joe Schmo and nobody talks about me, right? And two, again, the merchants, you can also keep them updated with what you're telling, the story that you're telling about what you're doing, because I think that consumers will drive merchants as well. If they see something's happening, they will come to you. Do you see what I mean? I hope that kind of answers your... Yeah, good.
Any other comments on it? I think it's a nice site, by the way. The only thing is, it's hard if somebody doesn't want to download the app. Do they have any way to engage with you? Because it looks like it's kind of your way or the highway, which is okay. Like the product itself is really good. I just worry about the initial engagement.
An explainer video might be nice, like a little animation.
Yeah, just something, because I might look at this. I love the idea, but I love the idea that I can just go to a cash register. I mean, I know your product anyway, but I love the idea that I can just go to a cash register, like in my local Vons, and they'll just give me like $200 and I'll walk away. It's an ATM. It's cool, but I just hate friction. So the more frictionless we can make our product by allowing people just to at least engage on multi-platforms rather than forcing them into one space. Because if you think about it, an app is a very non-user-friendly method of being able to do it. It just is. I know we all use them, but it just is. So if you can find a way on the website whereby maybe you can engage them, maybe there's a let us help you, or let us start. Just you want more users, right? And you don't want anyone to go away. And I just feel, Jason, you're an expert on this area. What do you think?
Sell me on the audience. Supply and demand, your merchants are obviously what you're selling here, but the audience numbers is what will bring people. Merchants won't want to be on here unless, it's a chicken or egg situation. I would definitely look for relationships that can, really kickstart your whole supply side, the whole merchant side. There's a lot of groups, a lot of organizations where merchants talk. Whether it's eBay seller conversation groups or Amazon seller conversation groups, you want to find conversations that'll get you a lot of merchants in a small period of time. But the audience has to, when I look there, I'm saying, why aren't I on any of these other platforms?
One of the things about this, since we've been going to these new style websites where you got to scroll for 2 days to get to the actual meat of the thing, I would bring your merchants who you have already signed up, and I would bring all that stuff up higher, instead of wait, because people will give up. They'll go in there, oh, that's cool, next. If I could see a bunch of different recognizable names or things that are actually happening, I could see some numbers, right below your first scroll, that gives that puts it in their minds that, oh, this is a legit company. They're doing legit business with
Social
legit
proof.
businesses.
Yeah.
So, and that's my biggest peeve with these new sites. And I have like one of the oldest sites. He was making fun of it the other day. I have like old style, not like, Microsoft first set, but I have one where you actually have to click on the side.
Use a chisel.
Contact.
You hit it.
Yes. It's all right on front. There's our actual real home page, and you just click on the different things to go that interest you.
It's simple, and it's such
These things piss me off.
Yeah, but it's actually, but Donnie, you've just bypassed the problem on it. No, it's true. But the problem isn't so much even the flow or where it goes down to. It's just that make it simple for people and have the relevant stuff on the top page. I was thinking the same thing. Like, tell me that if I go to Vaughn's, even I'm going to get a free packet of chips. Like maybe if I go there and I use the exchange, maybe they have a special promotion that gives me a free can of soda or a free bottle of water or a free can of chips. Like they want consumers in their store. That's the reason why they do it. You're going to give them a reason. So just build in really good reasons and make it simple. It's just a little bit clinical. We have time for 2 more questions. Oh, really? Okay, can I just get all of the questions and I'll get everybody to answer them at the last 5 minutes? What's your question?
Faster.
My question is, if you want to start building up your own influencer opportunity, which platform would you start on, and which one is?
Instagram.
Okay, good. So before you answer, just give me so what was yours?
Instagram for sure.
Depends what you do.
Don't
sorry,
cheat.
I'm
Don't
sorry.
cheat. Don't cheat. Don't cheat. Okay, sorry, what's the question?
I sell services to big companies and artificial intelligence. It's really hard to sell. Even when you've got the people in the company, you have to get the budgets and everything. However, it's really useful.
What kind of services?
So, for example, in ad tech, we built cross-device tracking solutions where we help people follow.
Actually, hang a sec. This isn't going to work. What's the best influencer platform?
They all said Instagram, but I said
said
first of all,
Instagram.
what does she do?
Yeah, just quickly say what you do. Yeah, we're going to try and do a minute each. Okay, I get everybody. This is impossible.
The philosophy is going to be connecting our future. I was also in the music industry, and then I had a child, and I've been working in education, trying to bring kids up, and making kids see what opportunities are available now, since everything's changing. It's not doctors, lawyers, whatever. There's so many different jobs now. So I'm realizing to have a bigger spread, I used to think I need to go build a festival, and that has gone. And so I work with a lot of schools. I work with a lot of companies that do about all these new technologies.
Who's your end user is what everybody wants
The
to know.
kids, right?
Is like, I don't know.
Well, you got to know.
I'm saying middle school students to kind of get them prepared for high school so they know what jobs.
Okay, so where's the best place to
I
go
mean,
for
I
influencers?
would say Facebook.
Students, are you kidding me?
Other than Facebook, I would get an
Instagram.
endorsement. Other than the platform, I would find what kind of books or what kind of interests people have, your audience, and I will get either paid endorsement for your program.
It's actually a really good idea because
Instagram
it's very hard.
also.
I'm not even sure if like my boy doesn't use Facebook. He's not middle school yet, but he's going there. They don't use Facebook anymore, so it's super hard. And you're like, for me, for influencer platforms, if they're big boys and girls, they're all on LinkedIn. I love LinkedIn. I can directly outreach to people. They don't ding me unless my messages are stupid. So you can build up a lot of people and they get to know you. For social media influencers, we outreach all day, every day on direct messages to Instagram. Love Instagram. Use Facebook to direct messages as well. Like, we don't spend any money on doing it, and we can go out. I hope that helps.
How about like Google Education going out to all the middle school counselors and people like that would inspire them? If you guys had any experience?
Not sure about Google Education.
long of an answer.
Ask afterwards. The guys will hang for a second. So we're on artificial intelligence.
Yeah.
It's really hard to sell to companies because they don't understand it.
Well, yeah, you need to get the right people in the companies. So basically, we've had success. We've got some great clients, and what we've done is we've used our network. So we've done that very well, but we're exhausting it. We're getting to the point where our network is no longer giving us new leads. And what I really, really need is a mentor, ideally in our space, who can, use his network, validate our product, help us develop our products and our client base. At the very least, a network.
So look, first, number one, I can introduce you to some people. We host the largest artificial intelligence conference here in the LA region, and we'll be doing it in about 4 months' time. So we know a bunch of people in that space. So afterwards, just connect with me. We have to do this fast, but connect with me. I know a huge amount of people in that space. We have a bunch of our companies who are doing it. Anything else, just on help on how to outreach to potential new contracts and customers for AI?
I would say joint ventures. Who is your complementary platform in your marketplace that you can do kind of a joint venture with them?
Little revenue
That's
share.
that's the easiest way.
Yeah. With the existing clients.
With the existing clients,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, we've tried that. We're hoping that it'll come through, but
With how many? How many have you tried it with?
2.
I'm talking about like 5 to 10 outreaches a day.
Yeah.
Every day. I'm talking about like you're touching 100, 200 people. Jose, let's do you. But come back to us, I'll help you. I'll come back to you, I promise. He had his hand up too.
This is for Sam in regards to some PR. So my company, everyone here is on social media. What my company does, we develop a mobile app with the touch of a button. People within 150 feet can connect with you on social media, whatever platform you choose, using Bluetooth. And so my question to you, Sam, is June 7th, LinkedIn is coming out with their Bluetooth technology. Now, I don't know if it's similar or not. However, we do have a patent pending on our technology since last July. So from a PR standpoint, and in terms of riding the wave, because our biggest challenge as a startup was informing the public on how Bluetooth works. A lot of people think Bluetooth is just your headset or to your car, but not device to device. So on June 7th, when Week releases,
So how can you get onto the back of their PR to actually, for a startup who've got great similar technology, to do the same thing?
Yeah, there's tons of ways. I would need to sit down with you to kind of come up with angles and stories, but yes, we call it PR sniping when someone bigger is releasing a story and then you just tag along onto it, right? There are tons of those opportunities. When Apple releases a new phone, some company comes out with a new battery
Related,
or
they
anything.
call that related interests.
Yeah, exactly, you know.
what do you think about, like, because we could either like attack them, but then also
No.
No, you don't.
No, you don't.
Don't attack them.
You don't attack
Don't
LinkedIn.
ever.
like who welcomes LinkedIn to the Bluetooth space or something like that.
Right. No, I wouldn't attack LinkedIn because it kind of.
Nor be condescending, because to be fair, LinkedIn probably don't need a welcome, right? They're
Yeah, I mean, they're much bigger than you and will
Yeah.
crush you to death if they want to. And then, two, why get in the nasty? Do you see what I mean?
Don't-
Like, I don't want to associate your company with being a nasty company that just throws
They're doing you a favor. They're going to educate your audience into
Yeah.
using this new technology.
Yes.
So
And
don't attack them.
Now that
I've
this
been
is
there.
out, here's what you can do with us. Do you see what I mean?
When DSL first became DSL, no one knew what the hell it was or how it worked, and there was two other companies that were well funded way before we were, and they threw all kinds of money up against buses and newspaper and stuff. And when it came time, everyone familiar with the word assimilate? I assimilated every good thing that both those companies said, and I put in my own stuff. And then and so what we were able to do is take advantage, say, they're a great company, they're a good company, but here's our differential. They're a fine bunch of people, but this is what we do differently, and this is why we're better.
Yeah.
Don't ever badmouth your competition.
Exactly.
It comes to bite you in the ass.
We're entirely consistent with this. Just don't do it. Just bad karma. It feels bad. I know you're not trying to, by the way, but just right on the. Right. You want somebody who's a top executive in LinkedIn to keep hearing about you saying amazing things about LinkedIn and why LinkedIn are awesome and why they're great, and keep hearing blue in that space. I got to move. Do you have a quick point to add, Sam? No, I'm going to move.
No. I was going to say I'll hang out here for another 15 minutes after if you guys want to ask.
Okay, cool. Thanks, buddy. That's great. I got it. This has got it. Quick. Yeah.
So we've been in business for about 7 months, put all our investments into it. Right now we're kind of at a state, starting to create revenue, but also making plans to go for investments, incubators, anything, best place to.
Just come and talk to me afterwards. Look, for anybody here, I'm going to get you, I promise. I would, because this was a quick one, an easy one. Look, for anybody here, if you're scaling your business, you're growing your business, just connect with us. We'll connect. We know all of the right people. Sometimes it's not right for us. Sometimes we can't put you in the program. Sometimes there are better programs. But we know every program in LA. We know every accelerator. We know every incubator. We know who's good, who's bad, who's nice, who's not nice. We know all of the amazing experts who are here. We know who's right for your business depending on what budget you have, how desperate you have. And we do not take affiliate commission from anybody. So our whole principle of how we work is referring the best people. That's just what we do. So just come and talk to us afterwards. I'll happily help you out. And then last question, and then, yeah.
Yeah, this is for all the filmmakers in the room. Basically, how would you use these services as a producer, an independent person, to get financing for your projects?
Okay, so we worked on a bunch of film, both major studios and in the indie films. So I would say one that we did, one of our team members worked on was a film called Miles Ahead. It was the film about biopic about Miles Davis, right, with Don Cheadle and Ewan McGregor and all that. They did something pretty smart for PR, and they did a crowdfunding campaign when they got a ton of celebrities come in and talk about how they were influenced. Everyone from the bass player of Metallica to jazz band players to pop stars, etc. And it kind of spread like wildfire, and they raised a ton of money. Now, did they need that money? Not really, but it was great PR, and then they had extra money for post-production, etc. But I think film financing is it's its own industry, right? I mean, you have to have the right connections. I don't know what budgets you're working, but one of our founders is a executive producer. Has done tons of big movies, but I know he goes to private financial, like he knows the people that can cough up $20 million for a movie. So I don't know, all I know about the film financing is creating a buzz around it is always good because it kind of gives you some leverage coming in, but it also, what it boils down to is which agents is involved, who's the director, and who's signed on.
Who's signed on, that's
actor,
big.
blah, blah, blah. It's a very complicated world.
Interested in this kind of arena because
right.
the big technical companies, and if they're looking for like tax write-offs, then they can use that.
Well, something we've seen coming up is Lionsgate has been very proactive, for example, with involving big influencers. People with millions and tens of millions of YouTube subscribers, for example. You put that in a movie, you kind of have a guarantee of, X amount of sales or streams or views or whatever they do, right? So I think that's something moving into it. But I still think
I can throw one in here as well. Like we have a company, and I'm over to Donnie. Nobody's pressuring us for the stage, so we'll stay here for a minute or two. So we have a movie called The Coaching Movie that we worked with, and the Coaching Movie knew that they needed to raise like $700,000-800,000, but they didn't have any money, and they wanted to get a good producer, and they wanted to do all about coaching. So they went to people like Jack Canfield, probably went to Tony Robbins, but they didn't get him. But they got a lot of Jack Canfield's, who's like Chicken Soup for the Soul, for those of you who don't know them, which is a pretty well-known book. And they said to Jack, hey, you're pretty well-known. How'd you like to be in a movie? All you got to do is help get the word out to your audience that we're actually going to crowdfund this movie, and we'll put you in the movie. You can be one of our coaches. So they got like 7 or 8 people who were exactly the same as him, who had millions and millions of people who were in their networks. And then they said, and give us a perk as well. Look, we all know that your online videos are pretty much free because you just have 100 million gazillion of them. So just give a free video, which has got a $39.95 value if you take it today. And they had that as one of their perks. And they literally listed all these perks. And if you look at the crowdfunding campaign for the Coaching Movie, I think it got up to like $800,000-900,000. It was all done based on the influence that they initially built in. And then they went to other people and they did something which is, it's not more dubious, it's still fine, but it's more complicated as a producer, which was that they allowed people and companies to have almost, not corporate sponsorships, they were almost like ego parts, where they could be in a certain part of the movie or in a certain place. So I've seen myself, originally people used to come to us and say, we want to crowdfund. We do loads of crowdfunding campaigns. So they say, hey, we want to crowdfund and do this. And it's the hard thing about crowdfunding is the marketing and getting the marketing behind it. So it's super smart to be able to take all of these marketing drivers, which are costing you nothing, and they're big names, and they're big draws, and their egos are bigger than their ambitions at this stage of their lives. So you bring them in, help them draw the campaign. It was really powerful. Just look at their video, look at what they did. I think they're on their 3rd movie that they're producing on that same basis now. Donnie, what did you have?
This event here, last year, I met 4 producers. And I met some money people. So, this is Digital Hollywood. There's all kinds of stuff going on in the other rooms. Talk to people. Cinegear is coming up. Go to Cinegear and talk to people about your project. You just got to keep talking and you got to make yourself known.
And crowdfunding is a route, but it's tough. Over 90% of campaigns fail. You're looking at months of pre-launch for an actual successful campaign. We've done film projects that have raised 6 figures on Indiegogo. We've done tech projects that have done larger. So if you're looking 6-figure range, crowdfunding could be a route. But even that is tough. It's great. It's a great marketing tool, though. Crowdfunding used to be looked at, particularly equity crowdfunding, as companies who couldn't get, private money and things of that nature. But it's a great marketing tool. We went on for one of the projects to do their premiere releases in 5 cities, and then their digital releases, and the audience carries over in a very organized, beautiful fashion. And a strong recommendation I have, for crowdfunding, for B2B, for the prenup site, which I look at as more of lead gen and a continued process, is content marketing. Less than 2% of traffic converts on the first visit. You're not getting people the first time. I visit hundreds of sites a day. I couldn't tell you any of the sites I visited yesterday. You need to continue to touch people over and over and over and over again. Whether it's through email, whether it's through social, what have you, you want to set up these funnels to where you're getting their info and continuing to reach them until you're all that they can think about, because they will forget about you. Don't give up on 4 touches. Don will probably tell you on email, the more emails you send, the more open rate you're going to get. Like you want to touch people over and over and over again with good engaging content. Otherwise, none of it matters.
So let me finish with a couple of things. Firstly, a very good contact for you is Chad down there in Hacking Hollywood. He's putting together a database connecting investors with people who are looking to do movies or who are producing movies, right back there in the awesome tiki bow tie. Secondly, I want to again thank Victor Harwood over at Digital Hollywood for being a phenomenal partner time and time again of Expert Dojo, allowing this event to happen, allowing us to bring in all of these people. I want to also be able to just let everybody just give their contact details, so you have the contact details, and it doesn't matter if you catch them now or afterwards. So Jason, you want to kick it off?
Yeah.
Just how they can find you?
Jason Fishman, spelled Fishman. On LinkedIn, on Instagram, on Facebook. I'll be here. I'm at Expert Dojo a couple times a week. Let's talk. I nerd out on marketing, so any questions you got, hit me.
Sweet. Nicole?
Nicole Levings. And if you want to email me, if you don't catch me today, it's nicole@agencytk.com.
So nicole@agencytk.com. Christopher?
The easiest is Facebook. Christopher Krikori. You can search on Facebook. I do have a page.
How do you spell
But
Krikori?
the email, it's info@dropwiser.com, like Budweiser, Dropwiser.
Oh, that's easy. Okay, so info@dropwiser.com.
How do you spell your last name?
Krikori. Krihkori.
Yeah, I would go for info.
Easy to find.
And that's the same if anybody wants to get access to the course as well. It's an excellent course. I highly recommend it. Don?
You can find me drinking a beer with Brian or at Expert Dojo, or my email is Don with 2 N's, because my mom didn't like Donald. DONN @connect, 2 all.com. Connect2all.com.
Beautiful. Thank you, Sam.
That beer sounds good.
I'm an Irish guy, what can I say? It's what I'm good at.
You can find me on social media, Sam Rusani, Rusani, or if you want to email me, it's Sam, SAM, @The Notable Group, so THENOTABLE group.com.
Okay, perfect. And if you've enjoyed today and you feel this has been a good paid forward gesture, then when you leave and today or tomorrow or the next day, just pay it forward to somebody else in business, because that's what this 2.5 hours have been. If you liked what we've done, then we always appreciate reviews on Yelp. If you think it really sucked, then Don's Yelp is...
Let's have a big hand for Brian McMahon.
Appreciate it.
go? Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming today. We're really excited. We have a lot of coverage to give to you today. We have some very esteemed panelists, as you can see there from the slide and from their names. And what we're going to do is we're going to go through, as we go through each one, I'll introduce them and let you know what their background is. My name is Cynthia Lieberman. I'm a content marketing and media strategist, and I'm the moderator today. And thank you very much for coming. So I'd like to just get going, if that's okay with you. We're going to start with Nicholas Longano, who is a principal at a New York-based Kaleidoscope Technologies, and he's a leading entrepreneur and brand innovator with almost 30 years of experience in launching successful brand and startup companies. He has led the groundbreaking launches in VR and AR and 360 videos and beverages, cosmetics, video game, mobile apps, OTT, has a lot of experience. But AOL and Verizon identified him as a top thought leader in virtual reality and augmented reality. And with 10 plus years under his belt, building content for VR and AR and mobile platforms, including top worldwide franchises, including Diablo, World of Warcraft, StarCraft, and more, and he brings a kaleidoscope of experience as a brand marketer in this space. So we're going to let him start with his presentation, and we'll go from there. So we are up to the real facts about VR.
Thank you. This is always the toughest crowd because it's the post-lunch on the last day before Memorial Day, so thanks for coming. We're going to act as mythbusters for the next couple of slides and basically talk a little bit about virtual reality and some of the myths that are out there and really cut through a bit of the confusion. And I think a lot of this also applies not just to VR but also to augmented reality or mixed reality as well. And the first of those is that virtual reality will never work. Well, we have at our disposal today one of the most powerful mediums that has come to any generation, even more powerful than television. If you take a look at any of the statistics, the metrics, the diagnostics, based on the effectiveness of any type of campaigns that are run through virtual reality, then even as Nielsen published back in December of last year, it is by far the most powerful and most effective medium because you have an audience that is completely engaged and engrossed in your brand. So there is no more powerful. And then when you consider that some of the largest companies in the world are investing and creating virtual reality and augmented reality solutions, platforms, and applications, it is inevitable that virtual reality, whether it's in its present state or a different state in a year from now or 2 years from now, it will be a major platform or medium for brands as well as business applications. I can't even read that. VR only gamers and millennials. I do need glasses. I do need glasses. So virtual reality, I've heard this a number of times, and a lot of this comes out of meetings that we've had and feedback from potential clients, questions that arise, that virtual reality, for instance, is a platform for millennials or for gamers. Well, I've made a lot of games in my career, but I've never seen a platform come across that really cuts through demographics like virtual reality does. And it appeals as much to millennials as it does to baby boomers. When you take a look at the affinity scores, people are interested in this platform. And ask yourself, would New York Times be making an enormous investment in virtual reality? And they're not millennials in terms of their audiences. It is a very effective platform. It works.
Too expensive.
Too expensive, yes. I always ask people, well, it depends on who the client is, to remove a zero from the numbers. But virtual reality, and I'll give you an example. I can make a virtual reality game for a few $100,000. That's a game, fully interactive. So the fact or the notion that virtual reality is expensive is incorrect. You probably spend more money making or production on television commercial or television spot, far more expensive than creating virtual reality experiences. Well, it is, as far as we're concerned, with our clients.
You have to have a headset.
Yes, this is another. A lot of people chase numbers and installed bases. That's great if you're making games for PlayStation 4 or for Xbox, but it's not the case with virtual reality. These platforms or these solutions can work on all existing smartphones or tablets, which means the audience for virtual reality is not 6 million. The virtual reality audience is in the billions. Why? Because it works natively on your through an app or as a browser experience on your mobile device. So you ask yourself, well, isn't the headset a better experience? Absolutely. However, you've got billions of people that carry around smartphones, and if virtual reality can engage them, because this is all about audience engagement, it takes a lot to get someone's attention. And what virtual reality does is it cuts out all the distractions and you have the attention of your audience. So if you can deliver a video in a VR format on a device and they can turn around in full 360 in all its glory and experience your product or your brand, you're going to have a much greater effectiveness, recall, and hopefully purchase intent as well, which again, Nielsen has already shown that that is the case. And then my final myth. No, is this my final myth?
Yeah,
this is my final myth.
Versatile.
These are my slides and I can't even remember my own slides, right? Go figure. So this is part of the aging process. Virtual reality can't help me there.
This is about the versatility.
Yeah, so the versatility of VR, you know, as people are thinking through virtual reality or even augmented reality for that matter, it's not just about consumer activation B2C. The applications that we make or we've experienced or created for clients extend far beyond just reaching a consumer. It's not just about generating millions of dollars for clients in terms of revenues, but it's also about saving millions of dollars in productivity by using this great device which has tremendous utility across all the different. Do you want to read those out for me?
Yeah, marketing activation, retail, trade shows, testing, research, planogramming, personnel training, healthcare, education, entertainment,
And it's not limited to just that, but also with real estate. And this is actually a case study. We have a real estate client that is selling homes, custom homes to clients. Each custom home costs around $300,000 or $400,000 to build, the physical property. And you only then have one rendition of that home, whereas we know that home could be customized and it requires multiple renditions or versions. Well, what we did with virtual reality, that is not a real kitchen, that is virtual reality. So if I had my headset on, I would be walking through the kitchen, walking through the entire house, interacting with the appliances, everything. It makes you feel like you're actually in the home. So all of a sudden, the cost of building a model home goes from $300,000 to $400,000 to only about 5% of that. And of course, then at the touch or a glance, like a consumer can change the settings, they can change the appliances, they can look at different flooring, you name it. It is limitless in terms of the applications here. And then the next example, again in VR, this is augmented reality. And this is an app that we created, we have this technology as well, where imagine you go past a house and you see the for sale sign. Now I can put my phone up and I can actually see all the rooms in that house. I can get all the details about the pricing of the home, the square footage, and if I lift my phone and go to the second floor, it gives me a second floor view as well. There are the bedrooms, etc. And I can literally walk through the home. And then the value of this to the real estate brokers is when I signed up for the app and downloaded it, just like you do with Uber, I had to put in my email address and my phone number. Now we have a qualified lead that we send out to all the real estate brokers out there that represent this property. It is immensely valuable tool. That's VR and AR.
So from there, is anybody here in the real estate field? Just out of curiosity. It's definitely a growth business. There's a lot of other businesses here. We're going to cover different topics. And so we're going to move on now to, thank you, Nicholas, for that. We're going to move on to John Simon. He's the VP of Integrated Marketing at Eisenberg. Did I say that right? Eisenberg. You said that earlier, too. Eisenberg cut his teeth in entertainment almost 2 decades ago at Sony Pictures when they were the first studio to break the $1 billion mark and has since been supporting integrated marketing efforts on the agency side, helping brands create and share their stories with consumers across all mediums. His efforts are infused into brands ranging from Amazon, Chrysler, Cirque du Soleil, Oculus, and Sony, amongst others. And at Eisenberg, John is helping lead the agency's growth and expertise in virtual reality, from developing opportunities to tell stories within this exciting new platform, while also championing veteran and startup companies in VR to help them create and share their stories with the new generation of consumers. So what John's going to do is present a brief PlayStation VR project clip for your viewing pleasure, and then take the mic to share insights on creative approaches on using VR in innovative integrated marketing campaigns. So you want me to show the video first?
Sure, yeah, we can
All
let it
right.
play.
Little tease video here.
Hello everyone, my name is Adam, also known as CNanners, and PlayStation recently invited me out to Hollywood, California to play Batman Arkham on the PSVR. I want to thank PlayStation for sponsoring this video and building an entire Batman themed set. No joke, they actually built like a movie quality set inside a huge soundstage to essentially provide me with the most immersive VR experience. And let me tell you, this is hands down, in the 7 years I've been doing this, the coolest gameplay event that I have ever participated in. It's so much fun. Like, I had such a good time. Really looking forward to the other games, London Heist, Resident Evil 7. Batman Arkham is amazing. I had such a fun time pretending essentially I was the Batman. And like always, if you'd like to learn more, please do look down in the description down below. And if you haven't already strapped down your Batman hockey pads, grab them things. You know what time it is.
Yeah, it's Batman Justice time.
Hello? This is spooky. Where do I go? Don't know where I should be right now. There's no one here but me. And you.
One moment, please. Late as usual, sir.
Oh, my apologies.
In future, do feel free to let yourself in.
But of course.
How are you?
Hello everyone, my name is Adam.
Pause that, there we go. That's just a tease. I'm sure he can tell you where you can find the whole thing.
Yeah,
but-
no, absolutely. So, thank you for that, Cynthia.
Thank you.
And thanks, Nick. You actually hit on a few points that I think are relevant to even the story that I wanted to kind of share with the group here with respect to virtual reality. I know we've seen a lot throughout the week, you know, applications and platforms and different ways that we can see what virtual reality looks like inside the experience. I think for what I wanted to bring to the discussion was really the thinking of how virtual reality as a platform, and as Nick said, it's very much an immersive platform in which you can feel much more about the story that a brand has to tell you. So, I personally have always kind of adopted a Simon Sinek theory of start with why. And if you haven't seen that, I definitely recommend to go check that out. But a lot of virtual reality, I know at least a lot of the conversations we have with clients have very much been, and it's like, okay, what are we going to do in virtual reality? Where I feel we really need to be starting to think about why are we telling our story in virtual reality, and why should this brand leverage this platform as a medium in which they can share their story and how they're going to connect with consumers. So the example here I think is relevant in the fact that we think very much about content and platforms and experiences as forms of influence. Our brands have influence upon our consumers. The way that consumers are really interacting with brands today, much different than historical advertising has allowed us. Before it was about what it is and where do I get it. Now, I think our consumers are having a much stronger relationship with their brands, and especially when we start thinking about the millennial market. They're interacting with brands in a completely different way. What virtual reality allows us to do is to be able to get those consumers to really step inside the world and have a visceral response to it. So I think the first question of why is one of the main takeaways I would say is something we really want to think about here. The second, as I mentioned with influence, is what's the, again, you're going to look at virtual reality as an advertising platform, but I think you also want to think about what you're wrapping all around that, because we do run the challenges of the limitation of headsets or the awareness that people know that they could have perhaps a less immersive experience, but still a virtual reality experience through a mobile device. But once you get into the layer of headsets, we haven't quite crossed that chasm yet. I think a lot of people anticipate this holiday will help to push that. I know there's a few players in the market who still haven't kind of shown their cards, like the Apples of the world, but I know a lot of us can predict where that will go. But when we get to the point where it is the established platform that people have and we have a new channel in which we can distribute content through, it really is how this is going to fit into our overall story and our overall relationship, be it a campaign or be it just any way we want to tell our story for our brands. So this example here was what we had helped support along with Sony and a handful of other agencies as well for the launch of the PlayStation VR. And as many of you are probably familiar with the Batman Arkham experience, the relevance here, I think, is really the wrapper we had around it. As I like to think, there's always the actual reality that sits outside of the virtual reality. And in this experience, being able to create that real world story that we could then take and share across mediums is great. And Adam, who goes by CNanners, He's a perfect example of where you would want to think about where influencer marketing can be more effective with you. I know at Eisenberg, we'll look at all different tiers of influencers, all the way down to followers who people might only have 500 followers. It might be the right person to connect with the audience we're trying to get to. Adam actually carried a wide reach, and I think that was a lot aligned with what PlayStation was looking to do. Having 5 million followers, and I think his channel alone has already garnered over 2 billion views. So thinking about that as a part of the whole marketing story, I think is definitely significant. And the last thing I brought up earlier is relevance. Again, virtual reality is a very unique platform, and it allows a lot of opportunity for you to be able to step in and interact with your experience, whether it's a lean back experience like 360 video and a lot of the content that we've seen there, or it's a lean in experience where you can actually interact and engage. That's where the VR, AR, MR play comes into play here, and I think it's something important for us to think about. The last thing that I would really want to walk away with is thinking about, again, the play that virtual reality makes as far as from a content platform, but as well as a marketing platform. That a lot of people have been looking at creating an application and then putting it up and seeing how it engages, and I know a lot of brands will often bring into that conversation, how can we monetize it? I think that you still want to think about, especially whether you're on the marketing side or you're on the content side or you're on the brand side, you want to think about how you want to leverage VR as a part of your business. And I think a lot of people are looking at this as a new channel, and I think it's a great way to look at it. If you think about how our storytelling and advertising has gone through the decades, we evolved from paper to radio to a 2D screen to 3D to activations in live real world space. Virtual reality to me is this additional screen. It's a lens in which you are able to see and experience your story. But at the end of the day, it all comes back down to the story. And I think that's very much at Iceberg what we think about is creating and sharing brand stories with audiences, and how do we make those authentic connections. That's where we look at virtual reality strategically as to when it's going to be the right platform for us to use. So I know a lot of people out there right now are asking the question of how do I get into virtual reality? If there's one thing I'd say we could walk away with today is, why should I get into virtual reality?
Yeah, I think the relevance is a very big key, and storytelling is a big key, because content is king and context is queen, and they need to be married together. So you don't want to just force it onto somebody. And that's why each of these different guests are bringing different types of avenues where you can do it, but you don't put something that doesn't fit into the wrong space. And so from that, we're going to move to Vince Cacace, I'm sorry. Vince Cacace. He's the founder and CEO of Vertebrae, and it's a Santa Monica-based technology company located, like I said, in Santa Monica, and it focuses on connecting virtual reality audiences with brands and advertisers through its VR advertising platform. Vince has an analytics and business intelligence background from General Motors and co-founded Hit Doctor Records. Vince is most passionate about empowering creativity through technology and innovation, and was recently named to Forbes 30 and 30 in marketing and advertising. Do you want to show the video first, or do you want to speak first?
I guess I'll speak first, just to kind of set the pace for it. So, and thank you for the introduction. So, hi everybody, my name is Vince, and Vertebrae is a VR advertising platform, and really the problem that we're trying to solve is that, this panel is on brands and advertisers and how do they look at VR, and really we kind of look at it from a technology perspective and say, okay, across this nascent industry with these fragmented audiences that live and on all these different hardware platforms, whether that is Samsung Gear, Google Daydream, Google Cardboard, or some of the more PC-based or console-based platforms like PlayStation VR, Oculus Rift, HTC Vive. So you have this wide proliferation of platforms out there, and then relatively small audiences. It's growing quickly, but small audiences across each platform. And on those platforms, they're doing different things. They're consuming different types of experiences and games and cinematic VR content. And so, what we do is, instead of, when a brand wants to have, makes a VR experience and it has a singular distribution endpoint, what we do is we help to maximize and extend the reach of that content as far as possible across the VR ecosystem. and even into web and mobile. And so what I'm going to show today, I guess now would be kind of a good time to play the video. So this is a Dallas Mavericks 360 video campaign, and I'll talk through a couple of the uses after, but just so you can get a feel for the type of content.
Oh, I went to the wrong slide. Wait, wrong. This one. There we go.
And obviously it doesn't look as good out of headset.
In his 19th season, the Big Daddy tall baller from the G, number 41,
The circle short, rebound comes to Dirk at the elbow, good! Good! With 2.8 seconds remaining!
So I just wanted to use that as an example, and obviously with VR, you really do have to see it kind of in the headset, or at least in a format that that makes more sense than that right there. But really, the concept that one powerful concept of VR in general is this notion of presence, which tricks your brain into believing that you've been teleported to another place, right? And that is really what we get excited about from a storytelling perspective, right? And we don't really differentiate between brands telling stories or content creators telling stories, right? It's still storytelling at the end of the day. And to John's point a second ago, we moved in the evolution of media. If you think about that from an advertising perspective, we have the display or the banner ad from 19th century newspapers, or the 2D video ad, which is reminiscent of the dawn of broadcast television. And so what's really exciting to us about VR and AR is the concept of building brand experiences that don't fit into a box. And what does that mean from both a storytelling and a technology distribution perspective, to show that to the user in a way that's native and contextual. And really our goal is to create a win-win ecosystem where you have really kind of fun and creative and compelling ads that are fueling the monetization of content in a way that is really effective for the advertiser, for the publisher, and the consumer enjoys at the end of the day. So that's kind of our goal and our mission, and with this specific example with the Dallas Mavericks, what I wanted to showcase here is that this was to sell season tickets. So this wasn't just a brand advertiser, brand engagement style campaign where it's Coca-Cola and the message is drink Coke, and then you come away from that and you say, okay, maybe I'll go drink a Coke, but Coke has no way to really show, okay, did this convert to whatever I was trying to convert to? So those are two different types of advertising, but in this one it was a direct response in that we could directly correlate this to how many people bought tickets to the Mavericks after they saw this. And so it ran both across our network in headset, so across different virtual reality apps and platforms, and then also into web and mobile. And what I mean by web and mobile is essentially a magic window view. So you kind of move your phone around and you can see a little window into that 360 video. And so for those specific requirements, the Mavericks wanted this to run against a sports audience, primarily in the Dallas area. And so that was where we could go out and build that audience in web and mobile. And then in VR, it was more just of a kind of anywhere we could put it sort of thing. But I thought that was kind of an interesting use case because fan experience stuff is really cool. You're in the locker room with the players, you're on the court. It really has that cool notion of presence. But then at the end of the day, the campaign was to, was ultimately to sell tickets. And then, the amount of money that they spent on it comparative to their traditional video ads, you could just see a huge spike in the conversion, with a small increase, in the cost, both of the production and the ad serving. So, thank you.
Thank you, Vince. I think that really goes to for what the first two panelists were also speaking about, that for example, in the real estate market, the end goal is to get people to buy houses, right? But if they get to experience, it's very experiential, but it's not about the excitement of the game, it's about solving a problem and giving a solution that you can experience firsthand. And of course, or getting the brand, to get people to embrace the brand. Batman's a big brand, and there's a lot of people who follow it, and you have a cult following who wants that experience, that physical experience that they can tell other people about and become brand ambassadors. So sports is obviously one of those where you get that experience and you get really excited about it, and at the same time it inspires you maybe to go and actually feel it firsthand. So going from this, then, we're going to transfer over to Chuck Peel. Peel? Is that how you say your first name?
Peel.
I know, you're just Chuck to me.
It's easier than your last name.
Yes. So Chuck he's a real veteran. He has done a lot of things in this industry. He's one of the founding members of RealFX, which has 300 plus employees in Dallas and Santa Monica, and he's a respected leader and innovator in the entertainment space with over 50 projects to his credit and theatrical location based in the VR space. Lionsgate, JCPenney's, AT&T, Samsung. He's done a lot of interesting things. And in this particular case, sticking with the sports theme, but from a different perspective, a different experiential perspective, he's going to address brands in VR and location-based entertainment integration for a brand with a physical presence and interactivity with a campaign that has gotten over 1 billion views. So Chuck, I'll let you take it over.
Okay, if we can go to the first slide. Thanks for joining us here today. Our path to VR, like many, we just stumbled into it when it was a Kickstarter campaign. Basically, we got our first Oculus headset when it was very clunky and very fidgety. But for us, it was a natural progression of what we designed our studio for. We started in the advertising commercial business 22 years ago, and we still maintain a presence in that. So advertising, working with brands to create content around their brands in the traditional formats of 30-second spots is how we cut our teeth. We then transitioned into entertainment and started doing movies of the week for some of the studios, and then ultimately animated direct-to-videos, and then that led us to our own features. I don't know if anybody saw a movie called The Book of Life, an animated feature. That was our film that we co-produced. As we came around the horn and we're doing advertising, we're doing studio production films for other studios and doing our own content, VR came on. So we looked at it as just an extension of a storytelling tool, another way to be able to extend the experience, be it a brand or be it a big studio film, into VR. And that was always the way we looked at it. A couple of the panelists already commented on the importance of it as a storytelling tool. And that's originally how we got involved in it. So our first VR experience was Pacific Rim for Comic-Con a few years ago. That was a Hail Mary experience. Nobody had ever done a big experience with a studio thing for Comic-Con with literally less than a month, and it was crazy to get it done. But we threw it out there and it was well received. But what we learned in that was that the physical presence and the physical activation itself was every bit as important in the experience as what was in the goggles. And that's what I want to hit today. This is only one path, is that on our journey, we started to do theme park installations as well. We did the Universal Studios, Despicable Me ride. I don't know if you've been on that ride. So Despicable Me, Simpsons ride, all these theme park rides. And if you think about it, theme park rides and big experiential things in theme parks is really VR. It's a big 360 experiential piece of content. Yeah, you happen to be experiencing it in a motion seat with a bunch of other people. But we didn't know that yet, but we did later. And so when we started to look at the importance of the physical activation, it's the thing that we as a studio have been pushing and engaging our brands with, is to say, think about the physical, think about the reality as much as the virtual. I think I'm stealing your line there. But the idea was those two things, especially now, are super important in bridging the adoption rate. Some people just don't get VR, some people do. But what's the importance of having something physical to be able to extend the experience? So here's a little line: every brand has a story. Traditionally, that story is presented from the outside in. And VR changes that perspective, because really this is an idea of saying, everything on the outside, an advertisement, a 30-second spot, a commercial, the traditional ways for a brand to reach their audience is from the outside, from you, the marketer, the brand, content company, to the individual. And the idea of VR is that you have a captured audience. I think Nicholas mentioned it. It's like you've got them in a headset. This is a way to expand that experience and experience the brand from the inside out. So how do you do that? If you want to go to the next one. An example that we did, we've done a lot of other activations. We did Pacific Rim, as I said. We did Power Rangers. We did the Air Force that tours. All of these had some sort of physical activation around it. And this one in particular, 2 years ago, was done for American Express. American Express needed to be on brand. They had all their VIP, card holders that they love to provide special experiences like concerts, et cetera. So the idea was, what do we do at the U.S. Open? We worked with the agency and said, well, why don't you go up against a really badass, tennis player and see if you can return a serve? And that's how this was all born. So the idea was, how do you play against Maria Sharapova, and how do you create the experience? So I'm going to play a real quick video clip so you'll see. Now this is, what's funny is we can all say, VR is moving in dog years, at 7 years at a clip. Anything we say today is going to be wrong tomorrow, so you can call us on it. But that's the beauty of this, is it's being invented as we go. So even some of the technology here, just 2 years old, has advanced way past what we tried here with the American Express piece. Okay.
2015 was a big year for virtual reality, but for American Express, it wasn't enough to make another passive VR experience you sat and watched. For over 20 years, we've helped bring fans at the US Open Tennis Championships closer to the action. And this year, we took it even further by actually putting them in the action, with the first ever virtual reality that let you go head-to-head against a professional athlete. You versus Sharapova. This fully immersive experience put a tennis racket in your hand, put you on a court you can really move around in.
Nice, right?
And tested your skills against a tennis superstar. You versus Sharapova is the first true blend of live-action videos, CGI, and the ability to fully move around inside a virtual world as you moved in the real one. We laser scanned and motion captured Maria Sharapova in 360 degrees, composed binaural audio sound, and recorded over 50 responses.
That was a lot of fun.
And built custom software that would accurately reflect the ball's speed and angle of return.
For the fans that don't have a chance to play against me, this will be pretty close to real life.
And it was. Our haptic controller was weighted to feel like a racket and responded to your every move, as sensors translated your every swing, step, jump, and lunge into virtual reality. Maria started by hitting some shots to get you warmed up. Then it was time for the real challenge. Can you return Maria Sharapova's famous serve? For most, the answer was, of course not, but they sure had fun trying. At the US Open American Express fan experience, 8,000 visitors got to play You versus Sharapova. And it reached far beyond its on-site footprint, generating lots of love from the tech world and social media, driving over 1 billion earned media impressions worldwide, and even making an impression on Bill Gates, who tweeted his approval to his 26 million followers.
Did I talk too soon? Sorry.
So that's, that was a big activation, and there was a lot of effort put into it. I can't talk about the next one we're doing with them. It was the first thing that Vive did in that type of a footprint. We're doing another one for American Express with the sports thing. But I think the perspective that I want to provide is that anything that can break that physical space for the guest that is experiencing something is super important. There's a group that did a really cool spot for The Wire. Did anybody try this VR experience? The movie where you walk between the Twin Towers? So they sat there with a little box fan, pretty simple, and they had a little platform, and it had a tiny little rope going down the middle and another platform. You had to take your shoes off, and you got on top of the platform, and you got to walk on a wire, the tightrope between the two Twin Towers. I'm telling you, I couldn't do it. I was absolutely 100% convinced that when my foot touched that little piece of rope, I couldn't do it. Everybody, and he told me later, he goes, don't worry, about 50% of the people can't do it. And then they blew a fan on you, really simple. But my point is, what happened in that moment was the VR experience itself was super cool, but something as simple as a physical haptics device. I was thinking about the experience of going into a house. I wonder if adding a smell of chocolate chip cookies would increase the sell rate or something. So the theme in mine is that there's all kinds of great ways to experience VR, AR, and content. But it's an ecosystem. There's other elements to it. You don't have to go all in on one thing. You can still use traditional ways of reaching your audience with traditional physical experiences tied to VR that impact the guests and stay on point with whatever the message for the brand is. U.S. Air Force, we toured an entire 18-wheeler with a big airplane around, and there was other elements that were tied to it. VR was only one part of it. But it's important to say, what's the story, what's the brand identity, and how do you communicate that in content, much like anything else. If you're just doing VR to do VR, it's cool, but it's not gonna have the effect you want, so.
Thanks, Chuck. That was great. Very interesting. I'm sure I couldn't meet that serve virtually or in reality. So the next person, going to a different kind of perspective, more is entertainment, but with a twist for sure, is Todd Hooper, who's the founder and CEO of VReal, the first live streaming platform for VR games, connecting developers, streamers, and spectators on any VR headset or 2D screen. And prior to VReal, Todd was VP of Online Services at Unity, leading their project initiatives to revolutionize the way that games developers create and connect an audience. And he's here to talk about the future of live streaming video games in VR. So do you want to show the clip, or did you want to do a little setup first?
Let me do some setup first.
Okay, sure.
Thanks, Cynthia. Hi, everyone. I'm Todd. It's great to be here. VReal is really kind of at the intersection of two trends right now. I guess as Cynthia mentioned, I was previously at Unity, which is the technology that's used to create probably 70-80% of the VR content that you see. I saw an early look at the Vive, and when I really put that headset on in 2014, it was very, very clear to me that this is the future of gaming. Gaming is a $100 billion market split between PC, console, mobile, and virtual reality is something that gamers have been dreaming about, reading about in books and seeing on science fiction movies for 20, 30 years, even since I was a kid, surely. Beyond that, we're going to get there. Nicholas, it was nice to hear someone being very positive about VR. There was an earlier session from the VCs where people were kind of negative on VR. It just requires some patience. It's not going to be something that happens overnight. It's not going to happen tomorrow. It's not going to happen next week. Over the 3 to 5 year time frame is where I see, especially in the game space, that VR can become a multi-billion-dollar industry. We've done hundreds of demos to people in our office, gamers and non-gamers alike. Nobody comes away from it saying, yeah, that was just cool. Normally you have to fight to get the headset off them. So one of the sort of core tenets of VReal is that a big chunk of the gaming space is going to go to VR in the 5 year time frame. The other angle is that in the last 5 years, gaming has gone from something that used to be a solitary experience to becoming a media franchise. It used to be that I went home and just played a game, and that was my, identified as a gamer. I played a game maybe with myself or with friends. Now, the majority of gamers actually go home and they consume content from Twitch and YouTube that is influencers playing games. They're watching other people play games. In fact, at any time, any moment, there are more people watching games than playing games now. And that's very generational. If you talk to anyone that's over 30, they just flat out don't understand that. But there's a generation of younger people, typically 15 to 25, that have disconnected from traditional media, and they watch Twitch and they watch YouTube. They watch influencers like PewDiePie. They watch Jericho and Lyric and people that you may not have heard of if you don't follow the space. And they'll consume up to 2 hours of that content every night. So if you're a brand and you're trying to reach that market with a gaming product, an entertainment product, lifestyle, good luck putting it on TV, because they're not watching TV. They are watching. This is why Amazon paid $1 billion for Twitch, by the way. A lot of people didn't understand that, but the average Twitch user is consuming up to 2 hours of that a night. So all of that is based around an assumption that games are a flat thing on the screen in front of you. And of course, if games are going to move to VR, then there's going to be a new kind of streaming, and that's really what we're working on. Having said that, we also want to be able to reach, we want to create that bridge that we were talking about earlier to the existing consumers. Many consumers obviously know about VR. They don't have headsets yet. So what I'm going to show you, this is a show that was actually pitched to us by a Twitch studio that's here in Burbank. A very small studio, run on a very small budget. Definitely doesn't have the budget of the work that you guys do, Chuck. And we showed them a game that we'd set up virtual cameras in so they could film with like a camera team inside this game. And he came back and pitched me. He said, I want to make a comedy talent show around virtual surgeons. The game's called Surgeon Simulator. And it just finished a 12-week season. This was sponsored by a couple of brands that stepped in as sponsors. And yeah, well, let's run the video and you'll get a look at it. It's pretty funny. Oops.
Wrong slide, sorry. Trying to get it to play. Oh, it doesn't.
This
is actually ERVR. It's a I almost said Virgin Simulator.
Yeah, Virgin Simulator.
Diffy show.
Yeah, you know we keep it Diffy. You did it twice. You did it nice. And your hair's not filled with lice.
You took out a soul and injected the soul into the universe. Go now, do those drugs!
So yeah, that was made on a bare bones budget by a very small team. But basically, they just had the player sitting in the room, and all of the video content you saw was actually filmed by a team in VR. Now, the audience loved it. We had 2,000 people watching the premiere live, which is pretty big for a small Twitch channel. And interestingly, we did a survey of that gamer audience and asked, how many of you intend to purchase a VR product in the next 12 months? And it was nearly 30%, it was like 28 point something percent. So in that demographic of gamers and people that are excited about this technology, the intent to purchase is very, very high. Now in the future, that will be an experience that you can watch on your 2D screen, whether it's on your phone or on your TV, but you'll also be able to put a headset on with V-Reel and actually enjoy that experience in full VR as well. So that's the kind of future that we're working towards. I see that mobile gaming is probably the biggest thing that we've had in gaming in the last 10 years, and VR is definitely the next big platform, and to hell with the skeptics.
Yeah, I think we're going to transition now to some degree to more back to mobile and to 360 with Christine. But one of the important things is that these 18 to 24-year-olds that were early adopters are now becoming embedded adopters, and they have disposable income. And this is very attractive to advertisers. So as this business matures, you're going to find more and more of that adoption spreading across different platforms, and especially as it becomes more easy to use in the mobile market. And our next guest, our next panelist, I should say, is Christine Lee, and she's the Global VP of Business Development at Immersive. And Immersive is an early stage company that has built a platform for mobile virtual reality and mobile 360 to serve content developers. The Immersive network provides Google Cardboard and Mobile 360 developers an opportunity for distribution and monetization. Most recently, Christine was the general manager at Chartboost, managing sales, business development, partnerships, and account management. Previously, she managed entertainment and games at AdMob and continued to work with both console and mobile game developers. So in this particular instance, Christine is bringing a whole nother business that is really a big business like real estate. She is, as you can imagine, travel in VR and 360 is a compelling medium. The best way to have potential tourists get a taste of their vacation through virtual reality. So Christine will walk through a case study of how they helped Hawaii tourism market to potential customers and tourists. So you think Dallas and Mavericks, now we're going to go into tourism about how you get people to get excited about it.
Awesome, thank you. That was a long intro, sorry about that.
That's okay.
All right, so I'm Christine Lee, I'm with Immersive. Immersive is a VR 360 ad platform. So we help content creators and VR developers with monetization via in-app VR advertising, and we also help with advertisers and brands and agencies with distribution and marketing. Today we'll talk about a case study that we did with OMD and Hawaii Tourism. But before we get into the numbers, I just want to take a step back and kind of think about tourism and VR. It's actually a really special fit in that when you travel, you're either physically present or you're seeing photos or videos, and photos and videos don't do it justice, right? This is the first time that people could fully travel virtually and experience something without being there. So it's a very powerful medium. With that, advertising in VR is extremely powerful. It's the first time that a brand could fully surround a potential customer, right? It's the first time that you could be in headset and fully send that message. So with that, we wanted to put that to the test and actually see, is VR advertising that much more powerful or perform that much better? And of course, with our results, we see that it did. So we'll dive into this now. So with this specific case, this was, again, OMD, a big agency in Hawaii tourism. They had a very cool video that we'll show afterwards where they're really showing, what it's like to be in the Hawaiian waterfalls and in the volcanoes. And then, of course, driving installs to their Hawaii VR app. So they ran this across our network, and this was across games content, travel content, entertainment content. It went for about 5 weeks. We hit over 50,000 users that were actually in headset. And we saw a 70% video completion rate. So just to give you some benchmarks there, on mobile and on desktop, if anybody here has worked in ads or bought ads, that's really high. Mobile and desktop is typically 20 to 30% for non-rewarded. So 70% is really strong. The next thing, which is kind of funny, is that in headset, you can't click on anything, so we call it a gaze. Like, that's the actual click. So in mobile speak, it's CTR, click-through rate. In VR speak, it's gaze-through rate. So we saw about a 25% gaze-through rate. Now in mobile, coming from Unity, coming from Chartboost, we saw 1% maybe for click-through rates, maybe on mobile web a little higher, but that is, 25 times more than what we've seen on other platforms. In terms of install rates, and I'll say this more broadly across the network, we're seeing for app installs that are VR and 360 about 1 to 20% install rates. That's crazy. That's 1 out of 5 people are actually installing an app. Again, in mobile, we're seeing about sub 1%. So just in this kind of early time frame, we're already seeing that the engagement in VR is so much higher than other platforms. And it's not just a novelty thing either. Our company has been around for 2 years, and we've been live for over a year. And actually the performance since we've launched has gone up. So the view-through rates, the click-through rate, or the gaze-through rates, and the install rates have actually increased. So it's actually really special to see how powerful this medium actually is and how people actually want to stick around and engage with that. So now we could show the video.
Okay. It's coming from YouTube,
Is it gonna work?
so hopefully it will.
So much suspense.
While I pull this up, maybe you guys could answer a question, and I'll go see if I can get it off of YouTube for you. So mixed reality is part of it, but most of you spoke about VR and adaptation to mobile. What do you have to shoot differently? Do you always have to do the mobile piece? How do you blend the two together, because there are different mediums in terms of production, and maybe you could just address that while I try to find this clip for her. Whoever wants to, somebody.
I can jump in with a comment of that. I know that a lot of people thought about the differences between VR and AR and MR, as being augmented reality or mixed reality. And to me personally, in 360 as well, I actually kind of look at that as a fourth pillar. I actually see these as completely different platforms. There's a lot of similarity in the fact that, yes, you are at a center point or immersed with the experience kind of wrapped all around you. Different options will let you have different levels of interactivity or how you can engage into it. But I think very few experiences actually overlap all four. 360 is really, to me, the ability to look every direction. So the difference of you sitting at home in your living room, or for those watching us on the live feed right now, sitting and watching a screen. You're sitting forward and you're looking at something within a given space. For everyone else, look all around you. This is virtual reality. Everywhere that you could look, everything that you could interact with is that level. So it's taking it to that next layer. Where MR and AR come into place, a lot of us have hunted Pokemon, and we've gone that direction in the AR, where you can take kind of virtual experiences and overlay them into your environment. The jump to mixed reality, I think, is really about interacting with that space. So many played Pokemon and called it mixed reality, but in reality you could have the Pokemon on the table or on the floor, but it didn't read the table or the floor. That's where mixed comes into play, and I think that's where Microsoft with the HoloLens and the structured devices, and I know there's a lot of work being done with that in the real estate space. As soon as you start to have the virtual digital content interacting with the physical space, that is where you start to get into that mixed reality field. So if you think about it, virtual reality, as much as you are very, some of the challenges and the myths that people first talked about, where you're lost in there and that you're kind of, it's a really solitary experience. What I think is great is, this is where, companies like VReal or people who are starting to socialize that virtual reality experience, that's really the next evolution of VR. And I think while we are all focusing on VR today, I think it's important to understand the delineation and the differences between them.
That's exactly what I was looking for. Thank you very much, John.
A lot of people would say, John, that the 360 video is barely VR, right? Like I mean, for gamers, one of the things that gamers look for, gamers, if you hand a gamer a joystick, what's the first thing they do? They push forward to see what, where they can move. They want agency in the world. And because 360 video is limited to generally a single point of view, unless you're going to spin up multiple cameras. So, I tend to think of real VR content is something that's actually rendered real time in a game engine like Unity or Unreal, and I can move around. I have 6 degrees of freedom. And 360 is more a kind of an entertainment experience that has some features of VR, but is not actually, true VR. It's interesting with Microsoft using the mixed reality term because that's been very big in the last few weeks. People, they're trying to take AR and VR and move it into the MR term. I think that's actually correct. Longer term, it is one set of technologies. Right now, it might be 2 different products, but everyone remembers when the camera and the phone were 2 different products, right? Because they just couldn't combine them physically in the same package. That will go away over the longer term. It'll take us a little while to get there.
So excuse me, I'm going to go ahead and let Christine, I want to try to make sure she gets to show her video. I have it up on my screen. Is there a way for me to transfer, Eric, so that we can show this video from YouTube? I want to be able to play a YouTube video. Yeah. Okay.
We don't have to play.
Yeah, well, if you, if I hit play, you think, can you see it? It's not that. It's my YouTube screen.
We could also just play that one. That was
Okay.
the video that I sent.
It worked. It worked at home. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't work. That was the problem. I'll try it again. If we can, it's very cool, and I'd very much like to show it because. Okay. Let me get to it. There we
It's
go.
okay. You could YouTube
Okay.
it as well.
Okay. All right. Well, you can YouTube it. It's immersive, and that's RSV. And if you want to keep talking, then a little bit. If you have any more you wanted to add, or we can go. We have just a couple of minutes. We have about 5 minutes for a quick Q&A. Unless there's something else you guys want to add before we throw it to the audience.
Can I add to the comment?
Yeah,
I thought
sure.
that was a good topic. Yes, I believe it's getting there. That it's gonna MR and
That's
the way
what
the
I wanna try
technologies will eventually come together. In the meantime, for content creators like all of us or people that are in this business, you are looking at a piece of content or an idea or IP, and you may be creating it in parallel paths to be able to exist in all those areas. So we're doing that right now, as a lot of them are. We'll create something that might be in a tethered experience like Vive or Oculus, and it might be a big physical activation, but ultimately part of the rollout is then to do a 360 version of it and everything else. So we're now considering AR as part of that. So we may create animated characters for a VR experience, but ultimately we're using that data and all that to be able to create maybe something that's AR. So right now, they're separate little pipes. So the workaround is how do you create it with a mind's eye to an application in each of those areas. So
I think if you take gaming as an analogy there.
You want to lean into the mic?
Yep, I can do that. I think it's working.
There
Is
we
it
go.
working? Nope.
Yeah, I think it's working now.
Okay. In the old days, when we used to make video games, we used to port them over to each of the respective platforms, right? You never wanted to just port a game directly. And what I mean by that is a Game Boy game is a completely different experience because of the platform and the way that it's played to a PlayStation game and to a PC game. So you never do a direct port. There's no difference here. I agree 100%. You create a virtual reality experience, but you want to extend your brand and make it available across all experiences. So as augmented reality or mixed reality become more popular, etc., you also want to create experiences there, but that are very different from VR. You can't just take a VR experience and say, hey, I'm now going to turn it into a mixed reality, because it doesn't work that way. You've got to it's just another platform.
There's another Mythbuster.
I thought another...
I think we should probably, if it's okay, I'd like to go ahead and just give people a chance so that you don't get completely mobbed at the end here. Yep. If somebody wants to ask a question, or not, go ahead back there. We'll start with the very, very back. We'll work our way up. Can you speak up? It's a little noisy behind us. So. So the question is about the click-through rate and the CPA rate and how that's formulated?
Yeah, it's a great.
Yeah. Why don't you repeat his question, so.
Yeah, the question was, there we go. The question was around performance advertising in VR, if I could clarify that. So that would be branding, which is things like view-through rate and click-through rate and engagement, but then there's performance advertising, which is how much did it actually cost to drive an install. So we actually see both. In this specific case for the Hawaii campaign, this is more of an engagement, more of a branding campaign, but we are working with partners like, for example, Machine Zone, who has 360 video, and if anyone knows Machine Zone, they're probably one of the most metric-driven companies out there. So it's absolutely something that we're aware of, and the entire UI and the flow, we want to make sure that we're supporting, brand advertisers and performance advertisers. And because the view-through rates and the click-through rates and the install rates are so high, the effective cost per install ends up being pretty affordable.
Thank you, Christine, and thank you for the question. Anybody else? I think you had something back there.
Yeah, how exactly do you measure engagement? Is it like a particular object in the VR that someone's eyes are looking at for certain?
The question was around gaze-through rate and what is a gaze. So unfortunately, we don't have the video, but at the end of the video, it shows that there's a landing page, and it says something like, discover Hawaii now, right? And there's a button. So since there's no clicks, we're kind of creating these standards with the users to show, how do I actually interact, and how do I interact across everything. So in this case, it's a user that turns their head, faces the actual button, and a little circle forms around that. Right? Same thing with like a close button, a little circle forms around that. So this is kind of a standard that we've actually worked with the IAB on to make sure that across all networks and all advertising platforms, this is the kind of way that you would interact and kind of consider it a click.
I viewed something from Louis Vuitton, and they used it in fashion, where you could click and they're showing these dancers and everything, and you touch it and you could see what the clothing is, and you could get a little pop-up comes in, and you get to like interact with the video on your computer as long as you have the touch screen or on your mobile device. So
the devices have eye tracking, so instead of using your digits, you're using your eyeballs, and that's what is causing that click.
I would also just add that from a native advertising perspective, like product placement in VR, there's an opportunity to tag the placed products within the VR environment, and then we could do things like track how long a user was looking at a specific product, how many times they looked at it, if they engaged with it, those sort of gaze metrics as well.
So we are out of time. I want to thank you, panelists, for staying on time and on budget, so to speak, and for all of you for coming, and good luck to you. Hope to see you around the industry. The panelists will probably stick around for just a little bit, those who don't have to hop on a plane. And thank you again for coming, and good luck. Thanks.
All right, we may be like 30 seconds early, but I think we're going to go ahead and get started. Welcome to the Future of Entertainment, VR Story Architects and Experience Designers. I had to read that from here. It's a long sentence. We have a great lineup for you guys today, and I don't want to spend a ton of time giving you the whole thing, but I do want to figure out, just want to get a general idea of where the audience is as far as virtual reality and 360 video. So if you are working or have worked on any sort of VR or 360 production, or you work in the business, can you just raise your hand for me? Okay, okay, good majority of people. Is there anyone who has no idea what 360 video or virtual reality is? Okay, all right, this guy over here. All right, great. And then the rest of you have some you're familiar, but you're not necessarily working on it. Okay, great. That helps us to know, like, we're mostly working with people who understand the business and understand some of the some of the technology and some of the limitations and some of the exciting things that have even happened even recently. So I'm going to introduce the panel here. So closest to me, this is Dylan Roberts. He's the co-founder and CEO of Freelance Society. It's a multimedia production company and 360 studio based in Tulsa, Oklahoma and London, two very different places. At the age of 18, Dylan began traveling internationally as a journalist and videographer to countries including Iraq, Lebanon, Cuba, Uganda, Gaza, Somalia, and beyond. He started creating 360 videos in early 2015, such as Welcome to Aleppo, Their World, Safe School, Nepal, and On the Front Line with Medics in Mosul, Iraq. Next to him, we have Najib Kuda. He's the founder and CEO of the award-winning production company Endless Media and its VR content studio, Endless VR. He's got some great stuff to show us today. Next to him, we have Madison Girafalco. Got it? All right. The art director at VR Playhouse and independent writer-illustrator. She worked as a creative executive for an indie production company for a number of years. But within 3 months of seeing her first VR experience, she quit her job in film development and started transitioning to telling stories using VR. I think many of us probably did that. Alongside her VR work, alongside VR Playhouse, Madison led the digital marketing and social media for the past VR LA Expo. So some of you guys were there. She led the marketing and social media for that. Madison also works at 14th Factory and is currently looking to publish a children's book, which she wrote and illustrated. And then we have Thomas Wallner. He's an Emmy award-winning innovator, filmmaker, and interactive media creator. He is the founder of two companies, Deep Inc., a Toronto-based cinematic VR studio, and Liquid Cinema Inc., a software company building tools to help creators explore and define the evolving language of cinematic VR. And my name is Alex Pierce. I will be the moderator for the panel today. I'm filling in for Celine Tricart. Some of you guys know her. She had to go take a VR gig in Turkey, so she got out of it. But I have a background in traditional filmmaking. Like Madison, my first VR experience, I literally the next day changed everything I was doing and started focusing on VR. That was about 3 years ago. Last September, I joined Jaunt VR as a full-time producer and director. I also helped create VR curriculum at the Academy of Art University and am a contributing writer to Immersive Shooter. So let's give these guys a round of applause. Got to do the embarrassing part. So we're just going to jump right in. So Dylan, do you want to jump up?
Thank you, Alex. And so my name is Dylan Roberts, and I started Freelance Society around 2013. And so as a journalist, I've covered mainly, let's say, complex countries since 2009. So started really covering Iraq towards the end of the war, the U.S. war. And then we really started getting into VR. My business partner, Christian Steven, and I, in early 2015, we did a lot of work with Riot, which was acquired by AOL, or Huffington Post, and I guess AOL. And then we started getting more involved in 360 videos. That's kind of our specialty. And we really focus on access into not just countries, but really access into specific stories that make sense in 360. And so you can go next slide if you want. These are just some of our favorite films that we did. Welcome to Aleppo was the first 360 video inside a war zone. And then we did Safe School Nepal, which is about the education system after the earthquake. And then most recently we did one covering Mosul in the medical team inside Mosul, Iraq. And yeah, I think I'll show a clip here.
In addition, while it's true that Iraqi special forces still outnumber ISIS fighters, it's reported that 4,800 Iraqi soldiers have either been injured or killed. To make matters even worse, the conflict has virtually wiped out all formalized medical facilities in Mosul. Instead, medical teams have set up makeshift field hospitals hidden within abandoned houses all over this dense city. As you can see, these hospitals are actually just simple triage centers, equipped with beds, tourniquets, and bandages. Basically the absolute minimum a medic needs to plug up a gunshot or shrapnel wound. And aside from very limited supplies, medical teams also have to contend with ISIS soldiers and informants pretending to be civilians seeking treatment. The guy in the blindfold is an ISIS informant captured by Iraqi special forces.
You can go to the last slide. Yeah, we did that with the project with Seeker. You can just go Google Seeker VR, and it's probably the latest video. And yeah, so probably one of the most dumb things you could do is film VR in a conflict zone, just because the cameras and technology for one thing, and you know, a lot of times you're filming and you have to figure out, okay, how can I get out of the shot? So that's always one of the complex problems. So a lot of times when we film, we actually have to be in the shot just for safety reasons. And so we've been working in Iraq, and we'll have about 3 more films coming out this year, ranging from Yazidi women who have taken up arms to fight against ISIS, and we actually did that film with Celine. And we're also focusing on long format VR investigative. So we even have footage going back over a year and a half in 360 video. And we're going to continue to see what happens to the state of the country of Iraq. And we really are interested of how can we do investigative long format 360 pieces. And so yeah, we some of these photos, that's majority is inside Mosul, and some of the cameras I really enjoyed was the Zcam S1, which is like actual all-in-one camera, which was nice. And so just because you have to be so focused on the camera, but you also have to be aware of your surroundings and watch out for landmines and sniper fire, some of the things you have to really watch out for. So yeah, is it necessary to film in 360 in a conflict zone? I think there are certain awarenesses, and we're always constantly, do we want to push that boundary? Because when you put on the headset, do you want people to experience that kind of conflict? So those are some of the things that we try to think about when creating the story is, do we want people to see this kind of raw storytelling? But I think it's important to tell these kind of stories.
Yeah. I love how he so calmly says, you know, there's some dangers like stepping on a landmine or avoiding sniper fire. It must be pretty intense when you're out there.
Yeah.
So I definitely want to talk more. At the end of the panel, I think we should talk more about some of the experiences you have. Is there any experience you'd like to share? You know, something you've filmed, a scene, maybe this is a
clip. Yeah.
Pretty compelling. There's times when there's people firing at you in this video. Do you want to talk
Absolutely.
about?
Yeah, you actually don't even think about filming. You try to put yourself into the action, and you happen to be filming at that time. So it's not so much trying to find the shot. It's more of how can I get myself into not the action, but we're always in the back of your mind, what's the point of telling the story? and how can we get to these areas to actually film it. And so if you watch the film, you know, if VR can somehow get smell, I think then it's going to be so immersive. It's almost you're actually truly there. So we even filmed like mass graves where you've seen 500 to 600 bodies all in one thing, and then you have to think about, do I really want to show this to people? So there's always so much action going around, but you really have to think, does it make sense to tell the story, or you know, what's your goal?
I'll share something quick that you might not even know, but I was in the military as well. I was in Afghanistan. And I remember thinking then, one of our missions, we had 30 journalists from every news agency you could imagine come out to this this agricultural center that we were helping to support. And we didn't even make it to the facility, and they had to turn around for logistical reasons, or maybe it was too far, I'm not really sure. But they all had their own stories of what this place was like, even though they never actually went there. And they had pictures, you know, that they zoomed in and they got a picture of it. And so they're like, okay, yeah, we got it, thank you. And one of the first things that I thought of when VR came about, and I'm not a journalist, but was, you know, they couldn't make that up if they were there. They couldn't pretend like they went out to this cultural center. And if they were filming in VR, you know they're there. There's no, you know, when you see this piece and you're like, oh, I'm right there with these soldiers. I'm right here, you know, right down there. People are firing at each other. So
yeah, it's almost true storytelling, because you can't hide the atmosphere. It's the atmosphere what it is.
Yeah, absolutely. So I applaud you for everything you're doing. Yeah, let's go ahead. I'd love to there's a spider like climbing all over the place. It's great. I'd love to talk more when we get done with the panel. Let's go ahead and move to Madison. What's that?
Is it cool if I still come up?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So we're gonna switch computers.
Hey everybody.
Don't mind us.
Well, I can start by telling you a little bit about VR Playhouse while we get this set up. We are a full-service creative studio based in LA. We do VR, AR, and 360 video. We are soup to nuts, so we have the creative section, a post-production, and distribution. We work on all sorts of different media topics, so we've done stuff from Defying the Nazis, which is more of a documentary format, to Reinvent, which was in partnership with USC, which used MRI technology to control the VR actual game experience. And then we'll do like commercial projects like Coach or Red Bull, Jack in the Box. But I'll show you the sizzle. Thank you.
My hands on myself. Pick up, dust them off, put them back up on the shelf. Kiss my little baby girl, there's a need. Am I coming out of left field? Ooh, I'm a rebel just for Kickstart. I've been feeling it since 1966. Might be over now, but I feel it still. Ooh, I'm a rebel just for Kickstart. Let me kick it like it's 1986.
That song's so hot, right? So we do a lot of commercial projects, and what we do that for is to be able to fund more creative projects too. All of us have a theater and film background, and so when we get a chance to do something more creative, it's an exciting experience for us. And one of the things we worked on was a short film called Girl. It's about a little girl who she's choosing not to speak. She's had some sort of semi-traumatic experience, and her mother is trying to reach out to her and get her to open back up. The topic was the subject matter was female-based, and our team was very women-focused. Our director, Lauren Ludwig, our producer, Christina Heller, the lead actress is Nella Laveras, and me and Maria Dearloff on the art department. And I feel like this was a really important story to get out right now, especially in VR, where we do need more representation from women to shape this industry. We use the medium to dictate our storytelling. So you'll see in this clip, the camera's actually at a lower angle. You take the perspective of the child. So we use the camera at a lower angle to be able to have that, like, you're looking up feeling. This lack of agency where you're like looking around, you're not actually having to make eye contact, similar to how a child would act around talking to an adult. And the speech itself is very like lyrical and narrative, kind of reminiscent of what you grew up listening to and people would talk to you or read you stories. So the clip one.
See this, Janie? This is where Mom grew up, and Grandma too. How do you like it? There's the piano. That's where Grandma made Mom practice an hour a day.
Didn't do much good, huh?
You should be glad I don't make you do that. Huh, Janie?
Mom brought you here without telling you why. How long do you think you will be here?
Is that a new painting?
You don't like it.
It's a giant crow.
So, you're not talking, huh?
Janie, talk to your grandma. Tell her about the dinosaurs we saw on the side of the road. You remember?
Mom wants you to speak.
How many were there? Remember they were green? There were so many of them. Tell Grandma. Janie. Janie, you're being rude.
How long has it been?
4, 5 weeks.
Nothing.
Not a word.
So you could see there how we use the medium to make you feel like a kid again and kind of take you through the discomfort of not being able to express yourself in that way. Another way that you can use as an art director to convey story is the actual setting. And before, with traditional film, that's a lot of the director of photography's job. But since it's a 360 atmosphere, a lot of what you're doing is the environment and giving you sort of a vibe rather than an actual like zoom in or wide angle. So in this case, we use the atmosphere of the room to kind of make you feel, again, in that childlike way. You're at like your kooky grandma's house. It's sort of uncomfortable. You're in this strange place. And no matter where you're looking, you're seeing something different and exploring the space similar to how you would as a child. We also used a lot of practical effects to convey these feelings of like maybe being afraid of the dark, or you're in this new place, maybe thinking of nightmares, to kind of speak to the audience inner child.
This is your new room. What do you see? What do you hear?
And he knows about the baby?
Yes, Mom, he knows.
He knows about Janie?
No, but he wouldn't care.
You should call him.
I have called him, Mom. He doesn't pick up the phone.
You need to call him again.
No, I've called him 12 times and he doesn't call me back. So,
I just don't accept that.
At night, Mom doesn't come to tuck you in. Are you afraid? If you call for her, will she come? If you call for Dad, will he come?
This one work? Okay. So what you may have not been able to see there is as it gets dark, some of the room starts coming to life. So there's like a rocking horse that's moving and like the door slams and like in that last clip I was actually in the armoire like slamming the door. So it really was a combination of theater and technology meeting and sort of figuring out where we can fit these two mediums together to tell a story.
Thanks, Madison.
Yeah.
One thing I think that I think in traditional film, a lot of filmmakers sort of see the DP as being a little bit more important than the production designer, and in general they should be the same. But I think in general, a lot of times put a lot more importance on the DP, the cinematographer. And in my mind, I feel like in VR, it's sort of the opposite, where you have to light practically in a lot of situations when you're going to be doing shooting cinematic feature or cinematic VR shorts or films or whatever. I think that the production designer and the art direction, it's so important to have somebody who really understands that. And unfortunately, you can't really see the projector that well, but the set design in that is incredible. And every little pixel on the screen is really well thought out, and a lot of the lighting was done practically as well. So. We'll have to come back to that. So the next speaker we have is Najib. So Najib, you want to stay there or here? Good.
Then go and start talking.
All right. Perfect.
My name's Jack Philo, and it's finally time for me to get my shit together. All right, let's do this. Whoa, who is this magnificent specimen? She's unbelievable. It is only a matter of time. Soon I will move up to take my rightful place next to you, my love. I just have to figure out a way. But then, we will date.
Okay, everyone.
How's it going, guys? So I'm Najib Kuda, the founder and CEO of Endless VR. We are a VR content studio focused on creating content across a number of different genres, but anything that has a narrative is a cinematic focus. That piece, although I apologize for the orientation, was a scripted comedy piece that we did with Oculus Studios that we came out about 2 months ago. And a lot of what we do is really trying to figure out what type of content has the ability to achieve a level of mass consumption. Both myself and my team, we come from the kind of traditional future studio side. So I worked for Sony, for Fox, and for Lionsgate before this, greenlighting and distributing films anywhere ranging from 21 Jump Street through La La Land. And we're really focused on building a comprehensive slate that focuses on what type of content can hit the mass consumer. So whether that's comedy, whether that's thrillers, whether it's action, whether that's sci-fi, building things that have that level of appeal that can appeal to a huge audience and really bring VR more and more into the mainstream. With that particular piece, we wanted to experiment with what scripted comedy really looks like, and see what timing looks like, what kind of beats really hit, and whether jokes work the same way in traditional filmmaking as it does in VR filmmaking. And that's a lot of what we do, is figure out where VR is in the evolution of cinema in terms of what makes sense to port over to VR filmmaking, what makes sense to leave behind, and what that new language can really look like. So with that piece in particular, we definitely went for something that was a whole lot broader than artistic. We went for something that had a level of mass appeal. It was a funny guy from a hit sitcom on CBS and A Beautiful Girl, and we played through a lot of kind of traditional jokes to see whether it's something that could just be a fun experience in VR. Definitely not something we took Sniper Fire for, so definitely not something as artistic and awesome as stuff you guys make. And we think that's what we were trying to do, is kind of try to find that balance in VR of kind of spreading it out and making lots of different types of content and see what works, things that are deep and interesting, things that are fun and silly, and see how all that stuff really fits into the spectrum of what this business could really be and how we can build a slate that really achieves that. So kind of the way that we're looking at it is how all those things play together with not only genre and tone and focus, but also type, whether things should be passive, whether things should be interactive, whether things should be 360 video, volumetric, whether it should be game engine. We're experimenting with that whole world, because we really want to bring in a lot of true story into that, no matter how we do it. We want people to really put on that headset and have an enjoyable time, have an experience that they can walk out of it and say, like, that was worth the 10 to 15 to 20 minutes I just spent in a headset, and it brought some value to my day, and something that they can enjoy for going forward and really make something like part of their media consumption ecosystem. And kind of the example that I always give when we're discussing concepts internally and figuring out what we want to make next is, if you were to come home after a long day at work and put on a head and decide what you want to do, whether that's watch television, whether it's play a video game or put on a headset, what would warrant you wanting to put on a headset for those 20 minutes and have a fun time? And that's kind of how we look at the type of content that we're making, and really want to bring that kind of cinematic storytelling to make this a true evolution of media consumption and something that can exist within that playing field.
Great, that's awesome. Thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, I think that one thing for me, you know, people ask me, like, well, what's it going to take for VR to get to the next level? What's it going to take? And one of those things is to have a production company like Endless Media decide, hey, let's make a VR studio and let's start figuring out how do we tell VR stories. It also takes the grassroots, you know, kids from college, like, just scrapping together and doing that. But a big part of it is people who have already told successful stories and do know something about telling stories and also commercial stories, and spending the time and money and the brain power to go, how can we, like you said, how can we take the things that we've learned and apply them, but also what things do we need to toss out?
Yeah.
I think that's a very important point that you made.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the kind of fun part of being in VR right now, is that there's that opportunity to do so many things, especially for a lot of us that come from that traditional future world where the world has been increasingly consolidated into, we make these kind of movies and we don't want to make anything else because this is what works and this is what's successful, especially with the theatrical world kind of, with the bottom kind of falling out and that, and movies increasingly hard to turn profitable, that a lot of people don't really have the courage to try different things. And I think VR is kind of that awesome space in the sense that we have a wide scape to try a lot of different things and the opportunity to make different things that maybe we couldn't ever make in the future world anymore.
Yeah, great, thank you. Okay, I will be the next speaker. So, as I said earlier, I work at Jaunt. I have directed and produced a few shows there, but many of them have not been released yet, so I can't talk or show them. But I have a passion project that I've been working on for a few months now, and my DP is in the audience. Megan, can you wave your hand so I can embarrass you? And so I'm going to show you a clip from that and talk a little bit about that. I'm actually going to show this in 360. So hopefully we can see it.
This was the day he figured it out. Who I was. Who I am. It didn't last long. It never lasts long. Sometimes he catches me in a lie. I feel bad, but what can I do? When I tell him the truth, it just confuses him, but he's getting worse.
Can't really see much of that, but pretend there's some image there and you'll get the idea. So one of the things I'm going to talk about is, well, basically the main thing I'm going to talk about is sort of directing and lighting for VR. And, you know, there are different opinions on sort of also where's the frame. And so a lot of people say, well, we don't have a frame. And I tend to disagree with that. And I think, you know, when our last panelist gets up, Thomas, he'll talk about that, and he has some tools for that as well. But when I think when most filmmakers are making something in 360, they are framing it. There are visual frames that somebody's going to turn and they're going to land on this frame, and we're going to compose this frame here. So it's, yeah, you can barely even see the screen, but basically I have a rectangular image here, and then I have sort of the frame. Yeah, you can't see it at all. Nah. I have sort of like the frame that we envisioned when we, you know, when we shot it. So, you know, I think that there certainly is a lot of the composition that we have from traditional filmmaking, rule of thirds, all these sort of things definitely apply in 360. You just have to imagine them in different ways. If you have, you have two characters here, you have to imagine sort of several different frames, but you still have to compose those frames, and you know what art goes in those frames and how the light hits those frames are all very, very important. This may not even be, yeah, you won't be able to see it anyway. I have a set of images here. We'll go ahead and kill the lights. We'll try to see it. I have a few images here. So the final rectangular image sort of looks something like this, and you have a living room over here. You have two actors talking here, and there's one of the actors, this actor here, the same actor over here. And you know, if just this image, it looks like, well, that's just fine. But there's basically we filmed 3 different shots to create this image. So the first one looks something like this. You can see Megan's down here, our DP's here. We're lighting this scene here. I'm here. I'm watching the actors, so I'm not like behind. I'm not in Video Village. I'm not like in another room where I can't see them. I'm in the room watching my actors as they're doing their performance. The DP's watching the lighting as it hits their face, and you know, and then we switch that. We shoot the scene over here in the kitchen with the same actress. That's why she can be in 2 places at once. And then last we filmed the living room. So we actually filmed this before the other 2. There was a little bit of light from outside, plus we were shooting a light into it. But so there's 3 pieces. So there's this piece, and that piece, and then we put them together. So we're able to get rid of the living room and the DP and the lighting here. We're able to get rid of myself in this image here. And then we're able to also, you can barely see it, but we're also getting rid of the tripod at the bottom. And then, of course, the final step is the color grade, so the difference in color between the two as well. And all those things have, it's very difficult to do, but the idea is something that's very old. I mean, it's shooting a clean plate, and being able to be behind the camera and be there with your actors. I think it's very important that we're able to be with actors, because I think for me, the most important thing in VR is good acting. So making sure that your actors are true to the story and delivering lines how they should be, is at least as important as it is in traditional media, but maybe even more, because we don't have close-in. We can't really jump into close-ins. We can't really cut and create a performance. It has to be organic and it has to be real. So this film we're finishing it up this week actually, and we'll be releasing it pretty soon. You'll go check it out. But now I want to hand the mic over to Thomas Wallner, who's going to come up here. We're going to switch computers again. I can get rid of this.
No, it's fine. Hi there. Hi. I don't know how much you can see there. If we could take down the lights, that would be great. Wow, I'm screen recording here. I don't mean to do that. Okay. So just a little bit about myself. I've been making films for about 20 years, feature documentaries on various subjects. The last one I did was about aging drag queens and transsexuals in their 80s in Belgium. I'm very specific. I would say that alone qualifies me as a transmedia producer. So I mention that because I think it means I know a thing or two about traditional storytelling or storytelling. And about 4 years ago, and I've worked in interactive media for many years doing interactive storytelling, sort of as a parallel career track. And about 4 years ago, I found myself being one of the directors on a television series about the Arctic, a 10-part series. And then I was also tasked with making an immersive film. It was about 4 years ago. And so when working with 360 Media, it became really apparent to me, at least at that time, that it was a really terrible medium to try to tell a story with, that it was exceedingly difficult to do so. And maybe we'll get into discussing that later, why, so I won't say too much about that. And one of the things that really bothered me was really the lack of a frame, or not, having a hard time framing up a picture. So we did this film called Polar Sea. It was a 25-minute narrative piece, and in it we sort of developed some techniques that I felt were relevant to the medium. So we then went out and actually created a platform that would allow some of these advanced techniques to be applied, and a tool set that would allow you to do that. So let me just show you what that means. I'd like to say that we brought the frame back into this medium, and I think it's actually quite literally true. So I will just show this to you for now. So here is the classic problem. If you just look at this shot for a second, it's a 360 shot from a piece I did called The Edge of Space, together with Jürgen Gertz at Concept VR. There's a cut happening here. The audience looked left and there's a cut. And that detail of this man almost getting caught in a wire and being pulled up into space is important to my story. I wouldn't want people to miss it. Now, the thing is that, some idiot comes along and then starts looking to the right side at a piece of plastic that has nothing to do with my story.
and I don't like that. And now this is what the cut looks like. I mean, what is that? It's like having a drunken camera person, and you know, your story basically dies there. So with our player, that's not what happens. It's the only player in the world that does something different. So now let's watch this cut again, and now what you see is this, that basically what we do is we programmatically reorient the sphere to the view that the author wanted the audience to see. We called it forced perspective. I don't know if that's the best name. It's a slightly unfortunate name, actually. It's unfortunate because it implies that something is being forced on the viewer. And it is true that we're forcing a certain angle, but we've been doing it for years and the audience never noticed the manipulation. So it's this beautiful thing where we're giving back control to the filmmaker and taking none of the freedom away from the viewer, which is sort of the ideal combination. And I think it actually changes the way you can approach this medium narratively. For instance, you know, you can take a 360 camera and actually frame it very close to something, like somebody's hands or a detail of a face. I won't say it's like a close-up, but it's a detail. And if you don't have forced perspective, it's very hard to utilize that shot, because in that case, only a small part of the sphere is actually relevant. And if you don't see it because you've missed it because you're looking in the wrong direction, it's very hard to leverage a shot like that. We're also really used to the fact that right now on 360 video, everything is in focus. At our company, we started shooting with macro and total lack of depth of field. And so we did these shots of bees going into a fruit, and the bees are almost as large as the screen that you're seeing. And only that portion of the shot really works. Everything is out of focus. Again, it would be hard to utilize such a shot without forced perspective. The underlying technology that we have developed to do this, that was a difficult part, because you need to be frame accurate on all mediums, on all platforms, on all codecs at all times, or it doesn't work. That frame accuracy allows us to do some other pretty cool stuff that I just wanted to show you quickly. Just give me a second. This is actually 4 years old. This was from the Polar Sea. I was shooting up in the Arctic, and this is a young woman who lives in a place where no trees grow, dreaming of global warming and how it will transform the beautiful North into a Garden of Eden. So let's just see what happens here. So
maybe in 100 more years, there's gonna be trees all over Nunavut.
So that's actually not a 360, it's a stills film. We call this switching. Now watch what happens. So we go through a window, and then when we come out on the other side, we're actually in a 360. So we have this ability to basically switch between two types of media. I'll just show it to you one more time. So we're moving through here, and then I can actually move on the other side. Here's a similar shot, or a similar idea. Here we're with an old Inuit elder in a boat, and then the camera tweens over to him here, and then we basically come close to him in a regular film shot. So we're going from immersive medium right seamlessly to a close-up. Now, I originally invented this whole switching idea because I didn't like the way 360 cameras looked, and I wanted to have that visual fidelity of going close to somebody's face. But it's funny, you intend one thing and then invariably you discover something else. And what we actually ended up doing in the process is actually creating a new form of visual communication that didn't exist until then. So basically this ability to not silo media where you've got 360 here and flat film here, and the two of them have a completely different language, now they can actually be brought together into one construct. And that's a really interesting idea. I believe that the brain is very malleable and accepting if something is unified aesthetically through sound, through a story. We're able to combine that very quickly, and it's a very satisfying process actually. Here is how switching works in VR. It's a sort of a demo piece we did with Werner Herzog. He created a film called The Cave of Forgotten Dreams, which is a film about the Chauvet caves in France, where you see the earliest form of human drawings on them. And in his film, he originally had a scientist sit beside a monitor showing a point cloud of that actual cave. So we created this experience in VR that basically switches from Werner's film into this point cloud, but it's still part of the story. And it's a really wonderful way to create a hybrid kind of storytelling. I'll show you what that looks like.
We have the illusion of movement, like frames in an animated film.
So we're now seeing the 3D traditional film on a virtual screen, and that's still the film, and now the next cut is actually the cut to our 3D 360 point cloud. But we contain it inside the frame so that cognitively it's still a continuation of traditional montage. But what we do then
Painters of the cave
is we actually
seem to speak to
extrude
us
the
from a
image
familiar
beyond the
yet
confines
distant universe.
of the traditional film
But what
screen
we are
and allow it to
seeing here
surround the
is
viewer.
part of
And because that
millions of
happens seamlessly with the music continuing and the narrative thrust continuing, it actually becomes one kind of experience. And then the trick is to bring the viewer back to the screen where the traditional film continues. And we do that by taking away the light, which means the viewer follows the light, and then they're seamlessly back into the regular film again. So I'd like to maybe get people to think about VR, non-VR, and free themselves a little bit from the shackles of what this form is supposed to be at this early stage, that it can be really anything you want it to be. And that you, in a way, what I'm trying to bridge is the gap between a medium, like all other medium before VR, works on the principle of magical symbolical thinking, where we're basically taking fragments of reality that are assembled through an imaginative process to create a metaphor of reality that exists only in our minds, which is why traditional film is so powerful and engaging, whereas immersive media literally takes you there, but works differently. And I think there might be a way to combine the two that is quite interesting. So, and you can author this all with this tool called Liquid Cinema VR. There you go, shameless plug. Try it out. We made it for you. Thank you. There you go. All right.
Yeah, we're good. Okay, thanks, Thomas. So I think that that opens up, some discussion between the panelists. I think that, when we think of the future of VR, there are a lot of so many different possibilities, so many different things. And I think that, in the near future of VR, I think that's it. I really think that this really is something that, Dylan can pick up tomorrow and figure out how to use it and start utilizing that in his wartime film. And I think there's a bunch of different applications. I'm sure Tom's could talk about it all day long. But I think one thing that I immediately thought of that it's like is, we'll be able to have shorter edits, shorter cuts, because you can say, okay, we know that when we cut, it's going to land on here, and we can know when it cuts. So I think that's really exciting. I think it's exciting for, obviously not every film needs to be cut. Max and Amy is it's sort of slow and poetic, but, maybe like for instance, your demo reel, you might want to just cut, and just show everything you have in 1 minute. And obviously there's going to be a million more applications. So I want to shut up and hear what some of the other panelists have to say about sort of the future of VR, maybe utilizing what Thomas is talking about, maybe not. Najib, do you want to start?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I think the future of VR is kind of open to interpretation a little bit, and it can definitely incorporate a lot of those things to really see what people resonate with. I think kind of one of the interesting things right now in VR is we're almost kind of, for the first couple of years of it, where almost all of us in VR kind of experimenting with ourselves and saying like, okay, does this work or does this not work? And as the market's now starting to kind of grow and we're starting to figure out like, okay, how can we really mature the VR ecosystem? We're starting to think about, okay, what can consumers really respond to? What makes sense? What really takes VR out from being something that's run entirely by VC funding or things with internal development, and start looking at what is monetizable in that level. And to that end, what can people really resonate with, what will people enjoy, and what people will watch, and what kind of makes sense to them. And I think it's a lot of those experimentations and seeing what consumers will really like, what consumers will really like, and get to that point where we can now understand, like, okay, this is the right path, and these are the right type of things that we should be making to start making VR a part of our media ecosystem.
Okay. Dylan, Madison, do you guys want to? Dylan?
Yeah. We're good? Okay. Yeah, to me, the future, at least in 360 Journal, is still pretty new. I guess this industry is really still just on the pretty new. It feels like if you've been doing it for over 2 years, you feel like you've been in it for a long time, or it feels like it's been forever. What excites me, it gives journalists a new opportunity to tell stories, which most journalism, freelancers especially, it's wide open, mainly because the equipment is just way too expensive. But it excites me to add another industry for the journalism world, and especially what Thomas was talking about. We're always having DSLRs and shooting and being able to capture a certain detail, especially like interviewing someone's. We love doing close-up interviews. I think that just brings a whole new element to it and makes it even more immersive.
Yeah. Addison, do you have anything?
I think it's also, like, even since we shot Girl, like 360 is sort of, it's not out, but it's a lot of people are more interested in gamified experiences. So I think that what appeals to me in a storytelling aspect is sort of this idea that we all have like micro scripts that we follow all the time. Like when you go to the supermarket, someone asks you how it was, and you say it was good, and then you take out your card and you do the thing, and like you don't even think about doing it. So what if you take those micro conversations that you have every day and change the rule a little bit? Like I was saying the other night, like if you just, I didn't think of a better example since then, but if somebody starts smashing your food once you brought it to the supermarket, and then how do you react to that? So I guess I think that there's going to be a combination of everything. There's going to be the frame and combining the two medium, but there's also going to be AR and mixed reality, and I think it's really hard to come up with a real, this is what it's going to be right now, but I think that it's definitely going to be just changing realities, literally, within a gamified experience.
Right. I keep thinking of like a kind of a visual Darwinism. I always get the sense that that the visual language of traditional film was not invented; it was found, and it's something that utilizes the structure of our brain. So, in other words, you say the word consumer, I'm just going to say brain. It's sort of what sticks because we're able to interpret it with a cognitive apparatus or a perception apparatus that we have. And so I actually think the language of VR already exists, we just haven't found it yet. And it's really a journey of discovery rather than invention.
For sure. Let's see. Don't have too much time left. Let's go ahead and open up for question and answers. So Q&A. Anyone have a? Yeah.
Did everybody hear the question? So the question was, is this tool a good way to combine, I guess I'm going to call it flat film and 360, and is that something one should do, and does one always need such a smooth transition? I don't think you always need such a smooth transition. I think you could even cut from one to the other directly. I think in the end, it's not really about the medium, but it's about the meaning of what you're trying to convey. So if you're in a war zone and somebody hands you a piece of footage they shot on a cell phone of something that's really, really important to your story, I don't think it's even a question. You know, you'd want to utilize it. And I think we just make it easier to do so, because in that case you can use that flat film footage directly. You don't have to burn it into a sphere. You can have it in its full resolution. It'll always be in front of you. It just makes it easier to utilize. And I think it's just amazing how we have the imagination to combine anything. And in fact, we can't help it. You know, if we look at the clouds, we see patterns that we interpret into something meaningful. I think we have a very hard time with chaos. We like to create order, and the way we create order in life is through stories, and that's how we build our memories, and that's how we navigate through life. So I think there are no rules. I think I've seen wonderful pieces that didn't have a single cut in them, and that they were just, you know, a mixture of theater and film. And about the fast cutting, I think, yes, you could cut faster, but one thing that I'd like to maybe say is that right now the player technology tends to think of 360 in non-VR mode when you're using your finger, and 360 on a head-mounted display as the same medium, and obviously it's not, but we're using the same film in both, which is a real shame. Because what happens is that you kind of then create the lowest common denominator to play to the strengths or weaknesses of each medium, whereas really we should be making two films, one for each. And I think I'd like to work on player technology with liquid cinema, where it actually plays a different film when you switch into another medium, so it's kind of optimized. So I don't know, there's a lot to think about.
Great. Yeah, okay. Do we have any other questions? Oh yeah, yes sir.
Okay. Well, if you think back to like the Wizard of Oz, that's I feel like this is sort of an in-between kind of a product. You know, it's like we're used to a 2D with flat film, like you said, so it's kind of this in-between thing, and you could work with that medium to make your story significant using the combination of the two things to drive your point home.
I wonder sometimes whether we experienced. Of course, there's a total difference between seeing an immersive film and seeing a flat film. But in 1989, there was something called, researchers found something called the boundary, what is it called? It's called the boundary completion illusion. And basically, they put people into a room where there was a window and there was a tree outside. And then a couple of days later, they gave them a piece of paper and said, can you draw the tree that you saw? And everybody draws a complete tree. But nobody saw a complete tree because it was cut off by the frame of the window. Or another experiment, you give people a photograph of a picket fence and a bunch of garbage cans, and it's cropped so the top of the picket fence is cut off, like the top of the fences. And then basically 30 minutes later, they give them that cropped photo and the uncropped photo and ask them, which photo did you actually see? And everybody shows the uncropped one and says, why are you showing me this weird cropped photo? Because in the meantime, the brain has filled in the missing pieces. So I think what we have to tell ourselves is that when we watch traditional film, there's a highly imaginative process happening where we're filling in the rest. We're actually seeing a 360. Our brain is creating it for us behind us, and we're filling in the gaps between the cuts, and that's what makes it so compelling. I don't even know why I'm saying this, but so I think maybe there's a mixture of suspension of disbelief and immersion that we can mix all up into something else and just sort of figure it out. Like, I don't know, I don't have the answer, but it's certainly worth experimenting with.
Okay. I think we're actually officially out of time. Can we do another question? I don't see. Well, we'll do another question. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's a good question. I'm still figuring it out. No, I mean, we are, so there are several classes. The intro class is very much, I mean, day one, we give them a Rico Theta, we give the students a Rico Theta. And the intro class is very much, it's sort of, lets the students explore a lot. So we show, every class will show examples from current 360 films and, what works, what doesn't work, and we'll have a discussion about it. It's not that there is one thing that works and one thing that doesn't. It's a discussion. Some people find, one film to be powerful, others think it's lame, and, but just sort of discovering the cinematic language. Some of the other classes are more technical, more stitching, shooting and stitching, like the technical part of it. But I mean, it's really something, and that's sort of the exciting thing, is that it's sort of developing as we go along. And, I mean, even with some like the Growth, for instance, is a great film to study as far as what happens when we do camera movement and, implementing these different tool sets, different cameras, now volumetric video, like how, it's sort of an evolving thing. Does that answer your question or no? All right, sounds good, Yeah, I think we're officially out of time, but we're all here for questions as well, so we'll be hanging out. Please come talk to us, and thank you for coming to our panel. Another round of applause for these great panelists. Yeah.
In Toronto.
Liz.
Yeah.
I was Army. Oh, okay.
So this is the last call to refill your wine before we start. Attention. Yeah. In 5 minutes. Okay. No problem. I'm going to do a quick call to make sure that I have all my filmmakers. Fuck My Life here, My Sweet Dream here, One Halloween here. My BFF over there. Descry here. Where have you been?
Working all day.
Oh. Overrated. Spark. Ah, here you are. Sandvian. Thank you. The list couldn't make it. The red pill. Thank you. Matt and Dave here. Everybody does it. Megan. Somebody needs to pick up Megan from the bar. Or the sex shop, I don't know where she is. Okay, so we're missing Megan. We're gonna wait a little bit. Hey you, it's me here. One mime at a time. Oh, the hot. The Charlie Orange Show. Thank you. Girls I audition with. Robin, Alexandra. Okay, so we're missing 3 people. We're gonna give them another 5 minutes and then, call the cops. 5 minutes. Thank you for the patience. Well, did you guys have fun today? Yes. Did you learn something? Yes. Good. Now we had some amazing content creator, and we feel very honored that they chose to participate with us. So please, big round of applause to all the content creator and the finalists. And like I said, we're missing 3. They're probably Instagramming and tweeting and Facebooking and, what they gotta do. But, I may have to send you, go get them. Hey, please thank my husband who's been seriously helping me all day. See, he's the one who's like, can you go get them? Alexandra, Megan, and Robin. I have used and abused the men today, so cool.
You want me to warm them up?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, you want me to do my stuff?
If you want. You know what? Yeah, we're gonna start. So please, big round of applause for Laurie Schwartz, who has been one of the creative man founder behind Digital Hollywood. I think you've been working with this organization for. Voilà, exactly. And she is a great asset to this conference, and we thank her so much for making our lives much easier. Thank you.
Don't you always wish your parents were around when someone was introducing you, so that they actually believed that you were valuable and stuff like that? Sorry, is that just how I was raised? Okay. Anyway, let's have a big hand for Karen Julian, who blood, sweat, and tears. This is the 3rd annual DigiFest, and it takes a lot to put this all together and to get everyone excited and to drink the volumes of wine that Karen drinks to make this really happen. So let's have one more big hand. So as Karen said, my name is Lori H. Schwartz. I actually have a radio show and podcast called The Tech Cat Show, so please subscribe on iTunes or Sprecher. And I talk about tech trends and what's really happening in content. And, you know, events like this are so important. Now, how many of you have met the fabulous Victor Harwood, who runs Digital Hollywood? Raise your hand. If you get a chance, you should definitely meet it. Let's have a hand for Victor and Digital Hollywood. Victor and I actually grew up together in New York, and instead of playing with Legos and Barbies, we actually planned panels. That's what we did. In fact, I'm sorry, I'm using a device, and my there we go. And instead of playing house, we played networking, where we would exchange baseball cards. You like that one? That's pretty good, right? Baseball. You laughed. That's like a 1% laughed. So that counts. That's money. Right there. All right. And I love Digital Hollywood. I'm such a veteran of Digital Hollywood. I started when it was analog Hollywood. Yeah? Good. Come on, you're cracking. You cracked. There you go. That's what I'm saying. All right. Here's another one. In those days, people were also looking at their tablets during the panels, but the tablets were made of clay. Right? No. All right. Well, I'll talk to my joke writer about that. That one. Here's another one. You know, business is done here. Deals are being made. I understand that Donald Trump and Mark Burnett met here to create a new show called The Presidency. Right? That was good. Okay, yeah. All right, you're my biggest fan, which I appreciate that. Maybe you can just follow me home. All right, let's get into the main content here. So in this world that we're in Digital Hollywood, content is king, right? And distribution is queen, and getting all of this content out into the world is so important. So it's so wonderful to have filmmakers and content creators get to participate in an event like this, because just listen to this number, 1.3 billion hours of video are uploaded to YouTube. You know, almost 5 billion videos are watched on YouTube every single day. And in an average month, 8 out of 10 18 to 49-year-olds watch YouTube. I'm having trouble saying 49 because that passed, and I can't say it anymore. Oh, sorry. Did I say that out loud to a room full of people? All right. You will forget. Okay. So anyway, and in social media, there are about 2 billion users experiencing content right now. And there are about literally, I think, about 60 different social media platforms right now that are out there. And about 1.5 billion users are on Facebook. Every day. And think about that. All the content that you're creating right now has all these different platforms and formats and opportunities. And so the people are starving for content. Everything is really about content. And that's why it's so important to have festivals like this and to have great people who are driving for you great content creators to be here. So give a hand for yourselves for participating. You know, and for not being home right now, doing the work that you're supposed to be doing and feeding your child and feeling torn about the pressure between parenting and work. Oh, that's about me. Oh, sorry. I was talking about me again. All right, so let's jump in right away to introduce Gwen Laraya, who is Women in Film, running all the different events for Women in Film, and she's going to take us through their great awards and all the great content. So let's have a hand for Jen, ladies and gentlemen.
Fabulous. I'm here to present the Women in Film Award on behalf of Women in Film, which is a nonprofit. I consider it the preeminent nonprofit organization that is dedicated to promoting equal opportunities for women, encouraging creative projects by women, and expanding and enhancing portrayals of women in all forms of global media. Given that women comprise 50% of the population, WIF's ultimate goal is to see the same gender parity reflected on and off screen. We were founded in 1973, and we focus on advocacy and education. We provide scholarships, grants, and film finishing funds, and we work to preserve the legacies of all women working in the entertainment community. And as a couple of side notes on things that we're actually doing at Women in Film right now, we just announced that our film finishing fund rounds is starting up again, so all you content creators who have films that are by, for, or about women, we got a lot of money from Stella Artois, and if your project also is about water, they have paired with water.org to provide funds to help finish your film. So you can use those for festival application fees, you can use them for a color correct, a sound edit, but it's a really fantastic program, and some of the alumni from that program have gone on to win major awards such as Oscars, Emmys, and I believe a couple of Digital Hollywood Awards. We also have our big fundraiser in a couple of weeks on June 13th. It's called the Crystal Lucy Awards, honoring some of the amazing accomplishments of women in multimedia. We are giving an award to Elizabeth Banks for film, to Tracy Ellis Ross for television, and actually to Dan Rather for being a great humanitarian. So we encourage you to join us. It's going to be a pretty epic night. We have some surprise guests that we're not allowed to announce, but rest assured it will be the talk of the town. So on behalf of Women in Film, I'd like to announce the Women in Film Award for the 3rd annual DigiFest. And the award goes to The Red Pill.
One in 3 American women
and equal rights for women in the United States
have been found guilty of raping a West Virginia teenager.
Misogynist rantings would be at home in the far-reaching internet subculture widely described as the men's rights movement.
Declaring the month of October to be Bash a Violent Month.
I decided to go where no feminist has gone before and meet these men's rights activists.
Men and boys are in crisis and they need your support because they are human beings too, and you will not shame anybody here into silence about it anymore.
Every society survived based on its ability to train its sons to be disposable.
The U.S. government does not want to send you to die. They would rather send me to die.
93% of workplace fatalities are men. 4 of 5 suicides.
The family court system truly is biased against men. I mean, there's just no question about it.
How can anybody not be angered by it? But if you start to talk about those issues, people get hostile.
You are f***ing scum.
We're somehow disempowered because we're white men. Maybe it's just because you're pathetic.
The paradigm that most people live by. Men have all the power, women don't make the same money for the same work. That is feminist training.
Flexibility in roles is where we should be all headed.
So where do the men's movement and feminism disagree?
Is the men's rights movement the gender version of the white nationalist movement?
The men's rights movement is part of the backlash. Grandfather's generation probably had it pretty well, you know, grow up.
She told her friend she's going to trick me into fathering the child.
I called a bunch of domestic violence shelters. Every place said, we don't help men.
When I reported my domestic assault, I did not bring up the fact that I was sexually assaulted. There was no way he was going to believe that I was going to be a victim of sexual assault. All the evils of the world's from patriarchy, but we're the ones dying, and we die for you guys.
I don't know where I'm headed, what I believe.
This is not flattering to men to talk about men's vulnerabilities.
We're not blaming men. We just named everything bad after them.
I think I agree with everything you said, but there's still some kind of unsettling doubt.
Welcome up to the podium, Cassie and Nina Day.
This has got to be one of the biggest honors possibly in my filmmaking career. I've been a member of Women in Film for many years. My previous work has focused on women's issues or LGBT rights, and my latest film, The Red Pill, is about the men's rights movement. Very controversial, and it's been a difficult road to complete this film and get out in the world. And, you know, it really does, either people love it or they hate it. There's no way around it. It is a controversial topic, and it's such an honor to be recognized by Women in Film, because it is a film that promotes gender equality and trying to bring men's issues into the gender equality discussion. And I know that's an uncomfortable topic for many people, but really we're trying to unify people. And so this is just really one of the best moments for making this film. Thank you so much. Mom, would you like to say anything?
Yes, I am thrilled. I want to thank my daughter, Cassie, for taking me on this incredible journey of filmmaking for the past 10 years. And this journey of The Red Pill was a very eye-opening experience and a wonderful experience that I cherish. Thank you, Women in Film, for giving us this award, and thank you, DigiFest, for including us in this wonderful day today. So I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Can you believe I said computer? Our second. Our second co-curator, an amazing organization that helped us get here today. Please let me welcome Juan and David for NALIP. I don't care. You have no sound?
A hand out, but a hand up.
These are people that are trying to put together real panels, real ways to help people, real ways to connect creators.
There's such thing as great content, and there's wells in which we can draw that content. One of those wells being our culture.
It's so important to tell those stories. So important. And that's going to create a movement of people going, that's like me, I have a story like that too. Everyone's got a story like that. Unite everybody that way.
Anytime groups can get together to make a concerted effort for change, as NALIP does, that's a good thing, because the more a light is shined on these issues of diversity, of expanding executive suites, of expanding programming, of understanding that the world of entertainment should reflect the world that we live in, and acknowledging that world, it's a good thing.
We cannot marginalize ourselves. We cannot let other people marginalize us.
Everything. And that's the way Diosito wants us to live. It's like when we start helping other people, good things start happening to us.
That care about new voices and different and diverse. That's the catapulting and the catalytic kind of function that NALIP serves, giving the artists a chance to express themselves, to get better at their craft, and to reach an audience.
NALIP has been around for so long, and I really think that there's no better time to be a Latino filmmaker or creator than it is now, and I think NALIP is poised to really be the launching pad for those voices.
Hashtag create with us. Hello everyone. It is a great pleasure and honor to present NALIP Award tonight at DigiFest. My name is David Gagiola and this is J.R. Marquez. We are the coordinators of the Latino Media Market, one of the NALIP signature programs. If you haven't heard of NALIP, NALIP stands for the National Association of Latino Independent Producers. We are a nonprofit organization, and for the last 18 years, We have been determined to facilitate the development and enrichment of Latino content creators, both emerging and established around the world. We do that through several events and programs we offered throughout the year. We have our annual Nalip Media Summit in June, the Diverse Women in Media Initiative, and the Latino Lens Showcase and Content Incubator programs. Our community is one of 40,000 members around the world, and we're excited to highlight tonight just one of many brilliant and accomplished content creators in our Nalip family.
Now, on behalf of Nalip, we are honored to recognize Spark, directed by Juan Martinez Vera and produced by Diego Nijera. Spark is a film that highlights the power of the short film medium and how its message can ignite change, mobilization, and connectivity in our world. Juan and Diego are prime examples of the talent that exists within our community of Nalip content creators, and provide a glimpse of the potential of our Latino community when given the tools and opportunity and skills to back it up. Ladies and gentlemen, let us acknowledge Juan Martinez Vera and Diego Najera for their extraordinary work. Gracias.
José Jiménez es el nombre de mi padre. Él participó en una protesta y nunca regresó.
Escuché una aplicación que se llama Spark. Al parecer te deja utilizar el teléfono aún sin internet.
No one can censor the network because people are the network itself.
¿Qué queremos? ¡Libertad! ¿Quiénes somos? ¡Estudiantes! ¿Qué queremos?
¿Te crees un héroe? Yo solo veo un traidor a su patria.
Perfect. Thank you. I get two. Thank you so much. Thank you to Digital Hollywood and to Nalip specifically for having us here. And Nalip has been a great partner for us. We made this film as part of our schoolwork. Really, it was a thesis film for a USC, and we got a lot of support from different organizations, including the Alfred P. Sloan Foundation and Open Garden, who became a partner for us in the technology side. But Nalip has helped us spread the word, and they've been a great asset and a great part of our team to distribute the film, to help us get distribution for the film, to help us showcase it. And on behalf of Juan, who's right now at the Dominican Republic shooting a film, we really appreciate this. And also, this film has been in the making for like 2 years until now we can showcase it. But it started in 2014 when we created this idea of like talking about political activism through social networks, and the idea was to focus on Venezuela, which is a country that was seeing this very big student movement and social activism from the younger generations. We were inspired by that, and unfortunately that situation is still going on. So I invite you to check out the film, which will be showing starting June 2nd in HBO Now and HBO Go and HBO Latino. And check out the film and also be aware of what's going on in Venezuela and try to help and spread the word. Thank you.
Our next award is actually the Digital Hollywood Award, and you get me again. So, as Laurie said, Digital Hollywood has been a conference existing for over 20 years where technology was still analog, and however, the purpose has always been where technology meets creativity. And we saw today that you guys can be seriously creative and seriously powerful message, and it was difficult. It was a difficult choices for the judge, but today we found this lady who's been able to master pretty much everything, from filming to editing to marketing to be creative artist to be the writer, and it's a one-woman team and one-woman show that she does not only for one character but for 3 of them. It is my great pleasure to award the Digital Hollywood Award to Charlie Gelbert for the Charlie Orange Show. Give me a second. Let me show you. Okay. Okay, we're having issues. Sorry. Reboot, pretty much.
You looking for a wife?
No.
Well, what's it?
Wow. Oh, man. Trying to get here.
What about me? I'm fat? I want to fit into society.
Plenty of girls that are your age that are not married.
Oh, no, thank you. But thanks for the offer. I know you want.
I don't know why.
Where I come from, there's all these pressures to be a certain way, otherwise you don't fit in or you're not even loved.
Do you guys ask you out?
Yes, all the time. I just don't go on any second or third dates. Do you make
That's why I asked them to the boys. Still do.
this amount?
Negative.
Okay, let me write that down. Okay. You'd make a really good husband.
Ooh.
Do you know what? When I see someone who's perfect on the outside, they're covering up something.
Can I sit on your lap? I'm sorry, I just feel like we're not being very affectionate with each other.
Well, I've had an eating disorder for 12 years because I tried to fit in.
Am I as beautiful as Barbie?
To some people, yes.
Hey, fucking in my shit.
But instead, I just like buried my feelings deep inside and put all that energy into finding a man.
I feel like people might get married for the wrong reasons.
Don't cry. Don't cry. Don't cry.
I'm not crying. Release it.
Not a hugger.
Oh my God. Okay, this is so embarrassing.
Fix your own shit first and then find the guy.
So I'm gonna place my hands on your uterus. She's funny. Why is she alone? She's funny. I haven't held hands with someone in a really long time. Available.
I have a daughter, and you know what? I would never buy her a Barbie doll because that's what society says that they're supposed to look like this Barbie.
Have security in yourself or find security in somebody else, and it's way easier.
I am so sorry. That's why I asked for download, and she did everything right, and this is my bad. So I am so sorry, but we're very happy to have you tonight.
Thank you so much. I'm a dreamer, but I'm a really pessimistic dreamer. So I do this work, and I don't think anybody's gonna notice or see me. So the fact that you did notice me, like, really means a lot. Something that I keep having, people keep coming up to me, and I never thought I'd have to reiterate this, but that is all real people. They're not actors. It's all hidden camera. I'll pretty much do anything to get the reaction that I'm looking for, even some that I'm not. And this honestly makes every hit and slap and weird look that I got worth it. Just thank you so much. Oh yeah, I got in the trailer. A street performer hits me, And out of the 60 people that saw it happen, everyone except for one just looked down at their phone. No one would stand up for me or say anything, and I thought that was really interesting in itself. Yeah, everyone did. They just immediately looked down like, oh, I'm gonna act like I didn't see that. And so, terrible. I know. Well, it just says something about our society. Although one guy did come up to Charlie Orange and he hugged her and said, sometimes there's just shitty people in the world and there's nothing that you can do about it. Thank you. Thank you. The sound operator is actually over there, and he was part of the whole project with me, and it's really, obviously long hours, all shooting is, but it's also very stressful work and running from the cops sometimes and doing things like that. So I think the fact that he always stayed so calm made me stay calm as well. So this just really means a lot to me, and I'm getting emotional because of this, but also I lost my lip gloss. And if you guys, no, seriously though, if you guys have seen it, it's by Clinique, and it's kind of like a light color pink. And I don't know if I lost it in the other hall, or if I lost it in here, or if I lost it in a bathroom, or just walking around. But if someone finds that, I think it's called like grapefruit. It doesn't smell like anything, there's no smell, it's just, if someone finds it, I would really appreciate you finding me and giving that back. Okay, thank you so much.
One of our co-curator, Holly Shorts, is unfortunately not going able to attend us today. But fortunately, we have Jen Laraya that you've met with, who's been working with Holly Short for at least 6-7 years since she dragged me there, first time 7 or 8 years ago. And she has volunteered to basically deliver the Holly Short Award tonight.
I'd like to emphasize that volunteer is a strong word. On behalf of Theo, Daniel, and Nicole, they wanted me to tell you a little bit about Holly Shorts, which is in its 13th annual year, and they've extended the deadline for submissions to June 2nd. They also have their 4th annual screenplay final deadline tomorrow, May 26th, which is probably why they're not here today. As was mentioned a little bit earlier today, and very importantly, we're very proud of our colleagues at Holly Shorts because they just became an Academy Awards qualifying film festival. Recipients of the Holly Shorts Film Festival Best Short Film Grand Prize will be eligible for consideration in the live action short film category of the Academy Awards without the standard theatrical run, provided that the film otherwise complies with Academy rules. So keep that in mind, and all you content creators who haven't already submitted to Holly Shorts, I highly recommend that you do. The festival dates this year will be August 10th to the 19th at the historic TCL Chinese 6 Theaters, and the parties are usually held at the Roosevelt Hotel and additional venues nearby in Hollywood. So on behalf of Theo, Daniel, and Nicole, I am pleased to announce, I'm waiting for my audiovisual colleague here, I'm pleased to announce the Holly Shorts Award for the 3rd annual DigiFest goes to, and I'm going to massacre the name, I apologize, Sanvian.
Sometimes,
We've tried this one, my bad. I'm too tired. I'm so sorry. I don't think I can do much anymore.
sometimes life, it just doesn't go like we planned. It knocks us down.
Almost there, Olivia. You okay?
Where are you?
I'm almost there.
I gotta go. Yeah.
No, like 2 minutes.
Damien's sleeping, so just call me when you get in.
Just stay there. Oh my God, she hung up on me.
I invite to come up Elizabeth Yoder, Paul Allen, and I have another word for Alina Patra.
Why, thank you very much. Alina couldn't make it tonight. She had to go to work, but on behalf of Alina and myself and Elizabeth and all the filmmakers and Sanvi, thank you very much. Thanks to DigiFest for having us here, and to Holly Shorts for the award. I mean, fantastic, everyone. It's been a really great day watching all these amazing films. I mean, honestly, just inspiring to be around other filmmakers. Yeah, great, honestly, thank you.
It's been a wonderful afternoon, just hearing everybody's story and what, you know, the trials and tribulations you've been through to make your film and your stories, and to be honored here. Just to be here at Digital Hollywood, I was like so excited just to be here. And Holly Shorts, thank you so much, and Karen, thank you so much. You have been amazing from the first email I got from you and the experience here at DigiFest. Thank you so much. What's the word for Alina? Oh, I just know what the word for Alina was. Which one? Okay, perfect. No.
So we have one last award. Best of, bloody hell, Best of DigiFest 2017. And we thought that this year we were going to bring one of our past year participants, Tara. Tara is with us tonight. And she has this amazing talk show that is available online, which I'm, of course, partial to because it's got wine in it. And it is Words, Women, and Wine. And there is absolutely no topic that are taboos. There's absolutely no subject that they cannot talk to. And we thought last year that her talk show was brilliant. We still think it's brilliant, by the way. And so therefore, please welcome Tara to present the Best of Award.
So I really do wish my mother was here to hear all of that, because that was pretty freaking amazing. What I will say is, as I stood here last year as an honoree, I had this feeling, and believing me, it was about nothing I had done, that I was just simply honored to be in the room. Honored to be in the room with so many brave, persistent content creators who just had an idea. It's something to have an idea and then actually bring it to fruition. And then to have the bravery to actually let other people see it. Like, besides your family and stuff, like that's huge. And when I walked into the room today, I had that same exact feeling again. And so I just wanted to say to everyone who's here, I'm truly honored to be among you, because I know really how big of a deal it is for it to get your stuff out there and for people to see it. And so I say congratulations to everyone who's here. Just want to say that. But that's not why they asked me to come here. What I will say is, it's been said numerous times that we are destined to experience the same lesson over and over again until we get what we're supposed to get from that. And I think as content creators, we have this opportunity, some people even say an obligation or a right, to point out certain things that maybe society just hasn't quite gotten right yet and shine a light upon it in order for maybe society to get it right just one more time. And so many of the submissions this year had that type and feel and theme to it. But I will say the one that is the best of DigiFest 2017 was able to take a 1960s play and turn it on its ear and make it feel as if it was something that not only could happen yesterday, but unfortunately somewhere it might have actually happened yesterday. So with all the honor I can muster, I would like to announce the 2017 Best DigiFest Award to Death's Cry.
Next year we'll get this bag.
Hey, you holding? What? Nah, you got the wrong guy.
You're kind of cute, you know? For your type.
So you hate white women too? Huh?
What?
Not just us sisters?
Hands off my bag, man.
Get your hands
What are you gonna,
off
what
me.
are you gonna tell you again? Keep your hands off me. How dare you speak like that to me?
Get down! I'm calling the cops!
Me? Out of everybody in here, you're talking to me.
Who do you think you are?
I just want to say when I saw this film, my response was, holy crap, that was amazing. So congratulations to Thomas Spitter, David Michael Yohe, and Jenna Bleeker. Also, congratulations.
Thank you so much. This is so cool.
I'll give you a hand.
I like what you said about having an idea and showing it to people. I think this was really scary to show to people because it's very it's all it is sensitive subject matter. So this was just such a wonderful experience for us to make this film, and thank you so much for letting us show it here. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Hi, that was Jenna Bleeker. She's the co-writer of the show and, of course, some of our talent. I'm Tom Spittler, co-founder of Isotropic Films. Our director, Dave Yohe, and my partner in Isotropic is unable to be here. We really appreciate DigiFest and Digital Hollywood having us, especially in our long-term relationship with Holly Shorts as well. We were lucky enough last year to be their first Oscar-qualified short. We didn't make it to the short list, but we were very proud of our association with Holly Shorts. And this topic was important to us, too. And as filmmakers and talent, I can't overemphasize Jenna's comment that it was, we felt, necessary to tell the same old story again because we don't have it right yet. So thank you very much.
This, ladies and gentlemen, concludes our third DigiFest. Thank you very much.